Drill instructors / drill sergeants of Reddit, what's the funniest thing you've seen a recruit do that you couldn't laugh at? Early in boot in MCRDSD we were post shower and at attention for the hygiene inspection, wearing nothing but skivvies and t-shirts. The D is walking the line checking fingernails and whatnot when one private's hard-on flops out of his skivvies right as the D passes him. The D stops, looks the private in the eye and says, "Private, I don't even like you, much less like you that way. Now put that goddamn thing away before it goes off." The private in question turned purple with embarrassment and tries to stuff his bonner back in his skivvies, but is getting flustered as the D starts yelling at him for being an incompetent private and that if he didn't get it stowed in 3 seconds the private would be taking a 10-minute cold shower. Things like, "Do I have to hose you down like an excited chihuahua? Should I call the vet? Good God, private, is that how you greet your mother at night? Stow your gear, goddammit." Every other private in line was trying not to laugh, and the SDI had retreated to his office, where we could hear him howling with laughter. Private finally gets his junk stowed, and the D resumes inspection, and you could see he was trying his damnedest not to bust out laughing. No one got much sleep that night. There were too many gigglers in their bunks and too many quiet one-liners. Edit. Should used recruit, not private. Memory is a hard thing to use, right? Also, damn, this blew up. Glad y'all enjoyed it. In Navy boot camp they call forced PT beatings. Everyone knows what a beating is. Navy doesn't have drill instructors, they call them RDCs, recruit division commanders. One day standing in ranks the RDC is going around asking random trivia questions about a test we had to take to make sure we had been studying. He gets to a guy who was eccentric, to say the least. This is about a month and a half into boot camp. RDC asks the question, guys gets it wrong, so RDC yells, "No wrong, beat yourself." Literally everyone knew this meant start doing push-ups, so the expectation is he will start doing push-ups as the RDC moves to the next guy to ask a question. I was standing across from the guy, and he had a confused look on his face. He looked at his own hand for 5 seconds, then hauled off and slapped himself in the face. It made a loud crack sound. He got himself good. I cracked and chuckled trying to keep composure at attention. The RDC looked at me, then realized why I laughed. Had to do with the slapping sound. He turned back to self-slapping guy and asked him if he slapped himself. Guy says, "You told me to beat myself." Cue the entire barracks cracking up. It was a single moment during boot camp where the curtain was raised and a moment of unadulterated levity came over everyone. The RDC couldn't stop laughing, so the tough guy's whole persona melted away for a good 60 seconds until he regained composure and made us all do push-ups. The push-ups were an easy price to pay for that moment. Not a D. When I went through basic they gave everyone a flashlight with a lime green yellow thing on the bright end that you had to have with you in the morning for PT. Well, one individual forgot his when we all lined up in the morning and didn't say anything till we walked over to the PT pad. The T began to berate him and tell him that he is a dumbass and run back to the bunks to retrieve the flashlight. Before he leaves the T yells, "If anyone stops you just tell them you are a dumb as well." A T was across the street and saw him running back to the bunks and saw the trainee all by himself, so he starts laying into him. We could all hear him on the PT pad until the trainee got a chance to respond with, "Sir, trainee so and so reports as ordered. I'm a dumbass." The T walked away and didn't say anything. Edit. Since this blew up I have another story about this exact airman. Near the end of basic training, depending on your T, you might get what is called an amnesty hour. It's everyone who has been in basic with you and your T basically talking to you like a normal person again. Well, RT opened the floor for questions and the first kid to raise his hand was the kid who forgot his Lackland laser. During all of basic, when I was there, a rumor was going around that a T had posed for Playboy. Now it was a rumor, but no one could go on a computer to Google it cause it's BMT. The airman stood up and asked straight face, "Sir, is it true a T posed for Playboy?" RT laughed and confirmed the rumor. "Am again, sir. Did you meet this T?" RT responds with, "No, but if I did I would be tapping that without missing a beat." This short skinny kid from Tennessee says, "Thank you for not hitting it so that the rest of us don't fall in it." I cried laughing. Oh shit, it's probably too late for this, but I just thought of one. I was a super light sleeper during basic training. One night I woke up for no reason. The sleeping bay was dark except for the light by the desk where the 2 soldiers on fire guard were supposed to be awake and alert. Both of them were leaning back in their chairs dead asleep. I started to throw my covers off to go wake them up. If a drill sergeant came through and caught the fire guard sleeping, we'd all pay. But then I heard a slow scraping sound to my right, off in the darkness. I froze and heard it again, closer. A few heartbeats later I almost screamed out loud as I saw the sharp and tense face of our Samoan drill sergeant in the darkness. His face was covered in full camo. He was low crawling underneath the line of bunk beds towards the fire guard. He had a bayonet in between his teeth. We locked eyes, and he silently raised one finger to his mouth, signaling for silence. I nodded and sat back to watch the show as the drill sergeant resumed his low crawl under and passed my bunk in the direction of the sleeping guards. I have a bunch of stories of funny shit I did to correct soldiers when I later became an NCO, but that image, like something straight out of an 80s war movie, will always stick with me. Not a drill instructor, but when I was going through basic, it was one trainee's birthday when we went to the gas chamber for experience of the crowd control gas. This trainee happened to be Jewish, so first thing in the morning, when we have the little huddle about what's going to happen that day, the T asks if there are any questions. Trainee Goldberg, not his real name, but this dude was built like Goldberg, raises his hand and says, "Sir, don't you think it's a little faked up to send a Jew to the gas chamber on his birthday?" And everyone busted up laughing, including RT. But the story doesn't end there. We go to the dining facility for breakfast, and as he's going through the line, RT yells out, "Trainee Goldberg, why don't you tell the other T's what you told me this morning?" With a straight face, Trainee Goldberg says, "Oh, I was just telling RT how it's pretty faked up the Air Force is sending a Jew to the gas chamber on his birthday." All the T's at the long table just fell silent, almost scared, and RT just busted up laughing so hard that all the trainees stopped. Trainee Goldberg, despite being 6 feet 2 inches on solid muscle, was perhaps the funniest guy in our flight. He owns a few gyms now in his home state. Awesome guy. So when you start basic, your body doesn't know how to handle no sugar, caffeine, rigorous exercise, and sleeping schedules, so it's in shock. With this shock, cheating becomes a problem for a few. Well, every day after the first week is required to ask around if everyone has taken a sheet, and from there he assigns one recruit to track who has sheet and who has not. I sheet you not, pun intended. We had one guy who would stand in the barracks at the end of the night rolling off names of people who hadn't sheet yet. Finally, we have one guy who is still on there after 2 weeks, and the D tells him to go to the doctor. The drive gives him an get out of jail free card, essentially saying that at any point, he says the magical words, "I got a sheet," and he can escape any situation. Well, recruit can't sheet, we'll call him, gets the smart idea that he's going to play his new trump card as long as possible. Every time that we are getting grilled, "I gotta take a sheet," comes ringing in from the back of the formation. This probably happened 6 times until RD caught on. Finally, RD devises a plan that when recruit can't sheet goes into the bathroom, he's going to have a couple of us hold onto his legs and slide him into the stall, or Exorcist style. The time comes, and recruit can't sheet excuses himself. We all follow RD into the bathroom and slide him under there, like he's the spawn of Satan. This catches recruit can't sheet by surprise. He doesn't know what the fuck is going on, as that he is utterly berating him about lying and using this as an excuse to sit on the toilet. Then we hear a very audible "oh" seat from the stall. The D scared the recruit so much he actually took a sheet right then and there. The D made every recruit look at it, and we played taps for it as we flushed it down the toilet. Just got off the trail a month ago. The biggest standout for me was, while conducting an urinalysis, we have a set of things we tell the soldiers to do. Wash your hands without soap, open the cup, place it on the urinal. At that point I usually say, "Situate yourself, and I think you can take the rest from here." This kid at that point tried to climb on top of the urinal to fill the cup still placed on top of it. I had to yell at him to stop and tell him to pick up the cup to urinate in it. I almost had to walk out because I was going to lose it. In probably 1000 UAs that I had to be there for, I've never had a kid climb the urinal before. Thought of some more To add, one of the soldiers somehow got a forest ranger hat. Looks pretty close to a DS campaign hat. He then started raiding soldiers' rooms with soldiers in them while his buddy recorded them on his phone. This is 8, so they have phones and semi-private 3-man rooms. We ended up finding the videos uploaded on Facebook and figured out who it was took the hat and disciplined him. However, the videos were funny as hell and his impressions of some of us were pretty spot on. And now for a fun thing I used to do to mess with them. So I was at ES in Advanced Individual Training 8 for the army. One of the first, since they brought them back. In 8 they have a bit more freedom and they can have certain things in their rooms. One of the things they like getting, and usually hid in a locker, would be a Google Mini or an Echo Dot. When doing room inspections of soldiers that had a sheet room, I'd randomly say things like, "Okay Google, set an alarm for 1 AM or Alexa play Katy Perry at 2 AM. I'd have super confused soldiers in the mornings at physical training wondering why they had random alarms going off all night. Edit. Added another story and a random fun thing I used to do. Not at ES, but went to Army Basic. I was in the chow line not too, but looking at the back of the guy's head in front of me. All of a sudden I can feel one of my drill sergeants breathing on me over the separation wall, and he yells, "Shia LaBeouf, who is your daddy?" To which I responded, "You are drill sergeant." My other DS sprints over and says, "Oh yeah, what does that make me then?" And all I thought to say was, "My mommy drill sergeant." Every DS in the chow hall was dying, and I got the dog sheet smoked out of me outside. Edit. I have plenty more stories either equally as funny or possibly even funnier. When I was in 8 to be a medic at forts and we had to tote a line for bed check, stand on a yellow line by your bunk in PTs/shower shoes holding your ID card with your tags hanging out. We used to fuck with each other hard in our bay, and right before to line, one of my buddies hid one of my shower shoes. So I'm in a rush and thinking, fuck, okay, I'll just wear the one. So I'm standing at half attention in one flip flop and my bare foot is just kind of tucked away behind me. Our Carter 4 check comes up and just looks directly down at my feet, crosses his arms and says, "Shia LaBeouf, what in some fuck are you doing?" All I could get out to say was, "Sergeant, I could not find my other shower shoe for bed check and I think he'd been saving this one," because he started to smirk and just yelled, "God damn it, Shia, book you are more right up than a chocolate dick in a gay bar," triggering giggles and snickers all throughout the bay. Thankfully our school cadre were a lot more chill than drill sergeants. Woo, thank you for the gold. Not at ES myself, but I was in during 05, and we had a guy who was 7th generation army. Everyone was high ranking, blah blah blah. Compensation for little dick. Mom and dad were supposedly E9s. Turns out they were just E6 and E7. Important cause it sets up his history of lying. First night, he cries, all faking night. Second night, he starts to do it again. DS makes us all stand around his bunk and kalens him to sleep. Cause what kind of man signs up for the military if they know they are gonna miss mama and dada? So he was obviously a lost kid. etc. Major fuck up. But the point of our story is, one day, formation on the way to the chow hall. DS is being really nice and shooting the sheet with us, taking questions about being deployed, what 8 was like, etc. Suddenly, our hero decides it's the most brilliant idea ever to run up, snatch the DS's hat and run away with it. Now, for those of you who do not know, you do not get that hat easily. DS's go through a whole nother 4 of DS training, like basic all over again, so you do not fuck with that hat. It's a major sign of disrespect and this faker just took it and run. DS talks for about 3 more seconds and suddenly stops as the situation catches up with him. His eyes go wide with shock as he raises his hand and passes it over his head from front to back. I swear to Satan I was right in front of him and saw his eyes go from nice guy to murder point eggs, and he booked it after private. How did I survive this long in life? Somehow, being 7th Gen Army, he did not know how to run, but the DS sure faking did. Caught him in no time flat and then roll down a hill. We hear some hilarious sounds and the DS comes up. He very carefully puts his hat back on and looks at us. Who the fuck saw what happened? No one dares to respond. Apparently that's what he wanted. Okay, you have permission to laugh for exactly 10 seconds. Then we are going to go get some chow. I'm going to have someone pick up Private No Nuts. And then you are all going to give a statement. The absolute motherfucking truth. Side note, later on found out he was recycled so much during basic he was sent to RHC. I forget what it stood for, but we all referred to it as Return to Home Company while he was out processing for a less than honorable discharge. But his parents had convinced those in charge to take their time so he could learn a lesson. Good times. Wasn't a drill sergeant, but was a lieutenant in a basic training company. Yeah, I know. During final inspection I had to go down the ranks with one of the drill sergeants and inspect the soldiers one by one while they stood at attention in their Class A uniforms. I had to inspect their appearance, ask some questions about their weapon or the general orders. Stuff like that, while they stood there at attention. While moving down the line I turned to face one soldier. There he was standing at attention proud as can be. But his uniform had no brass buttons. My best guess is someone stole his buttons the night before. But there he was standing there with his perfect military bearing. I imagine he was hoping I wouldn't notice or something. It was everything I could do to keep my military bearing, because I wanted to bust out laughing so badly. I was afraid if I opened my mouth to ask a question I would start laughing, so I just looked at him all mean like, which is laughable itself, sighed, and shook my head slowly in disappointment, and moved on to the next soldier. Okay, I'm going to use Google Voice Text to save time, because I'm on my phone. Here we go. While in boot camp during Ash Wednesday, recruits who wanted to go to church were allowed. This left about half of the recruits in the barracks. The only drill instructor with us at the time was our kill hat, evil drill instructor. He made us sit on our foot locker and read knowledge. We did this for about 15 minutes until someone laughed about something. Our drill instructor heard this and came charging out and started smoking everyone. We were all on the PT deck getting killed. All of a sudden he asks for the 4 strongest recruits and tells them to go to the front. He then summons our scribe who is maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. He screams at us to continue our mountain climbers and he disappears with the selected recruits. About 5 minutes later we hear the sound of beating drums. Our drill instructor is using the trash can to set the beat. Out comes the strongest recruits carrying a makeshift Xerxes style altar. The recruits are only wearing their skivvy shorts while carrying the scribe who is on all fours with an apple in his mouth screaming like a pig on top of the platform. He screams, "This is your new god." Our scribe begins squealing like a pig again, this time with more ferocity. This caused our kill hat to run away in laughter. Was never a D, but I can pass along a classic boot camp story. I was in the Navy, and in the Navy, your final inspection as a division is before the division officer, which is usually some junior officer puke that got assigned that job, but we didn't know any better. Anyway, before the inspection one of our RDCs, that's what we called the D in the nav, found a locker out of sorts, and decided to beat us in our dress blues. That was not fun, let me tell you. Wool uniforms, if we lost our cover we got beat more, it was bad. Anyway, the dude rolls in for inspection, walks up to the first dude in formation, and he pukes. However, this guy was a faking genius. He puked down the t-shirt in his dress blues, saving the dude from getting puked on and us from getting beat even more. The division officer was so impressed at this dude's military bearing that he called the inspection right then and there. 5.0 sailors all around. We still got beat that night, but that guy was a hero. When I went through Air Force Basic, we each had water canteens that we brought everywhere we went. I mean, it was San Antonio around August to September. We were in a class one day and protocol has you keep your canteen by your feet and not on the table. We got up for lunch, and so like you're supposed to, everyone brings their canteens. We eat lunch and then come straight back. We were about to get started again when somebody left their canteen on their desk. Fairly calmly the MTI, military training instructor, reminded him to put his canteen by his feet. Then he says, "Actually, I want you to leave your canteen on your desk. I want everyone to put your canteen on your desk." Everyone does so, and we are all waiting. Then he says, "Trainee, why isn't your canteen on your desk?" This other trainee shuffles around in his chair a bit and replies, "Sir." Trainee snuffles, reports as ordered. I left it here before we went to lunch and now it's missing. MTI cutting him a bit short says yes I know. I have it right here. Pulling out a canteen. Do you know what this represents, trainee? This holds water. Water brings life. You're saying you forgot your source of life. Yes sir, little info note here. Every trainee keeps these little pieces of paper called 341s, and they are taken by MTIs for either good behavior or fuck ups. Usually fuck ups, haha. Enough fuck ups could result in you getting recycled into a previous week of training with an entirely new flight of people. Alright then trainee. I want you to come down and get your canteen. I'm curious, have you ever seen Indiana Jones? Yes sir, you remember how he gets the treasure? He swaps it with another object doesn't he? Yes sir, not just any object though. Usually it's of relatively the same weight, right? How many 341s do you think it would take to equal the weight of this here canteen? He briefly shakes it around revealing quite a bit of water is still in it. Maybe 5 or 6. He said not sure of how this was going to go down. 5 or 6. Are you sure? This went on for a bit and then he agreed upon like 3. Alright. Come down here and show me how Mr. Jones does it in the movies. His hurries to the front. Everyone else is thinking, this is the kind of sheet we've been waiting for. He does his thing, but he doesn't do it quick enough, so he took an extra 341. Funniest sheet I ever saw in basic. Absolute madman of an MTI. Never saw him again after that class, but holy sheet was he a legend. Not a drill, and this kind of turns the question on its head. Funny thing a DS did, but had this experience 2 weeks before graduation. Army Infantry, Benning. Our senior drill was having a sort of stern pep talk with us, because he didn't think we were pushing ourselves hard enough. He was fully in drill sergeant mode, which wasn't always the case that late in the OSUT cycle. 14 weeks, basic training plus infantry training. As we're getting lectured he stops in his tracks and stares at one guy in particular. He shouts, "Who the fuck are you?" The rest went like this, pretty much verbatim. Me, drill sergeant? Yes you. Who the fuck are you? I'm Private White, drill sergeant. Private White. Are you in the wrong bay, Private White? Now we are all a bit fidgety and confused because Private White was definitely not in the wrong bay. No, drill sergeant. We could all hear the question. Was White about to get his world faked for some reason? Private White. That he kind of chewed on the name, then added, "When did you get here?" "I've been here the whole time, drill sergeant." 3 months in, and RD had absolutely no recollection of this kid. We weren't sure what was going to happen at that point. I think I saw the D's lips twitch, but he didn't crack a smile. He did however end his talk and move us onto hygiene lol. At the Qual Range on Benning, March 2009. Cycle is almost over, and we are all pumped to move into OSUT/8. I was behind the firing line with the rest of the jackasses eating chow. I had a DS that was built like Tyron Woodley, with scars all over his face and neck. Told us he was in Operation Anaconda as a private, and did multiple tours in Iraq. He had a voice like a bulldog swallowed gravel, was always angry, and was built like a Greek god. A truly magnificent specimen. Anyway, at the beginning of basic he once said that the gravest sin we could ever make was to fetch in his presence. So I'm sitting there Indian style behind the firing line, unapologetically face faking a bag of chili mac, when all of a sudden, I let a silent one squeak out. Except that I was still wearing ear pro, and it was more like the horn of Gonda calling for aid. This dude snaps his head around, like he heard me open up a bag of tropical flavor Skittles, also prohibited, and just points at me, like a giant, black, techno Viking. This guy heard my thunderous, but queef through his own ear pro, while on the firing line. Which is super impressive on multiple levels by the way. What did I do? The only logical thing of course. I started making raspberry sounds with a mouthful of chili mac, like I was B-Rabbit, beatboxing for the underground championship. Pathetic. He put me in the front leaning rest for the entire time we were out there, while he was coaching. My non-integrity having us was laying flat on my gut. When I even had a hunch that he was going to turn around, I'd stick my eyes in the air in the proper modified resting position. He'd point to the ground, I'd bang out like 5 or 6, and when he turned back around, I'd lay flat again. Loopholes. My friends faking loopholes. 3 hours later when everyone called, except me of course, he told me to recover and calmly said, "Don't ever shit in my mouth again, private." Again, I was like 100 meters behind the firing line, but okay I guess. Tracking, DSL. I had a female DS that put the entire company at attention. She then proceeded to pull a baggie out of her pocket and told us she found semen on the shower wall in which she used a spoon to collect the evidence. She was threatening that she was going to have it tested for DNA so she could identify the nasty male. Of course nobody confessed. We also had a short Somali drill sergeant who had an accent. He did a health and welfare inspection of the men's barracks and found a life-size poster of a chick in a skimpy bikini, folded up in Private Berry's locker. When he unfolded said poster, it was taller than him and all you could see were his fingers and knuckles at the top of the poster, and then he started yelling. It sounded like this: "Private boy, this is contraband and not allowed in these barracks." It went on and on. The entire time, the chick on the poster is moving, and you couldn't see the DS at all. We all got smoked for laughing. Not a drill sergeant, but going through boot camp I heard some great ones. During the beginning of basic we were monitored while we ate, which included being told when to begin consuming and when to stop. We had this chubby kid who was having a particularly rough time, and you could see he was already close to breaking. So we are told our chow time is up, and we all instantly get up from our seats and form a line next to wall at the end of our tables to clear our trays in a trash can at the end. Chubby kid does not join us, but instead chooses to sit and finish his meal. He is completely alone in the middle of the mess hall. A drill instructor comes up to him and immediately begins berating him. Chubby kid looks the drill instructor dead in the eyes while sitting and has a completely insane look behind them. In his hand, he has a butter knife clenched, what I can only describe as a threatening manner. Lol. Without missing a beat, the drill instructor yelled at him, "What are you going to do with that tubby? Spread me on your faking toast." A fellow trainee dropped his cup while in line at the fac. Senior DS hears it and yells out, "Whose cup was it? Huh?" So the kid goes to parade dressed and says it was his, and SDS replies with, "What did that cup ever do to you? Apologize to that cup. Say you're sorry." He starts with an "I'm sorry, but was told it wasn't good enough." So the trainee says, "I'm sorry for dropping you, cup. I didn't mean to." And SDS then tells him, "Now name that cup. Give it a name." The cup's name was Robert. A few minutes later, someone else dropped a cup. Same deal. After that, some kid dropped his salad, and SDS shouted, "How are you gonna apologize to that?" Edit. Buddy of mine had to use a porta potty at an electronic training range, so the DS told him to start doing push-ups, except he was basically touching cloth, so he couldn't go all the way down on the push-ups. DS asks him, "Trainee, why aren't you doing push-ups correctly?" And my buddy said, "I'm clenching, drill sergeant." DS laughed and told him to get up before he shat himself. Several years ago I had a soldier who was taking food back to our barracks. Fellow platoon drill sergeant found it and told me about it. Call the entire platoon downstairs, form them up, and inquire to the entire formation about this red DFAC apple in my hand. Soldier confessed immediately. Asked him why. He replies with, "I was hungry, drill sergeant." I follow with, "Okay private, I'm going to make sure you don't go to bed hungry. Eat this apple." Bring him to the front, give him the apple, then turn around to address the platoon. Commence to dusting the sheet out of this platoon. I'm trying to break their body down as quick as possible. Inform him they will keep going as he slowly takes his first bit. By now I'm excited, take your time. Only a few moments later, drill sergeant, I'm done. I ask where the core is. I ate it, drill sergeant. By now I'm in disbelief and search in throwing distance for this core. Nothing. I ask him why he ate the core. "Because you told me to eat the apple, drill sergeant." This terrified man ate the entire faking apple. That green leafy sheet, stem, that crunchy sheet for the seeds, and the seeds. I stopped everything and told everyone to disappear immediately. I couldn't believe it, nor have I ever seen anything like it before or after. I have a ton of stories, but this one always brings tons of laughter. Also, oxygen tends to reach and grab soldiers' feet as they run. Literally trip from the oxygen snatching them. Edit. Forgot part of the replies from him. In Navy boot camp, we were in school circle in the berthing and our second RDC was teaching us a PowerPoint of some sort. We all had our recruit manuals and pens writing down notes for our test in a few days. One of my buddies was very fidgety, and sitting cross-legged for long periods of time he would often start to fidget and wiggle around like a worm. He was specially frisky today, so I whispered to him, "Chill man, click your pen a few times to help your fidget." He starts clicking, and I mean clicking. Click, 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 click. Our RDC started to twitch after every click, until she lost it, and beelined to my row with my buddy next to me. He's still clicking away reading his book and our RDC lions wrote his name, and he stood up so fast it was like he sat on hot nail. She made him do push-ups and mountain climbers for 30 minutes, then after he was tired she made him stand up in the back of the berthing, and gave him 2 pens, one in each hand, and told him to hold his arms out to the side like a T, and keep clicking, until she gets finished the lesson. Fast forward 1.5 hours, and he's still clicking. She forgot about him, and our third RDC, somewhat nice, saw him when she walked in, stared straight him, blinked a few times, and turned around and giggled. Our second RDC came back in PT uniform, and told him to stop. We heard her, and third RDC laughing in the fishbowl. So, not a DS, but this is from my time in basic. Also this is gonna be long. My battle buddy got caught getting a BJ from a female in our platoon. The DS didn't interrupt. He just walked out of the laundry room where they decided to do the deed. He did wait outside for my BB and the other soldier to leave the laundry room. All he did was tell my BB to come get me so we could have a chat with the first sergeant. We go into first sergeant's office and our DS just starts laying into the guy. A few minutes the DS pauses, sticks his nose against my BB's, looks him in the eye, and in this low, menacing voice asks, "Where did you nut, Private?" It took every ounce of willpower I had to not double over with laughter. BB was gobsmacked. He started stuttering and just couldn't get a full word out. Then, after being silent the entire time, our first sergeant hauls us across the room and yells, "You faking heard him, you hard-corked faking waste of a good mouth, where did you faking nut?" BB starts crying. Between sobs he blurts out, "I in her mouth, DS. I lost it. DS lost it. FS lost it. Good times all around. TLDR, fellow private got caught getting head while in BCT. Drill sergeant and first sergeant yelled, 'Where did you nut?' And my BB started crying." When I went through basic during red phase they had a strict 3 latrine break deal where you could only use the latrines for like 5 minutes before having to get back in formation. It was usually after eating chow, and when you're running around in the summer heat, you drink a lot of water to stay hydrated. Well, like the 4th day in, we had a classroom day where this kid really had to pee, like doing the pissy pants dance for like an hour before he stood up mid-class and said, "Drill sergeant, I really need to use the latrine." And this DS was a hardcore motherfucker, infantry drill sergeant, combat infantryman's badge, 101st Airborne deployment patch. And the DS just said, "Sit the fuck down, Private." 10 minutes go by, and this kid is getting worse, like red in the face, sweating a bit. He stands up again, this time louder, "Drill sergeant, it's an emergency." DS, interrupt my class again, and I will smoke the dog piss out of you. Sit down. Finally this kid sits down, and after like 2 minutes he pulls this little Ziploc bag you get for sensitive items, like a protractor, hand sanitizer, stuff that you're always supposed to have on you for inspection, and dumps it all on the table, unbuttons his pants, and pisses in the bag sitting down. Fills the whole bag, ziplocks it up, and sets it on the table in front of him. The drill sergeant stopped teaching, and stared in awe of this kid. I thought for sure he was going to get faked up, but he just said calmly, "DS, Private, did you just piss in that bag?" Private, "Yes, drill sergeant." DS, "So you're telling me you had your dick out in my classroom?" Private, "No, drill sergeant." DS, "Then how did you piss in that bag if you did not pull your dick out of your pants?" Private, very carefully, "Drill sergeant." The DS smirked just a little, just a crack. Never saw him smile ever again, but he just said go throw your bag of piss away, private. And the kid sprinted out of the class with a bag of his own piss. I imagine it was probably pretty hard for the DS to maintain his composure. Dated a drill instructor. I was a high school girls wrestling coach and my big girl job was orchestrating grounded troops. Blah blah. He and I got way too in the habit of screaming ridiculous things out of the blue, seeing as he was trained to, in the car, silently driving for hours. Sheet beach I love you, pull over so a man can use the tinkletarium. Hilarious guy, but I'd never seen him at work. One time he specifically requested I visit him during drills. I didn't know this was legal, or if he was serious, so I stayed invisible, until he called me out by name. His problem was internal bickering, and drama with his guys. He'd lamented at me about this for weeks. He addressed them, introduced me, and I was feeling lost as hell. This here is Wendy, not my name. Since you're all acting like lost boys, Wendy here is going to tell you how to behave. And we respect women, isn't that right? Yes, sir. Wendy here is a mama to a bunch of teenage girls. What? Do teenage girls do oh. From formation, whine, sir. Make noise all the time, sir. Gossip, sir. Cry over boys, sir. Play with Macup, sir. Get PMS, sir. Etc. And that's what all y'all have been doing. Acting like little girls. Wendy is going to be our inspiration today, our spiritual guide. You will address Wendy as sir. Yes, Wendy, sir. You will love Wendy like your very own mother. We love you, Wendy, sir. So, I can be cruel and clever and all of that, but this was about momming and shame. I was out of my depth, but here we go. I told them during drills they were not allowed to leave formation or rest until each of them had brought up a legitimate qualm with another private and talked it out. Full volume. Then they got to buddy that person and tell them something vulnerable about themselves until they had something in common. At the end they would call the private by name and tell everyone something they appreciated about them. My dude was facing away with his eyes closed, vibrating with laughter. I thought he was going to choke to death. Best day ever, and a handful of legit friendships were made that day. Not a drill instructor, but when I was in basic RDs loved to make us scrub the deck as a particularly successful punishment. We would do this by getting in a line on our hands and knees with a scrub brush in our hands, then pushing our brushes across the floor in a line with our legs. If any of us messed up the line we would have to get back and try again. It would take us about 30 passes to finish this, and the new concrete floors destroyed not only our scrub brushes, but our hands like it was sandpaper. In the middle of this one of our squad leaders who was sick stands up and requests to speak with the D. Goes like this. R for recruit. R. This recruit requests to speak to drill instructor Sergeant D. The fact do you want, recruit? You get the fact back down and clean. In the straightest, most confident face ever, this recruit sheet himself, sir. At this point the D pulls his cover, hat, down over his face trying to hide his laughter, and managed to control himself for the time it took him to say get yourself cleaned up. He walked away to his office laughing, after telling the rest of us to move the racks back to their original positions and finish cleaning. Another smaller story was that most recruits wrote funny phrases or something on our scrub brushes for fun. The same D went around at the end of the cycle to see what everyone had written. Now I had written the main part of the rifleman's creed on mine, but had replaced rifle with scrub brush. When he saw it, he covered his face with his cover and walked off laughing into it again. Not 2 minutes later he had gotten the rest of our Ds, as well as 2 Ds, from a completely different platoon to check it out. Needless to say they all walked away laughing into their covers, and a few not even bothering to cover up about it. Edit. Clarification. I was in Navy boot camp, and one of our RDCs was giving some kind of instruction/order to the 4 girls who did the in-house laundry in the laundry room. He finished speaking, and you hear the following. Yes, petty officer. Yes, petty officer. Yes, petty officer. Okie dokie. Everyone froze, stared at the door, where we could see P.O. Cobble just standing there, looking like a vein was about to burst in his neck. We thought he was going to explode with rage. Instead, he clenched his jaw, turned on his heel, and walked out faster than I had ever seen someone move in my life. He managed to get into the private office before he completely broke up in hysterical laughter. We could just barely hear it through the walls. The one who said it was affectionate nicknamed Light Bulb Head, and just about all my favorite stories involve her in some way. Not a drill sergeant, or even a sergeant. I served my 2 years in the Singapore Armed Forces for my national service. During field camp, a 5 days 4 night camp out in the field, in basic military training, we just finished our training, and was gathered to have our lunch. Right after lunch, we will usually check our equipment like our rifles and magazines to make sure nothing was missing, and report it to a guy in our platoon, who will report to the sergeants. Everyone reported no missing item, but the sergeant major walked over from his tent, and shouted, "You all confirm no missing item? Want check again?" Well, still no missing items. Then why is there a extra rifle in my tent? And that's when the blur cork in my section stand up and said it was his rifle. We all cringed and asked him why the fuck he said nothing was missing. My magazine, gas rig and muzzle are not missing from my rifle. But your faking rifle is missing. I'm sure the sergeant major had a good time make us do push up in mud after lunch. Not a drill sergeant. This didn't even happen in my platoon, but I heard this story from someone in 4th platoon after basic/8. While we were in airborne school, every platoon in every training regiment has that guy. The guy who fucks up constantly and can't do a damn thing right. In 4th platoon, his name was Sheets. Horrible at PT, horrible at taking orders, horrible marksman, horrible everything. So everyone else in Sheets' platoon liked to give him shit. Every one night in the barracks, 2 people had to be awake at all times. We called it fire duty. And every hour 2 more people would wake up and relieve the last 2. Well, one night the entire platoon decided to prank Sheets. So everyone on fire duty that night took turns weaving 550 cord through the bunk above Sheets and the bunk Sheets slept on, creating a cage around him. Then they took a black marker and drew black circles around his eyes and hung a sign on his cage reading "Wild Raccoon. Do not feed." In the morning everyone woke up and Sheets was begging everyone to let him out. But instead, they all got dressed, went to formation, PT, and then breakfast, leaving Sheets trapped the entire time. Even when they came back they didn't let him out and went about their business of cleaning their weapons or whatever they were doing. Then Drill Sergeant Stage showed up. Drill Sergeant Stage comes in, sees Sheets and yells, "Toe the line." Everyone jumps to attention. Stage points at Sheets and says, "What the fuck is that?" And one of the privates responded, "It's a wild raccoon, Drill Sergeant. We are not supposed to feed it." I was told that Drill Sergeant Stage almost laughed, but he held it back. He then turned around and left the barracks, probably so he could laugh and go tell the other drill sergeants. They stood at attention for an hour until Drill Sergeant Stage came back. When he walked in he said, "Why the fuck are you still standing around? At ease. And get him out of there." So they let Sheets out and never got in trouble for it. Not a drill instructor, but I was stationed on Paris Island for a stint doing some computer/network upgrades, and we were told that we could not interact with the recruits or the drill instructors when they were with the recruits. There was this drill instructor, let's call him Staff Sergeant Hardaz. He was a tremendous black dude. I mean huge. He had a bit of vitiligo on his neck going down his arm. This is really important to the story later on. He was as mean as they came when it came to the recruits. When he yelled, it was the cross between a man speaking and a barking tree frog. It was hilarious to listen to all the mean things he would yell at the recruits in that frog voice. I had drinks with him a couple of times with his wife, and he was a really nice dude, and he had a quite surprisingly soft speaking voice. But man, around those recruits he was the epitome of a drill instructor. One day Staff Sergeant Harders had his squads lined up outside, and we were digging a trench for the new fiber we were installing. We are taking turns digging in the pit trying to excise the conduit, so we can tap into it. I had it the usual screaming as I'm coming out of the pit. One of the recruits was stepping out of place and was getting yelled at for it. There were 3 drill instructors in this poor recruit's face yelling at him and going on and on. It's just about my turn in the pit for digging, and I'm climbing down the ladder. I see this recruit is watching the 3 drill instructors chastising his fellow recruit. And well, I guess Staff Sergeant Harders saw him starting too. And, well, he can matching over and got in his face. I quote here, "What the fuck are you starting at, boy? Do I look tasty to you? Do I look delicious? Like a bowl of faking Cocoa Puffs? Yummy, eat me all up." Well, I lost it. Because on his neck it does look like a bowl of Cocoa Puffs. I lose my grip on the ladder and fall into the pit, landing on my back with the wind knocked out of me, gasping for air and trying to contain my laughter. To this day I can't walk down the cereal aisle and see Cocoa Pulls and not laugh. One time I even mock yelled, "A bowl of faking Cocoa Puffs," in the cereal aisle, and I got some good stares. I was 43 years old at the time. I wonder if I'll ever grow up. Not a drill instructor, but I was stationed on Paris Island for a stint doing some computer/network upgrades, and we were told that we could not interact with the recruits or the drill instructors when they were with the recruits. There was this drill instructor, let's call him Staff Sergeant Hardaz. He was a tremendous black dude. I mean huge. He had a bit of vitiligo on his neck going down his arm. This is really important to the story later on. He was as mean as they came when it came to the recruits. When he yelled, it was the cross between a man speaking and a barking tree frog. It was hilarious to listen to all the mean things he would yell at the recruits in that frog voice. I had drinks with him a couple of times with his wife, and he was a really nice dude, and he had a quite surprisingly soft speaking voice. But man, around those recruits he was the epitome of a drill instructor. One day Staff Sergeant Harders had his squads lined up outside, and we were digging a trench for the new fiber we were installing. We are taking turns digging in the pit trying to excise the conduit, so we can tap into it. I had it the usual screaming as I'm coming out of the pit. One of the recruits was stepping out of place and was getting yelled at for it. There were 3 drill instructors in this poor recruit's face yelling at him and going on and on. It's just about my turn in the pit for digging, and I'm climbing down the ladder. I see this recruit is watching the 3 drill instructors chastising his fellow recruit. And well, I guess Staff Sergeant Harders saw him starting too. And, well, he can matching over and got in his face. I quote here, "What the fuck are you starting at, boy? Do I look tasty to you? Do I look delicious? Like a bowl of faking Cocoa Puffs? Yummy, eat me all up." Well, I lost it. Because on his neck it does look like a bowl of Cocoa Puffs. I lose my grip on the ladder and fall into the pit, landing on my back with the wind knocked out of me, gasping for air and trying to contain my laughter. To this day I can't walk down the cereal aisle and see Cocoa Pulls and not laugh. One time I even mock yelled, "A bowl of faking Cocoa Puffs," in the cereal aisle, and I got some good stares. I was 43 years old at the time. I wonder if I'll ever grow up. In Navy boot camp, putting a sheet on your bunk inside out is a grave sin. The catch edge seam will be up. Anybody that does this is called a catch edge fairy. This person has to wrap their bed sheet in a bow around their head and under their chin and run around the barracks flapping their arms shouting, "I'm a catch edge fairy. I'm a catch edge fairy," until the company commander tells them to stop. Well, one day a catch edge fairy was running around the barracks. The company commander wandered off and never told the recruit to stop. The recruit eventually stopped running and shouting because he was exhausted, but sure as hell kept the sheet on his head since he hadn't been told to take it off. Mealtime came. We all lined up. Catch edge fairy put his cover on top of his bedsheet bow and we all marched to the galley. We were standing in line when the company commander caught up with us and noticed there was a catch edge fairy actually standing in line in the galley. The company commander basically couldn't say a word because the recruit certainly obeyed orders like a champion. B. The company commander accidentally let his company march across RTC San Diego with what was probably a rather severe breach of uniform protocol. And C. None of the other 400 or 500 recruits in the galley had any reaction at that poor bastard with a giant 2-foot bow on his head. It was the funniest and saddest and most awesome and dumbest thing that ever happened in a boot camp. Does a fire academy drill instructor count? On the first day of Indoc or Hell Week we were running the recruits through the usual. No one could do anything right. Whistles, screaming, smoking, the works. Normally we smoke them for about 3 hours before they go into the classroom to begin their hours of Indoc paperwork. One of the things we make them do is lie on their backs and hold their feet 6 inches off the ground. With their issued steel-toed boots it can faking suck. To give them a break the order 90 is given and they can lift their feet straight into the air at 90 degrees. One recruit was so exhausted that he could only lift one leg into the air. I went over to him, bent over his face and screamed, "Recruit, why aren't both your legs at 90 degrees? You look like an upside down flamingo." Two other Ds collapsed laughing, but tried to hide it. One fell over and ricocheted off of the side of the building the recruits were in front of. I have no idea where that analogy came from. It was like it wasn't even me speaking. But God, the whole situation was so faking funny. The recruit's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates and he just gasped for air and wasn't able to reply. I left him alone after that. Not an RDC, but at RTC we were in formation, and one of our RDCs saw a bunch of ducks flying, and turned to some of us in formation, and said, "Man, if I wasn't with you faking as holes, I could be duck hunting right now." He looks up, and sees another duck, and he said excitedly, "Look, there's another one of those fakers." Oh, you're faking lucky. If it flies it dies. That's what I always say. We were just beat beyond belief before lining up in formation, so the fact that he was saying some funny yee-haw shit right after screaming at us for 30 minutes like nothing changed made us laugh. We got beat for laughing. Another one was our faking pile called the main RDC, who was a petty officer, petty chief. He faking went up and down the compartment and outside into the walkway announcing his new promotion courtesy of seaman recruit dipshit. That became the most common inside joke we made at RTC other than happy sock. We'd talk shit about each other's skills and say, "Well, you guys can eat shit because it'll be petty chief one day and then you're all faked." We also had a guy in our division named Samples. He was in Shrotk as a kid and worked his way to be E3 in boot. His title was Seaman Samples. In boot camp we had this kid that was trying hard to get out. He caused a lot of hell for all of us by faking up constantly. USMC boot camp is pretty funny when looking back. This about halfway through 6 weeks. This kid was pissing in his rack every night trying to get a MHU discharge. Now every night we did this ditty that involved hitting the top rack. The guy with the rack underneath the pisser got as close to hitting it as he could without actually touching it. You could literally see it was soaked because of the wool blankets. D asks recruit, "Why aren't you hitting the rack? It's covered in piss." D pauses a secretary, then just walks into the duty hut. Funniest thing I saw happen was we had a D that was finishing up D school and was assigned to us. This is like 7 to 8 weeks into boot camp where things start to normalize and the Ds fac with you a bit less. This D is trying to fac with us one night and is running across the foot lockers. The foot lockers are made of plywood and were probably built 30 years before. He steps on one and it breaks and he face plants into another. We all laugh our ass off at it. He sulks back into the duty hut and it's lights out. Another night the same D is doing hygiene inspection before lights out. This is like week 10 or 11, the end of boot camp. Guys across from me are laughing. I start doing the what the fuck gestures and they point at this guy like 3 or 4 people down from me. I lean out and look, this Russian kid has his balls hanging out. They kinda laugh when he gets to them, but he keeps on going. He gets to me and I faking lose it. Only time I laughed to a D's face, a few other guys laughed and he lost his shit, sulked into the duty hut and it was lights out. TLDR, boot camp is funny after the fact. I can still hear D Sergeant Stewart's voice. Both fear and respect that man more than anyone else in this world. Not a D, but I'll never forget what happened to me. My booters was down in the pits on range week. As most of you know, you have to keep your eyes glued to the berm to know when to pull the carriage or risk hearing mark target X over the loudspeaker. Well, the Ds down in the pits still expected you to give them the proper greeting of the day, just by sensing their evil presence as they walk behind you. So here I go toddling down to centerline for one reason or another, and as I pass my buddy on my way back I have a great idea. I muster my best frog voice and whisper just loud enough for him to hear, say something, and keep walking. I don't know what I expected, but he screeched "Good morning sir" so loud I could feel his butthole suck in air. Well, this starts a chain reaction as I'm walking down the line. I'm dumb and can't help but laugh as a D from another platoon steps on the catwalk and sees what's happening. I'm faked. My punishment is to go down the whole line and scream the proper greeting of the day to every recruit. Go figure, I laugh at that too. D back in my face tearing me a new one again. I spent the better part of the next 30 minutes putting my nose against the catwalk wall screaming the proper greeting of the day to every pit number. I didn't laugh at that one until years later. TLDR, I laughed and had to scream at numbers like they were people. Went through boot at Paris Island. Had this one D who was easily one of the funniest motherfuckers I've ever met, and only once did he break character as our kill hat and cracked a smile/laugh. He had been tearing into one of the other recruits while out on the parade deck and I couldn't help but let out a laugh. He raced over to me and started berating me, asking what the fuck was so funny. He then sent me away from the platoon and told me not to come back until I found something funny for him. The intention was clearly for me to stand out on the parade deck alone looking like a dumb ass until he called me back or come back empty-handed to get smoked. I got lucky and found a small rock on the ground, so I headed back over. D, what the fuck are you doing back here? You better have found me something funny. Me, sir, this recruit found something funny, sir. Holding out the rock. D, what the fuck is funny about a faking rock? Me, sir, this recruit thought that he would find it funny to hear that this rock has had a very hard life. He tried to hold back a chuckle. Told me to get back in formation and to keep that rock with me at all times in case he needed a laugh. I didn't. He called me over randomly a handful of times over the remainder of training to hear the joke again. That was 11 years ago, and I still have that faking rock sitting with my coin collection. I went through Marine boot camp in 06. I was medically dropped, so I'm not a Marine. I was 2 weeks from graduation. Sucks, but this is by far the best story from that 6 months. Each night we would be inspected. D comes up, we do this pop, snap rifle serial number thing, where they check out nails. Our shaver D quiz us on basic knowledge. Well, the training D was not a native English speaker, and on top of that he had a bad lisp due to war injuries, got hit with an IED, and scared his face good, and made the lips worse. He would sprint and slide like 4 feet in front of you. Whitney tighties and flip slips. Snap pop flip, do it again. You're disgusting. The lisp man. So the dude across from me loses it. I lose it. Have the platoon loses it. I'm on the verge of pissing myself. The black belt E, senior drill instructor, calls us over, and we are struggling so effing bad. He tells us to go to the head and compose ourselves until lights out. He joins us and laughs so effing hard with us for about 5 minutes, and then he leaves to go home. Best day of boot camp. Opposite of your request, in Navy boot camp you do some stupid shit, like iron your underwear and fold it into a neat little skivvy stack. We were strongly encouraged to keep no fewer than 3 and no more than 5 skivvy/undershirt pairs neatly placed in the inspectable portion of our lockers. The game was to shove your daily wear gear into the locked drawer and not hurry to iron all the damn time. Well, we had a stinky dude that couldn't get by on his locker spares and kept having to dive into his skivvy stack. To make matters worse, the dude couldn't iron or fold to save himself. So there we are, all 84 of us standing at quarters after some bullshit training, and in comes BM1, Southwestern, sweet sir. What the fuck is this bullshit? He crowed. He then proceeds to pull this sucker's skivvy stack out of his locker and drop kick it across the compartment. I tell ya, you haven't lived until you've seen a grown, well, mostly, man punt another man's skid-stained tighty whities across the room. Boston sweet sir, you glorious bastard, I owe you a beer. Edit, very important spelling. Not a D/DS, but was the recruit in what I consider to be one of the funniest situations of all time. It was day 1 of basic training, army, and it was the end of the day. We were getting ready to do shower drills. Get in a line with your towel and soap. Get 30 seconds to shower. GTFO. We were all lined up in front of our racks with towels around our waists. Our drill sergeant walked in and explained the shower drill rules to us, as this was our first time. At the end of his instructions, he yelled, "Does everyone understand?" To which we all responded, "Yes, drill sergeant." Now, you've got to understand it was day 1 of basic. We'd been up for approximately 29 hours at that point and our collective motivation was completely absent. So, naturally, we responded to quietly for RDS. So, him being a drill sergeant and all, the next words out of his mouth were, "I didn't faking hear you. Get in the front leaning rest, push up, position now." And so we did. In our towels. Down. Towel slip a little. Up. Towel slip a little more. By the third down everyone in the bay was towel-less, so every time we went down for push-ups, there was the overpowering sound of 50 flaxidicks hitting linoleum. It was horrifying at the time. At some point, DS realized what was going on and says, "Recover, stand up." So we do, and of course, we are all naked. I took this opportunity to glance at RDS, who had in that moment the most panicked look on his face that I'd ever seen on a human being. I mean, here H was in the era of sharp sexual harassment and equal opportunity crackdowns, and he'd just forced 50 soldiers under his command into collectively dry faking the floor, and now he was standing in the middle of all these grown naked men with sore, cold dicks. I can only imagine what would have happened had his commander walked in. He was trying desperately to keep his composure, and he kind of muttered to us to put our towels back on. He then walked very slowly into the middle of the bay, took his hat off, and in the tone of a man who realized he may have just totally faked up, said, "Privates, I'm so faking sorry. If you don't tell anyone that just happened, you can have 2 minutes to shower." Cool. Not an instructor. I was a trainee going through basic when I saw this happen. The drill instructors were going off and yelling at everyone as usual. They would ask silly questions and then make us do push-ups for not knowing the answer. An instructor walks up to a girl and screams, "What does an emergency warning during a storm sound like?" She was supposed to respond with, "Sir, it's a 3 to 5 minute wavering tone, sir." Instead, she responded with, "Wow." The instructor nearly pissed himself laughing so hard. He made a passing instructor stop his fight so he could come over and ask the same question. Now both instructors are laughing hysterically because she did the same thing. Then a third passing instructor stopped her flight to see what was so funny. The trainee did the same thing, but this time, a trainee from another flight giggled at it. All three instructors immediately stopped laughing at the wooing airman, bolted for the giggling trainee, and just trailed him for like 15 minutes. Army basic training story. Not at ES. My platoon was standing in line for chow. Everyone is silent, shuffling up to fill the gap, or as we said it, nut to butt. The platoon in formation behind us is waiting. All of a sudden, we hear Anderson doesn't want a standard parade rest. He's better than the rest of US. The drill sergeants proceeded to get this poor soul out of formation, grabbed his rifle and canteen for him, one for each drill sergeant, and pushed him through the line like he was some hot celebrity. "Get out of the way. Anderson coming through." We all moved out of the way, keeping our eyes down, as we knew what was going to happen sooner or later. They got him inside, got a tray, and proceeded to load his tray up with every type of food available. "Anderson, only the best for you. Do you want some cake too?" Now, the mess hall was split into two halves, one for the recruits, and one for the drill sergeants. They sat Anderson's, but down at the drill sergeant's table with them. They had dinner, and were chatting with Anderson, who at this point, had decided to accept his stupidity, and live up the moment. He's bullshitting with the drill sergeants, and having a grand old time. By this point, we had quietly shuffled through the line, got our food, and were sitting down, to quickly eat our food in 5 minutes, and get the hell out of there before all hell broke loose. As my table was about to finish up, we hear a "What the fuck are you doing in my seat, private?" A drill sergeant from a different platoon walks in, proceeds to flip the table, which sent food and drink flying across the room. "Get yours out of my mess hall." It took every ounce of power to not laugh and keep our eyes straight forward as Anderson was then marched straight out of the mess hall by 4 drill sergeants, all wanting a piece of the upcoming smoke session to come. I don't think I ever heard of Anderson not standing in formation incorrectly after that. Hope you enjoyed. It's been 9 years since that happened, and I still laugh my ass off thinking about it. So many stories from a recruit's perspective. I had 3 hilarious DS's for basic training. The best story that comes to mind is of our most beloved DS, also the most angry. He suffered from PTSD greatly. This DS was the lucky one to pull duty on our first weekend out of red phase, syncing in time with the company cleaning weapons outside on a Sunday. Everyone knew he was oddly attached to his car, an old Firebird, which so happened to start smoking while being parked in the middle of our company area. At this point some privates start to look through the windows trying to figure out what's going on, hoping we don't have to go talk to this DS who is known for getting angry at the most minuscule of offenses. But boom, this whole car just goes up in flames and we are looking at each other like oh fuck he's gonna blame us and kill us all. Finally, someone runs inside and tells him. Pure silence ensued and nobody said a word in his presence for the rest of the night. Come next morning, he arrives in our platoon base prior to PT formation wearing a bicycle helmet, and before I realized what I was saying/doing I yelled out to him, traded in the all-round brown for a sweet bicycle helmet, yes. He stops dead in his tracks, right faces to look at me, sprints across the bay, and did this Bruce Lee double leg kick straight to my chest that sent me flying. As I'm slowly seeing stars on the ground I hear him tell me to get in the front leaning rest as he screams, "Is this a goddamn joke to you?" I started doing push-ups as he gave me some soft kicks to the abdomen, nothing injury causing, more for effect, as he starts having me repeat, "I will not make fun of people who wear helmets. I will not be a dumbass." After this whole ordeal, we go out to formation for PT and the other two DSs walk up to me and say traded in the round brown for a bicycle helmet, huh? Then shake their head and try not to laugh as they walked away. Hall, lurker of a couple years, was a US Army basic training drill sergeant. We had an amazing recruit who seemed to be able to handle anything we threw at him. We'll call him Private S. Private S quickly became our platoon guide code for he's been placed in an artificial position of authority over his peers. In this case a platoon is 65 recruits, and he's going to do all of the filtering and rejecting of BS requests for the drill sergeants. Private S continued to be the platoon guide through his cycle until the culminating event. This is a rare occurrence in and of itself, as most are pushed past their limits and are unable to continue to effectively lead their peers. During the culminating event, a 4-day bivouac in South Carolina barely out of the swamp, he called the platoon together to sandbox, a term for literally drawing out in sand, terrain, mission objectives, routes of entry, etc. for the operation, the upcoming training mission for the members of the platoon. Let's take a moment to give you some perspective for what's about to happen. Despite being the best resourced military, the US Army is a penny pinching, cost saving, corner-cutting organization. As such, replacement parts for training resources were sparse, particularly for NBC equipment. NBC stands for nuclear, biological, and chemical, now called CRBN, chemical, radiological, and biological defense. Here is where the hilarity ensues. During the final field exercise the basic training recruits experience chemical smoke grenades. The trainees have experienced CS gas before, when they went to the gas chamber, to solidify their confidence in the equipment we had cobbled together, right before they entered the chamber. They are therefore terrified of experiencing it again. We use our ration of chemical smoke grenades, like we might get a smaller ration next cycle. Maybe true, who knows. In any case we were to use CS gas in the upcoming maneuver which Private S was briefing. During Private S's briefing, I did a cursory review of all of the fighting positions in the perimeter, think foxholes and scratch out positions for fire cover. Lo and behold, Private S had failed to secure his NBC mask from his scratch position. I made quick work of disassembling his protective mask and returning the major parts to its carrier. I then called a meeting during which I revealed that the S4 supply gods had been beneficent in their assessment of us and had bestowed upon us replacement parts for protective masks. I dutifully doled out the parts trainees were missing and set about preparing for the night's activities. When the patrol came across a chemical ambush, I was giddy with anticipation. I patrolled up and down the road looking for the position Private S had selected. I finally found him sprawled in the prone position defending his sector. Is he dead? I thought. Probably not. Is he superhuman? Maybe, my brain said. I kicked his right boot to get his attention, and he turned around. I was greeted with the tear-stained face of a genius who had taken the filter canister out of his depleted mask carrier, stuck it in his mouth, and continued his mission. To this day, I hope he is well and still impressing those who aren't easily impressed. Edit. Dumb words. Edit. I have hundreds of these stories, if they interest you. I just don't have an outlet. Marine here. Back in Paris Island we had one recruit in our platoon named Carson. Every platoon has that one fuck up that gets grilled every day, and Carson was it for ours. Anyways, it was the end of our first phase, end of first month, and we were in our shitty class taking buildings reviewing knowledge for our tests coming up. When a recruit needed to go to the restroom they needed a battle buddy to get up with them and sprint to the restroom, and what do you know, Carson happened to need to take a sheet. Sitting right next to me. So cool beans, we ran down to our building's sheeter room, which if you other Marines remember, is constantly flooding with no toilet paper and toilets filled to lids with sheet, because of zero upkeep, and will probably gives you AIDS if you sit on the toilet lids, and upon entry we found about 8 other recruits skating. So, while I waited on Carson to take a sheet, and listening to him complain constantly in the stall, the bathroom door was kicked in by 2 drill instructors that went on a screaming rampage, pulling everyone in there to run out to the sand pits for it. I ended up freezing there next to the sheeter, and when I was seemingly the last recruit in there with 2 scrunched up angry blobfish looking D staring me down, they walked up to me and asked what the fuck am I still doing here, to which I screamed out, "Good morning sir, this recruit cannot leave their battle buddy," or something along those lines. They immediately looked towards the semi-closed stall before slamming it open to reveal the boy named Carson. Carson was standing on top of the faking toilet lid with his camis, pants, around his ankles like a kindergartner, squatting over the toilet with half a log in his ass, flashing his willy to the D's. His immediate reaction was a high-pitched squeak to the door slamming open, freezing in place. Both D's just stood there in the doorway just staring for a full 10 or so seconds before one of them in a low tone completely normal voice, which is faking scary because D's always use a raspy screaming voice, and said, "Carson, what the fuck?" They looked at each other and then left silently, leaving us in there. I lost my sheet for a full 10 minutes before the D's came back in and kidnapped us for sandpit time. One of my NCOs used to like screwing with people in basic. One day we were at the final phase of basic, which was the field camp. We were being able to contact our families during this period, and it's all around relatively emotional, since we would call our families every night prior to this. This NCO one day came up to us while we were having lunch and went, "Who misses their families?" Cue about 4/5s of us raising our hands. Now the NCO has this particular recruit that he liked, so he would mess with him the most. Let's call him Recruit P. "P, come here." P runs over to him excitedly. I mean real excitedly. "You miss your family." Excited not you want to call them. Very excited not. The NCO proceeds to pull out a goddamn fist-sized rock and went, "Here's you phone. Call them." We all burst out laughing thinking, "Yeah, joke's over, let's go back to lunch." But no, it was only the beginning. The NCO proceeds to ask P to dial the numbers on the rock and have a literal fake 3-minute conversation with his family. The highlights include: "Why did you ask your mother if she's eaten yet? That's rude. Why are you not talking at all? This is a rare opportunity to talk to your family." And my personal favorite: "Why didn't you tell your mother you love her before hanging up? Call her back and tell her you love her." The NCO then ordered P to use his camouflage to draw numbers and a screen on the rock, and he was asked to hold the rock for the rest of the field camp. Throughout the field camp, he was given more and more rocks of varying sizes. Some required someone to help him hold the rock up to his ear when he was talking because they were so damn big. That says, and the other NCOs got in on the joke and would randomly call him. And when he picked up a rock they would go, "It's the wrong phone, you idiot." And he would have to scramble for another. He had to have fake conversations with his family, his girlfriend, his side chick and his gay buddy. At one point he was on 2 phones with both his girlfriend and side chick. I miss Army sometimes. Edit. Thanks for the gold, stranger. Not basic, and I'm not / never was a D. But I have a story. I was a tanker in Germany, 88 to 90. End of the Cold War. The army had this deal where they would rotate line units from bases deeper in Germany to border camps. We would stay for 2 to 3 weeks. If I recall correctly, the camp my unit was sent to was on the Czechoslovakian border, maybe 10 to 15 kilometers from border itself. Anyway, at the time I was the company's armorer, which means I maintained security and maintenance over all small arms and vehicle mounted weapons, and the room they are stored in. As with anything outside of routine duty, the army turns it into inspection time, and my armory was to be inspected. This was kind of a big deal, because the camp itself was a German army facility, so we had to go through a bunch of hoops pre-deployment to get the paperwork right, agreements signed by regiment blah blah, the facility grocer course, and approved by battalion S2, etc. So, we're here at the border, inspection day. Regiment and battalion commander milling around throughout the day. I'm in the armory most of the morning for their arrival. They finally come in, doing their usual vague glances at the racks of rifles and machine guns, asking mostly security questions. The battalion CDR stops and looks at me and says, "You seem like a bright soldier, Corporal. You speak good English." Me, thinking he's like testing me or trying to make a joke with his commander, me overthinking the entire situation, says, "Yes, sir. I speak correct English." The reg. Commander starts smirking as he walks towards the door, and by the time he reaches it he's openly laughing. The bad commander walks past me and mutters, "Bit of a smartass too, aren't ya? I got an Arkham for the deployment." Not a D, but in 1998, I entered basic training at Feet, Leonardwood, Missouri. Day 1, we get on a cattle truck to our unit. We start out fine with a little D saying it's not like the movies, guys. We are all going to be good friends. We are here to be your buddies. If something makes you uncomfortable, speak up. Is anyone scared? One dude speaks up, "I'm tired." The D tells him, "Well buddy, we'll see that you get to take a nap when we get home. Anyone else sleepy?" Another kid raises his hand. Shucks, let's get these kids tucked in for their afternoon nap. We get to the barracks and the mood shifts to nightmare mode. Get the fuck off my truck now. We get off the truck carrying our bags full of civilian gear, towels, and personal hygiene gear. Dump that shit out, privates. We stand over our piles and try not to make eye contact. The Ds walk up and down the line. I have a book of photos of my family and girlfriend. Private, what the fuck is this? They pick up my photos. Why? Do you have naked pictures of your dad? I don't, drill sergeant. So I'm a liar? No, drill sergeant, those are pictures of my family. You and your dad must be pretty close to have pictures of his anus, private. We are very close, drill sergeant. That's why he entrusted me with those pictures. The kid next to me starts laughing. The D drops my album and all the Ds shark him. "What's your name?" giggles. "Private Sunshine, drill sergeant." Everyone starts laughing. "Well, Sunshine, no wonder you're so happy." The D looks at the ground and Sunshine has a luffer sponge. "What the fuck is that?" "It's a luffer sponge, drill sergeant." "Oh, a lupus, huh? Looks like a purse." "Tell you what, pick up your purse and skip up and down the line telling everyone about your lupus." The kid starts skipping in sing-song style, "I got a lupus," over and over while skipping. A Mexican dude across from me starts howling with laughter. "Well, hello George. Is that funny?" The Mexican says nothing. The D looks down, and he has a red towel. Holy shit, it's Mexican Superman. He bends down and picks up the towel. He wraps it around the Mexican kid's neck. "Can you fly, Superman?" "Take off, Superman. Fly. Tell everyone you're Superman while you try to fly." Now we have a dude skipping swinging his luffer sponge saying, "I got her a lupus," and a Mexican kid putting his fist in the air hopping like he's about to take off saying, "I say Superman." This went on over an hour. I cannot stress to you how funny this scene was with words. Drill sergeants are masters of the art of improv comedy. Some of the funniest moments of my life were spent in that basic training class and I'll never forget them. We had a drill sergeant that bought one of those stupid stuffed bears with the camo clothes and the round brown hat. Called it Drill Sergeant Smokey and would stand this thing in front of us at formation and leave us alone at parade dressed with it. If the wind knocked him over, or if his hat was askew before the DS came back outside, he'd feign lamentations of "What did you privates do? Drill sergeant, you hang in there. I'll fix you up. etc. Then he'd throw the bear at one of the privates and scream in the most dramatic voice to save him. "Save Drill Sergeant Smokey with your love." And the private would have to hug and kiss and squeal like a little girl about how much he loved Drill Sergeant Smokey. If he wasn't convinced, the actual DS would smoke us all for attacking his friend. So we always had one or two privates trying to sneak out of formation to stand him back up or fix his hat. On one occasion the private got caught as the DS came exploding out the door of the barracks. "Private, what the HE double hockey sticks are you doing right now?" The private, looking completely terrified, replied, "I just love him so much, Drill Sergeant. I had to be near him." You could hear the other drill sergeants on the next floor laughing their ass off. To his credit, the DS on the ground didn't even flinch. He said something about fraternization policy and sexual harassment. During phase 2, DS took pity on us and got DS Smokey a little chair to sit in so he wouldn't fall over anymore. Not an RDC, but the last night we were there a bunch of us were leaving in the middle of the night. As the buses were driving around the base picking up people from other divisions, one guy in our group realized that we were missing a person. Him being designated as that group's leader wound up having to run across base in his dress blues in an inch of snow. They wound up having to catch another bus, but still made it to the airport in time, where they proceeded to tell us what happened when he got back to our ship. The guy we forgot was still sound asleep in his rack when he got there, and our RDC had to wake him up and get him packed up and out in time. The entire time Recruit to me, not his real name, was packing his things, the RDC was shouting at him to hurry and about how his group leader had to run all the way across base for his dumb ass. Now for the funny part, it went something like this. RDC, this guy ran all the way across base just to get your dumb sleepy ass. You need to buy this man a beer and a steak when you get the chance. RDC turns and looks at the runner. "Wait, are you 21? Runner, no petty officer." RDC turns back to Recruit to me. "You owe this guy a steak and a hand job, and I'm not talking an enthusiastic let's get through this type of handy. I'm talking both hands, spit, stroke, twist, spit, stroke, twist." Ah hell, obligatory not a D, but when I was in boot camp we had rappelling training. Basically, just cinch your nuts up and some rope and back off of a tower, walking backwards till you touch the ground. They give you a lot of sheet, to the tune of, "Are you scared? If you grab me, I'm pushing you off this faker, but it's not so bad, unless you're scared of heights." Which is why they separate the guys with the fear of heights from the rest of us before we go up. Guess it's less stress to deal with people who don't care or have rappelled before. At the end of the day, the drill instructors are holding lines at the base of the wall and making sure recruits get clear, do a side straddle hop. I can't remember the whole ordeal, but then they get sent off to wait in line for the next fun event. We're waiting on the stairs and we see this poor recruit just seize up. At least his legs. He keeps letting the rope slip through his grip, but his feet are frozen. So he's slowly sitting upside down on the wall and eventually goes all the way over so that his back is against the wall and his legs are sticking out in a V. The drill instructor is having kittens at this point. We are stifling laughter. Recruit upside down is as hen, and the rappelling instructors are looking over the wall in awe. Somehow, the recruit rights himself and manages to back down the wall to a non-stop tirade from the D, which abruptly stops as he catches a whiff of the recruit and says, "Oh my god, recruit, did you sheet your pants? Did you sheet your pants? Go have another recruit smell your ass." Cue red-faced recruit attempting to find a recruit to smell his ass under the supervision of another D. Fortunately, everyone was too busy to pay any attention to that lapse of discipline on our parts. The worst I had it was one time in the chow hall. You have to shave in boot camp religiously, but all other forms of manscaping are forbidden, which led to some gnarly unibrows, of which our platoon guide was in possession of a fine specimen. We were just getting used to the routine. The platoon lead eats last, shovel it in, try to stay under the radar. Everything was normal until our lead was trying to sit down with his tray and got stopped by a D from a different platoon. Now, all our ears are tuned, because, while we hate it for the guy that's getting reamed, who doesn't love a good train wreck? The D eyes him up and down, deadly serious, and says, "Alright recruit, I know you were issued 2 distinct eyebrows. Where is your other eyebrow? Did you leave it in your footlocker?" I distinctly remember ice shooting out my nose at the absurdity of it, and I wasn't alone. Unfortunately, it was a trap, and our own drill instructors were waiting to pounce. As soon as we started laughing, we didn't get to finish our food, the guide didn't even get to start his, and we got ours smoked for a good long while. For all the misery, though, had some pretty good times. Obligatory notity. RT came in one morning hungover. His instructions were very clear: I'm hungover and have a headache from hell. I don't even want to hear a mouse fetched. Get your wall lockers ready for headlines tomorrow and we'll have a nice easy day today. Simple enough, except as stated so many times before, our own airman pile had other plans. Both bays of the dormitory was silent. Everyone was at their bunk working on whatever they felt needed to be squared away. I was clipping threads on my dress blues when a faint humming starts back in the jungle, double bunk area. RT, from in his office, screams, "Stop that faking humming." Humming continues unabated. What the fuck? You better knock that sheet off. By now most of us are looking around trying to identify where the humming is coming from, but it was too late. The Teast rolls out of his office, blue shirt unbuttoned, no hat, eyes bloodshot and baggy, darting around the bay looking for the offender. He gets to the very back of bay 1 and stops, looks at one of our lower airmen, and begins to light him up. So, you like to sing, huh? Get in your wall locker. I'm sorry sir. No, I gave you a chance. Hell, I gave you 2. At this point his voice drops, and he steps closer to the airman. Now get in your locker. The airman complies and puts himself in his large section on his wall locker with the door open. Close it. The airman pulls the door shut. People are trying so hard not to laugh at this point, mused included, and the T pulls a coin from his pocket and proceeds to slide it through the slot at the top of the locker. Okay jukebox, play me a song. People start dying, red-faced and laughing. RT turns to the rest of the dorm deadpan, stern-faced. That was pretty funny, huh? At this point the kid is still in his locker not making a sound. The T kicks the locker and says, "If you don't play me a song I better get my damn money back." At this point the kid starts humming again inside his locker. We all lost it, including the T. It was hilarious. During our last phase at Ox things are much more relaxed, and we talk to staff, Ds and road Cs, in a more professional manner, so they can give us advice about how to lead. Well, it's like 8 days from graduation and half of our class is walking into the barracks when all of a sudden we see a canteen get yeeted to the quarterdeck. We look up and see 2 Ds, one of them being our class D, murdering this poor guy in one of the in-doc classes. Upon making eye contact he yells, "Don't touch that. Leave it." I gunny. And we move on about our business, but I stop to fill out some liberty sheets on the quarterdeck. Amongst the typical D scream louder, push faster, demands, and this poor in-doc's soul being wasted. Suddenly he stops him and says, "You've got 20 seconds to get your canteen and disappear or you'll be right back here. Geo." He ran up and down the entire hallway and you hear the countdown as this poor in-doc is frantically searching for it. Of course he never finds it, and Gunny goes, "Well, time's up, but you know what time it is now? Time for burpees." Later we found out that guy had cheated during PT, didn't put out by shortchanging reps, and our class D saw him do it and told him, "Oh, you don't wanna put in work? That's okay. Don't worry about it." Boot camp is full of funny ass situations. I was the recruit, and not the D in this story. So, it was hygiene inspection time, and every recruit is standing in front of our footlockers, but as naked as our heavy Sergeant Santiago inspected everyone. The scene struck me as funny, observing RD check every recruit's fingernails, ear holes, teeth, and quiz us on our Marine Corps knowledge, and I sniggered. Damn it. Loud enough that Sergeant Santiago not only heard, but knew it was me who laughed. And, here is where I lost my sheet. Sergeant Santiago is 5 foot nothing, and I'm 6 foot 4 inches of butt naked giggles. His smoky, drill instructor hat was pressed against my chest while he's berating me, and I'm shaking with laughter. He proceeds to step on my footlocker and try yelling at me eye to eye, only to find that he's still shorter and yelling up at me. That's when the rest of the platoon lost it with laughter and Sergeant Santiago laughed for about 3 seconds. Then stared me in my eyes to a part of me that grew to like our heavy and said, "Tomorrow, you're dead, recruit shame train." He retreated at that point and senior took over. The next morning at 4:30 am Sergeant Santiago woke me up gently and said words that came to define my time in boot camp. "Good morning shame train. Wake up 10 of your best friends and meet me on my quarterdeck. Every success, quarterdeck. Expert rifleman, quarterdeck. First platoon guide up Mount Matherfaka, quarterdeck. Only recruit to finish combat water survival qualified, yup, quarterdeck. Perfect PFT. Again, quarterdeck." I was that odd duck that had fun in basic. I guess living in a highly dysfunctional family and being an athlete my whole life made the stresses of boot camp seem kinda normal and fun. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Pardon any typos. Another one, but this was a friend from Air Force Basic. There was a division fuck up who always took forever to do anything correctly. It pissed everyone off, but nobody was more upset than the drill sergeant who was embarrassed by the fuck up in front of some high profile figures on base. The DS, or whatever they're called in the Air Force, later that day, made the kid stand in front of the light switch, in front of the whole division. DS, stand at attention, recruit airman, stands at attention. DS, turn the faking light switch on, recruit airman, turns the light switch on. DS, slaps the light switch off. DS, did I faking? Tell you to move. Turn the light switch on. Airman, I can't move from attention, drill sergeant. DS, faking, turn it on. Airman, please turn on light switch. Turn on. Turn on. Please turn on. DS, grabs a stool and sits down to watch the kid scream for 20 minutes at a light switch. Airman, now crying, please turn on. Light switch, turn on. Please. DS, recruit, shut the fuck up. DS, leans in next to the kid's ear and whispers something so only he can hear it, then everything continues as normal. The thing he whispered? That's how it feels to train fuck ups like you. Get your sheet together, recruit. When he told me this, he said everyone in the division, maybe they're called a flight, was trying not to laugh. The other DSs were trying to keep a serious face, but afterwards started dying laughing as soon as they left the room, because they knew exactly what was going on. Had a ridiculous rule in basic where you could not lean against the wall while waiting for lunch. You basically had to stand straight the entire queue, which would be upwards of 15-ish minutes due to our small canteen. Doesn't sound that bad, but during our basically every waking moment was either running from place to place or exercise. There wasn't much waiting going on, so we were perpetually exhausted. Normally if you got caught leaning against the wall, you would be pulled out, get a couple of push-ups, and shoved to the back of the queue, which was hell, because that meant even less time for lunch. One of my buddies was way too tired one day and leaned against the wall for all of 5 seconds when a particularly creative staff sergeant caught him. And it went something like this. "So you like leaning against the wall, recruit?" "No, staff." "Oh, then why were you leaning against the wall?" Awkward silence. "So I get it. The wall must be falling, and you must have been trying to stop it. How brave of you. Was the wall falling, recruit?" At this point everyone around him knew he was faked, and we were trying our best not to laugh. 5 seconds of awkward silence. "Yes, staff, the wall was falling." "Staff." "Oh wow, recruit, since you were doing such a good job keeping this wall up, how about you go over to that wall," points to a pillar in the middle of the canteen, "and do push-ups against it to stop it from falling too. And every time someone passes I want you to shout the wall is falling, to warn them. Can you do that?" "Yes, staff." My buddy spent literally 45 minutes doing that. Poor bastard had all of 3 minutes for lunch. Watched DS at the end of basic break into a full toothy grin for hours. We were on the bus about to head out to 8, and he, last name sounded like Funk, was shooing the last of us aboard. As the bus started off, we rolled down the windows and sang out, "We've got the funk, gotta have that funk." Sonoffer Beach ran down the bus and got it to stop. The second he jumped on, he was grinning. The second we climbed back on after a rousing part session, he was still grinning. We were 2 hours late getting into Fort Gordon, but it was worth every second to have that man smile for the first time in 4 months. Another DS has to leave the barracks at a run to avoid laughing We had a private nick named Pile. I know, everyone has one. Pile blames everyone for stealing his stuff when things went missing. Pile, where's your belt? Someone stole it, drill sergeant. Etc. So anyway, family day rolls around and some of the guys actually hated him enough we came back early, disassembled his top bunk, and hid it, and his locker in the bathroom. After a while, everyone else is back and cleaning up / getting ready for roll call, and he saunters in, shirt untucked, hat sideways, lazy as like always. He gets to his spot just as the DS comes in and calls attention. DS walks up and down the rows, calling out small things like always, and stops at Pile. Pile, where in God's name is your bunk? Someone stole it, drill sergeant. Not one peep from anyone in the room. We are still, motionless statues made of pewter and glorious joy, immobile and immortally static images. DS turns dark red, snorts, takes a step back, turns and runs out the door. 20 seconds later, a much more composed and normal skin color DS, same one, bursts back in. We have not moved. Pile is sweating bullets. Pile, you have 8 minutes to fabricate a new bunk. The rest of you push until he accomplishes it. Pile did not make the 8-minute mark. It was worth every second. I was assigned to support battalion on MCRD San Diego after graduating boot camp to deal with some medical issues. Part of my assigned job there was to find jobs for other injured / recovering Marines to do, so they didn't get lazy while dealing with their medical issues before continuing on their career in the Marine Corps. Another one of my jobs was transportation. I would act as a shuttle service for VIPs, and occasionally I also drove errand recruits to the brig up at Camp Pendleton. That was an eye-opening experience in and of itself, usually for things like attempting suicide, attempting to escape, or assaulting a drill instructor. One time I was invited inside the drill instructor hut at a recruit barracks while I waited for the topper senior drill instructor to return from lunch with the recruit before driving that recruit and his escort up to the brigadier. This was not my first brig shuttle, but it was my first time ever hanging out with drill instructors. Since graduation, I had only ever seen them in passing. Now I was sitting in one of their sacred spaces, a place recruits were forbidden, and the only place Ds ever got some time away from recruits. Ds are for the most part always on, so it was still surreal to me to be seeing them acting so casual. There was 3 or 4 of them, and they were sharing stories about playing recruit games from previous rotations. One story went like this. Some recruits are assigned to clean the head. This D instructs them that he wants the toilets clean enough to eat out of. Afterward, during inspection of the cleaning, the D goes into his hut and opens a jar of chunky peanut butter, and he takes out enough to mold into 2 convincing looking turds. He then walks into the bathroom, drops one into a toilet and keeps the second hidden in his palm. Then he starts yelling, "What the hell is this?" and yells for the recruits who were charged with cleaning that area. All of this next part takes places with yelling on behalf of all the Ds present. Part of the intimidation factor comes from a recruit being surrounded by them and yelled at from all sides. It's disorienting to say the least. So the D pulls a recruit to the stall and points at the turd in the bowl and is fiercely questioning the recruit. "What is that? Is that a turd in my toilet? Why is there a turd in my toilet? You trying to make me angry? You trying to play games with me? Answer right now." And of course the recruit is dumbfounded and stuttering and forgetting to say sir and this recruit before he answers, which causes more yelling from the other Ds as the recruit starts to shake with nervousness. Then while the other Ds are tearing into him, the D with the turd splashes the toilet water with his free hand, wheels around on the recruit with the turd hand outstretched, waving it in the now terrified recruit's face, continuing to grill the kid. The other Ds are yelling questions at him and the other recruits, and then, in the middle of all this chaos, he bites off the end of the peanut butter turd. The handful of recruits in the head to witness this all freak out. One shrieks like a banshee, another and the kid with the turd in his face both start bawling, and the latter's legs give out, and he falls backward into the arms of the D standing behind him. Mind you, while the other Ds knew about the fake turds, they did not know he was gonna bite into it. Apparently none of them were really able to keep their cool. One of the Ds lost his sheet and hurried off to the hut to laugh it off. The guy telling the story said it was the hardest he ever remembers, having to try not to laugh. He swears one of the other Ds had tears streaming while trying to keep a straight face in front of the remaining recruits. I'm probably not doing this story justice, cause when it was told to us, we were all laughing hysterically, me and these drill instructors, laughing. It was pretty memorable for me, as you can probably tell. Anyway, I know that this was supposed to be more about things recruits did that were funny, but I figured it might entertain a few peeps. So that's the story. When my mother served in the Navy, she had to do BT twice, because 10 weeks in she had injured her knee. My mother was a small woman, 5 feet 5 inches, maybe 120 pounds back then, but was always a bit of a scrapper, and had actually gotten a few of the other soldiers in trouble for not following regulations. Family is definitely a military family, so she likes her procedures. So her second round of BT she ended up with the same MSG as her first time through. This is how she tells the exchange when standing at attention. MSG. Privates Adornus Mom, why are you standing in my line again? M. Well, Master Sergeant, I missed basic so much I just had to do it a second time. MSG. Are you gonna be causing trouble with the boys this time around as well? Men in line start getting excited. M. Only if they like laying on their backs, Master Sergeant. MSG. To men in line. I don't think any of you are man enough to mess with her, some other soldier. Why is that, Master Sergeant? MSG. Because last time she went through basic, one of the other privates tried to sneak into the woman's barracks with a very intoxicated female recruit. Privates Adornus Mom here gave him a warm comfy bed in the infirmary for the night. Isn't that right, Private M? Yes, Master Sergeant. I wasn't a drill instructor, but a combat instructor. We get these stellar performers a couple weeks after boot camp. Now in the Marine Corps, every Marine is a rifleman. This is because, if the training received at the School of Infantry Marine Combat Training Battalion, or SOI MCT, every non-combat MOs in the Marine Corps goes through this training, which is just a condensed version of what the grunts get. Now, I had spent 5 years in the infantry, 2 of those years in a scout sniper PLT. I wanted to teach grunts, but due to the needs of the Marine Corps I was sent to teach and mold these Marines. It's a 3-year B-billet like drill instructor or recruiter. I've seen everything from students loading a full 30 rounds into magazines both backwards and vertically, grown-as men pissing their pants for no other reason than to just piss themselves. Students would pop on a piss test, they get at least 10 days of leave after boot camp. We would call these ones Recon Marines. We would pull them aside and tell them that Recon did a paper in doc and that they got selected. Their MOs was gonna change and they were gonna go be a badass. Only to be sent into out company first test duty's office to get NJPD and separated from the military. We would get really short students where they would look like a pack with boots after putting on all the gear. We had a student shoot their foot. A different student had an incident where he failed to throw a live grenade over the 5-foot or so tall barrier at the grenade range. The instructor did his job and saved both their lives. We had a student master bait onto another student during the final exercise of the training. It took a bit, but he got court-martialed. However, during the time he was pending trial, he manipulated an instructor and other students into a sex orgy. There was a massive investigation. I watched the cis woman walk into that office with a smile and a black light. 15 minutes later she had a 3x3 foot of carpet sample and looked she had seen the mark of a million men in that room. Those are the few that pop to the top at the moment. I served 8 years honorably in the United States Marine Corps. I ended my active duty service as a sergeant. I was promoted to the rank of sergeant after 3 years, 3 months and an NJP. I helped shape a little over 14,000 Marines during my time as an instructor. There were several bad apples, but most of the Marines do pretty well for themselves. Let me tell you a brief story about then Sergeant S, who I believe is now retired, or a smudge somewhere. Sergeant S was about 28 to 29 years old when I went through MCRD San Diego. That would easily put him at the end of his second tour / middle of his third tour. He was, by all accounts, the most squared away motherfucker you'd ever meet. The proverbial USMC poster boy. Mean as fuck, and the #2 in the house. Our story begins in a school circle, inside of the barracks, after sunset, winter time, so not too late. Sergeant S was standing on a footlocker, demonstrating how to do something, so that everyone could see. His ability to teach sticks with me today. In the middle of his set of instruction, someone must have let out an SBD. Did someone bust ass? Sergeant S asked. There wasn't half a heartbeat before the rhetorical question was asked in a non-classroom type of voice, and a no-sheet level of escalation occurred with the follow-on did someone bust ass? Turn on the vacuum. No one knew what to do. Then one recruit chimed in with a whooshing sucking sound while inhaling. Others followed suit. Turn on the vacuum. Now all of the recruits were making loud inhaling sucking sounds. Sergeant S's face turned red. I saw him completely lose his bearing, and he tilted his head down, so his smoky covered his face. A third, chuckling turn on the vacuum, erupted. A few recruits caught the chuckle and found it contagious, which was a huge mistake, as we were all pretty much punished after that. Good times. Recruits always believe the words of their Ds, because we speak the truth. One time while doing night shooting at the firing range, I was completely bored and needed for some good entertainment. Our glow sticks, that we used to mark our ranges, were starting to drain and not show up well. I came up to one of the boots, let's call him Dan, and told Dan that I have a special assignment for him, since he was superb at the range earlier that night. I asked him if he can see the glow sticks. Dan, sir, no sir. Me, shouting. So what are you waiting for, boot? Go look out for the sergeant and bring me the glow sticks charger as soon as possible, or we can't continue shooting. Meanwhile 2 other Ds went to replace them and went clueless and scared to the platoon sergeant, a real piece of work that scared the shit out of me also, and Dan with the bit of courage he had left, attention sergeant. My D is asking for the sticks charger, sir. The sergeant came out of the shadows and told him, you fool. We can't charge the sticks without electricity powder. You have 3 minutes to come back here with some powder or you gonna get punished for disturbing me. Dan, where can I get some, sir? Sergeant, from the powder box. Clueless Dan, who never heard of a stick charger and electricity powder, was running back and forth looking for powder. With every second that passes he gets more and more pale and hopeless. So I yelled at him that we got sorted out and he can come back. Me and the others had a good laugh. There's nothing like the old glow stick charger prank. Porden got rewarded for participating in my little prank later on in the boot camp. He also turned out to be one of the best boots we had in these years. I hope he knows that glow sticks can't be charged. Sorry for bad English/grammar. Probably one of my favorite moments from basic. We had this super jacked southern guy that was really dumb, and we were qualifying, shooting pop-up targets in a timed manner. One day and this one lane had faked up targets. Private, drill sergeant, can I use this lane? Because the other lane has broken targets. DS, open your mouth. Private. Private, opens mouth at parade dress. DS, makes jerking off motion like he splodges in his mouth. I don't give a fuck. Private. Also once, one guy in my platoon shaved a dick into another guy in my platoon's chest hair that was like this big hairy as Italian dude. One of my drill sergeants proceeded to show him off to the other platoon drill sergeants. Damn, I wish I still knew my drill sergeants. Had some funny dudes and some psyops guy that was prior infantry that was wild. Had a hentai poster in the drill sergeant office. Saw it for the first time and I was like what the fuck? Thinking back, I kinda wish I said, I see you two are a fan of anime. When I was at Lackland for BMT, we had a girl fall out for morning formation with a tube of toothpaste in her pocket. She had it stuffed in her PT shorts as far as possible, but the tube still stuck out the top. One of the blue rope MTIs caught her and forced her to spell her name in toothpaste on the asphalt. The whole thing, in cursive. He then proceeded to run as fast as faking possible and Johnny Tsunami slide across a spearmint cursive name, spraying toothpaste all over the trainee and members of her flight. Still one of the funniest things I've seen in the military. I also saw the same blue rope jump from a low-rise balcony to ambush some rainbow flighters. They were so startled that they couldn't report properly, so MTI requested 341s, discrepancy sheets that make it back to the trainee's specific instructor. The 341s were filled out incorrectly, so he shoved them in his mouth and chewed them until they were paper paste. He then spit them on the ground and screamed faking disgusting. The kids were honestly flabbergasted at the insanity of the situation. Good fucking times. During drill, I had a drill sergeant halt our formation, request one guy fall out, present front and center, and then march 10th paces in front of him. We were all at attention still, and he was to our side. He called another DS over to come look at this. He had that same guy do it again. After some chuckling from the drill sergeants, we all heard private, "What the actual fuck is wrong with you? How the fuck do you walk with the same arm and leg at the same time? Did you have to practice that, or did your mom forget to teach you how to walk? Do that again, but use your right arm with your left leg and your left arm with your right leg." 10 more steps were heard on the pavement. Okay, how the fuck are you not figuring this out? Your homework tonight is to learn how to faking walk. If you don't figure that out by tomorrow, there's nothing we can do to help you. At all. The whole platoon was dying laughing. We got royally smoked after that, but it was so worth it. I'm so miffed as to how someone could possibly walk like that. The guy actually had trouble figuring out how to move his limbs. Poor guy. When I was in basic Australian Army, on the second day we were given a bunch of gear including, but not limited to, a little multi-tool complete with a cunt of a knife. Anyway, I was playing around with it in the lines, and then we were all called into the hallway. We had already learned that haste was essential, so I freaked out trying to close the knife back into the tool. Spoiler alert, I couldn't do it. So in true recruit dumbers fashion, I tried smacking the back of the knife with my hand, obviously stabbed myself, and started pissing blood, but time was already up. I raced to the hallway at attention. The corporals and sergeant are going down the line chastising basic sheet. Anyway, I'm wobbly, still losing a shit ton of blood from my hand. My sarg sees this and gets in my face. "Why the fuck are you moving in my hallway, recruit? I think I'm going to pass out, sergeant." He looks at my closed fist dripping with blood in the small pool at my feet, visibly smiles, and through pure pain of not trying to laugh he says, "Sit on the floor, recruit. By the way, you're the stupidest cunt I have ever met by faking my lie. Didn't live that sheet down for about 4 years." I fell asleep in a school circle. Everybody sits around the senior drill instructor while he talks. During basic warrior training, precursor to the crucible, you do beach assaults and sheet. Marine Corps boot camp. We sat Indian style with our hands across the front sight post of our M16s. I was awoken to him snatching up my rifle and screaming, "Oh, so we just wanna sleep through my faking discussion, eh, motherfucker?" And he turned and two-handed hammer throw tossed my M16 into the South Carolina forest. He then brought me to my feet via his hand on my throat, stared into my soul, and insisted I go find my goddamn rifle before the enemy gets its grubby mids on it and bayonets my ass. And as I went to run and go look for it, he screams, "Incoming, motherfucker," to which I had to respond by throwing myself prone onto the ground mid-sprint, as if I were taking mortar fire. At that point, one of the other drill instructors, his name was Sergeant Hammer, if you could believe that sheet, played hot and cold as I low crawled my way through the forest blind, using nothing but my right arm to reach out and hope to touch the sweet steel of my M16 assault rifle, all with my face more or less dragging on the ground as I was taking enemy fire and had to keep my head to the ground or risk getting shot, which in this case was his boot to the back of my Kevlar helmet. I eventually found my rifle right before the platoon had to move on to the next training exercise. This thread is pretty light on Marine Corps stories, but that sheet really was something else. Marines. There was a particularly nasty recruit that stood directly across from me in the squad bay. Recruit Johnson of all names, which seems relatively innocuous, except for the fact he was always messing with his cross-chon line. I swear, this dude must have had chronic jock itch. He was always breaking the position of attention to scratch or readjust whenever the drill instructor lost line of sight. One day, the drill instructors caught on, namely one, Sergeant Gutierrez. We later found out he would peek out of the blinds of the duty hut while other DIs were walking the line. It was on this day that Recruit Johnson apparently had a budger that must not remain in his nose. I watched as he traced his left arm slowly up his side as low profile as possible. Whatever was happening down the line in the squad bay now had the on-duty DI's full attention, and Johnson decided it was his chance to really go for it. He's digging in both nostrils, alternating back and forth, flinging his bounty about with each successful picking. By flick number 3, Sergeant Gutierrez makes his grand entrance across the quarterdeck without a word. As expected, he is within an inch of his face. Johnson resuming the position of attention, likely with a fresh budger now mashed into his left palm. The exchange goes as follows. Sergeant. Gee, oh good. I guess the power only applies to everybody else, doesn't it, Johnson? I certainly wouldn't want you to be inconvenienced by a few budgers. Let's finish the job. Carry on. Johnson. Sir? Sergeant. Gee, I said pick your faking nose, Johnson. Now get it in there, or I'll stick my sausage fingers up there for you. Johnson proceeds to stick his finger coyly up his left nostril. Sergeant. Gee, I'm sorry, maybe you didn't understand the order. I said, pick your goddamned nose. Second knuckle deep. We're leaving no man behind, Johnson. Now it's by this point I should tell you that I had pristine military bearing by this stage in training. Unless it was something hilarious, then I was in trouble. I got smoked on the quarterdeck more times for failing to hold back expressions of laughter than any other reason. Second knuckle deep. This is what got me. No way is this going to actually happen. Just take a second from reading this and examine your hand. That's a lot of finger from second knuckle up, no matter who you are. In Johnson's case, maybe 1.5 inches, and probably smells like balls. A tall order for anyone. The kid somehow manages. His raised eyebrows suggesting that it's probably a bit uncomfortable. Against all reason I blurt out softly, oh my god. Sergeant. G hears this and turns to lock eyes with me. A grin crept across his face and his eyes lit up like it was Christmas morning. Did you think that was funny, recruit? I gave the obligatory no, sir. My face probably red from holding in laughter. Yes you did, recruit. You know how I know? He approaches me halfway. Because it is. Now both of you get on my quarterdeck right goddamned now. 5, 4, 3, 2. TLDR. A Marine recruit picks his nose online. The drill instructor catches him and proceeds to get him to pick his nose second knuckle deep. I got absolutely roasted by a drill sergeant once. We were all standing in formation at parade rest waiting for something. I was at the very back right corner of my platoon just zoning out. Out of the corner of my eye I see Drill Sergeant Rutherford walk past me and then freeze mid-step. He then took a half step back, so he was in line with me. I could tell he was looking at me through my periphery, but I didn't dare look at him because you're not supposed to move at parade rest. He turned towards me and walked up real close, so he was just an inch or two away from the side of my face. He let out a good damn private. Those have got to be the thickest faking glasses I have ever seen. I can already hear people trying to contain their laughter. Let me see those things right now. So, I gave him my glasses, because what other choice did I have? He put them on and looked around for a second. Holy fucking shit, private. I can see the future. At that point the whole damn company bursted out laughing. Even I laughed a bit. He gave me my glasses back and told everyone to shut up, but the rest of the week everyone made jokes about my glasses or asked to see them themselves. Good times. Funny things I remember. Private Jackson. Every time his name was called he had to respond with MJ's he. Saw a very well endowed private come out of the shower fully erect. When confronted, he said, "Don't look at it, it's natural," in the most insane deep southern voice ever. Hilarity ensued as he was telling this to the DS. What the fuck is that? It's nothing, DS. It's normal. Normal? Having an erect arm in between your legs is not normal, private. Do you feel lightheaded? Do you require a doctor? No, DS. Then Jesus Christ, put that thing away and stop making me feel like a 7-year-old boy. During 8, as the acting PSG, I was sent to the sandpit almost every day for 1 to 2 hours to pay for the other soldiers' mistakes. After a couple of weeks all of my uniforms were stained orange. A little while goes by and the 2 DSs that had put me in the pit started chewing me out about how my uniforms were completely orange. Private, why are your uniforms so $% ked up? Because of the sand, DS. Why the hell were you in the sand? Because you put me there, DS. And I bet you deserved every minute of it. Holding back a chuckle, roger that, DS. I never was a D, but I firmly believe this is the funniest story to ever come out of Paris Island. Fair warning, this is a long one, and maybe slightly NSFW. When I was in boot, we had this one recruit who just couldn't get his crap together. I mean, this kid was a problem to the point where better than 50% of the times we got smoked were as a result of something this kid was involved in. For the sake of this post, we'll call him Recruit Oaks. For the purposes of this post, a few explanations are in order. A squad bay in Marine boot camp can be divided into sections. At the front of the squad bay is the quarterdeck. This area is sort of the hub for the squad bay and contains the D hut, where recruits are almost never allowed, the head, D lockers, and the front ladder well. The remainder of the squad bay consists of 2 rows of racks, port and starboard, with a highway between them, and 2 white lines painted on the deck. When you get online, you are expected to be standing in front of your rack, literally on that line. Anyone who's ever been through Marine boot camp will be familiar with the daily ritual of the morning 30-second sheet/shower/shave. Basically, at some point in time in the morning, usually just after morning PT, the platoon gets a few minutes to take care of their daily necessities. At the end of the designated time period, AD will do a countdown, at the end of which all recruits are expected to be at attention online for inspection. When the countdown hits 0, all recruits will echo freeze, recruit, freeze and stop moving, regardless of where they are in the process, and God help you if you weren't at attention or online. So one morning after PT, we are given a few minutes to handle our morning ritual, and I do mean several minutes. RDs must have been in a good mood that morning, as enough time to actually do all 3 of the above mentioned items is frequently a luxury we don't get. Once our allotted time has expired, the D starts his countdown, and recruits start sprinting back towards the racks. He hits 0, we all freeze, and he starts walking down the highway. About halfway down the squad bay, he suddenly stops, directly in front of Recruit Oaks, who is standing perfectly at attention wearing nothing but his PT shirt and a pair of white skivvy drawers, and his balls are hanging out for all the world to see. Now, when I was in boot, this may have changed. This was a long time ago. Recruits were never allowed to wear skivvies. You wore PT shorts under all uniforms until you got to the final drill/graduation stage, where skivvies could be worn under your service/dress uniforms. Yet, for some reason, Recruit Oaks was wearing his skivvies. And when I say his balls were hanging out, I don't mean above the waistband. I literally mean one ball shoved through each leg hole in what I can only imagine was an incredibly uncomfortable display of his manhood. Despite this, he's perfectly at attention and seems completely oblivious to his predicament. So that he stands there for a second, never losing his bearing, before executing a sharp right face and taking the few steps to stand directly in front of the recruit across the highway from Oaks. We'll call him Recruit Clark. The D looks down at Clark and with his most serious tone of voice says, "Recruit, can you tell me what's wrong with Recruit Oaks?" Clark stands there for a few seconds longer than was probably necessary in complete silence before managing to squeak, "Sir." The D barks, "Recruit," followed by, "Now that we have that sheet squared away, take a look at the recruit across from you and tell me what the hell is wrong with him." Clark finally mans up enough to answer, gulps, and says with as much confidence as he can muster, "Sir, there appears to be something hanging out of his drawers." The D stands perfectly still for a moment before performing an about face, staring down Oaks for a moment, then performs a second about face and says, "So I see. And what, precisely, is hanging out of his drawers?" Clark turns beet red and says, "Sir, this recruit believes it's his balls." The D slowly reaches up and pulls the brim of his campaign cover down, a surefire indication that he's struggling to maintain his bearing, before turning back towards the quarterdeck and marching back to the D hut. The second the door slams, half the platoon starts chuckling, and Oaks is still standing, at attention, with his balls hanging out. A few moments later, the D hut door opens, and our senior D steps out and walks straight up to Clark. "What the hell do you have to say to me?" Clark, obviously confused, stammers, "Sir?" The senior says, "D says you have something to say to me. Out with it." Clark's expression goes from struggling to maintain bearing, to terrified, to amused as what he's supposed to say slowly dawn on him. Sir, Recruit Oak's balls are hanging out. Senior does an about face to look at Oaks, and almost completely loses his bearing. Somehow, despite having had several minutes with no Ds on deck, Oaks is still standing at attention, and hasn't had the presence of mind to fix himself. Senior does another about face, and say well no sheet, before standing there silently for several moments. Finally, he turns back to the quarterdeck, walks to the end of the highway, and turns to face the platoon. Alright, you're all on square away time until further notice. Oaks and Clark, don't move a muscle. Oaks, if you move, or tuck that sheet away, I'll shove my boot so far up yours you'll be choking on my bootlaces. Clark, your sole purpose in life has just become informing anyone who comes on deck that Recruit Oak's balls are hanging out. Now, square away time is a luxury usually reserved for the end of the day just before taps. It's the closest thing we get to free time, and is generally used for practicing disassembling and reassembling your weapon, cleaning it, prepping your gear/uniform for the next day, or writing a letter home. It's very rare to get more than a little square away time in a given day with the exception of Sundays. Recruits are encouraged to attend religious services, but those who don't generally get some form of square away time. Within seconds, everyone but Oaks and Clark is busy working on their uniforms, writing letters, and the like, all while not so subtly watching Oaks and Clark. Over the course of the next several hours, the two stand at attention online as RDs call every D from our company, both lead and follow company gunnery sergeants, the first sergeant, Zoe and finally Cohen parade them through. Each time one steps on deck, Oaks shouts at the top of his lungs, "Sir, good morning/afternoon. This recruit was instructed to inform you that Recruit Oak's balls are hanging out." This continues through all the numerous D's, and all the way up to the Zoe. The Co, on the other hand, is a bit different. When a D or similar enlisted person walks on deck, the first recruit to see them is required to greet them with the greeting of the day. When an officer steps on deck, the first recruit to see them is required to yell "Attention on deck, officer on deck" before greeting them. All well and good, but once the Co hits the deck, the sheet effectively hit the fan. You see, we got chastised for greeting the Zoe, as that was now the sole responsibility of Recruit Clark, so when the Co appears everyone remains absolutely silent. By this time, Clark is exhausted and struggling to stand up straight, let alone pay attention to his surroundings, so the Co is left standing on the quarterdeck for several seconds with most of the platoon staring at him without providing a greeting, or going to attention, or anything, before Clark finally realizes the Co is standing there, obviously confused why nobody is properly greeting him. Finally, Clark sees the Co, straightens up, and yells at the top of his lungs, "Sir, good afternoon. This recruit was instructed to inform you that Recruit Oak's balls are hanging out." The Co stands there in silence for what seems like an eternity, before walking several steps down the highway, looking at Clark for several seconds, turning to look at Oaks, then doing an about face, and walking back towards the ladder well. The last thing we heard from him as he walked off the deck was "Fuck that, I need a damn drink." My D's, we're a colorful group of characters and I have many stories, but the first day with them sticks out the most. So when you first arrive to your actual drill sergeants, you have already got all your clothes and gear, and go through the shark attack where the D's just scream at everyone a lot, and force you to hold your bags over your heads, as long as you can, while they yell at everyone. If you drop your bag or fuck up, they all swarm you screaming at you to pick them up and whatnot. Well, after about an hour, or being yelled at, and no time to ask questions at least to kids pee themselves. So those two go to the Bay Area, and get changed, and the D's decide it's enough, so we all move to the classroom. All 46 of our platoon. Well, the guy who sat right behind me, let's call him Private Willie, raises his hand during the SDI speaking. So he gets ignored for the most part until the end of the speech, and finally gets asked, "What the fuck do you want, Private Willie?" who then announces he has to pee. "Just pinch it off, Private Willie, we are not done." So a couple minutes go by, and he raises his hand again, gets called on, and says the same thing. SDI just says, "No, you don't need to pee, you just don't like me." So he puts his hand down, and waits a minute or two and raises his hand again, to which the SDI just looks at him and says no. So Private Willy, not wanting to piss himself, just stands up, pulls out his little willy from his part shorts, and proceeds to casually piss directly on the floor of the classroom. Being the classroom is tile floor, everyone can hear the obvious piss hitting tile sound, and those of us in front of him are in the blast area, and commotion slowly starts. It takes the D's a few seconds to grasp what is happening, and then about 4 of them run up to him and start yelling like mad, "What the fuck are you doing? Are you pissing on the instructor's floor? Put your cork away, dirtbag." To which Private Willy just straight face ignores and continues pissing for what seemed an impossible amount of time. One of the drills even yelled, "How are you still pissing?" Private Willy then shakes his willy and tucks it away to sit back down before he is escorted out of the classroom by the drills. After about 20 minutes of us all in the classroom without any drills there, the SDI comes back in and announces, "If anyone has to go to the bathroom that bad, tell someone it's an emergency. Do not piss on my floor." The guy passed basic and was actually a cool dude. My dad was a drill instructor in the Marine Corps for about 6 years during the 80s. He had seen and heard some faked up shit, but one thing in particular stuck out in his mind because it was hilarious and disgusting at the exact same time. It was his turn for 24-hour duty, so he had to stay at the barracks for the night. It was personal time, so the recruits had 30 minutes to read or write letter before lights out. 10 minutes into personal time and he's approached by one of his recruits. This particular recruit had that the South will rise against stench that rippled through every bit of his personality and even his physical features. This is important. The following conversation happens. "Dad, what do you want, recruit?" Recruit: "This recruit's mother has just informed him that she is pregnant." "Dad, congratulations. Why should I know this?" Recruit: "This recruit believes it's his." "Dad, give me 2 minutes and then come into my office." My dad then went to his office and called the captain to explain the situation and figure out protocol, because this had never happened before, to him anyway. Turns out it happens once every training cycle. It was just his company's turn in the factory. He was giggling as he told his captain, and his response was to the effect of, "Get it out of your system now, call the chaplain and the major and tell them to get there, put your war face on and call him in, but say nothing and wait for the other two. Don't ask how, you know that one, and especially don't ask why, you'll only gross yourself out." Best story I ever heard from him. I pushed boots and there was a recruit named Colin Collins. To have a name like Colin Collins you have to be a little off. Sure enough, that rang true. The other recruits found out his middle name was Anthony, so they started calling him Cack, Cork. Honestly, that was hilarious to me, because dick jokes never get old in the military. But we had to put an end to that. Our chief that I was pushing boots with was screaming at him one day for coming out of the shower without his shirt tucked in. On a spur of the moment when the chief said, "You've got 3 faking first names and each of you suck. Did your parents give you 3 first names so you can have a 3-way with yourself?" No one was expecting a reply, but Cack hit chief with, "UHH no chief. I'm a virgin." Chief about exploded into laughter. One of those big laughs where you try to hold it and then you can't any longer and spit goes flying everywhere. Colin Collins was awfully special. Holds a place in my heart today. Not a D, but was in the military. Was an 8 and in formation. Still have D's in 8. Don't think it stops at basic. Anyway, we've all hurried ours up and now we wait. We're all told rest, so we proceed to BS it up. Well, one of our local idiots decided to say something stupid and the D caught wind of it and snapped at him. "Vas, knock your sheet off." Me, being the dumb as that I was, chimed in the Via's silent drill sergeant, and he shoots what looks to all of us like a very odd look for him to shoot. I'm told to step to break formation and beat my face, push-ups. As I'm pounding them out, he casually strolls over as nonchalantly and kneels down next to me. A few folks notice, but no one can hear him as he says to me, "Private Osha, don't you ever say shit that funny when I'm in front of formation. You want everyone to know I got a sense of humor? Recover and get back in formation, Private." We occasionally ran into one another off post. We were both Cubs fans, apparently, and shopped at the same place for team swag. He always prodded at me with a "tell me something funny, Osha," and laughed his ass off. I miss that D. not a D. But when I was in boot camp I made a pretty big fuck up in front of one. It's second phase, where we are doing our field training in Camp Pendleton. I guess as part of the break and partly due to logistics, during this phase the drill instructors serve food in the chow line instead of other recruits. By this point in training, we are so conditioned to ask for our food by saying chicken, private, soup, private, green beans, private, etc. However, now that D's are serving and making that one little change seems to be almost more than any human can manage successfully. 3 recruits in front of me make the same mistake and say meet company drill instructor to the company DI, who is an ex-NFL linebacker and built like a tank and with the voice and aggression to match. Each time he gets this look of shock as he glances at his fellow D serving next to him and says, meat. You want my meat? I'll give you my meat, but this is steak, you faking baboon. You can see the recruits just pale and wither in front of him. I decide I'm going to learn from their mistakes and break this chain of failure. It's my turn, and I'm mentally practicing steak company drill instructor. My turn comes, and out I blurt, steak, private. To make matters worse, my platoon D was one of the instructors right next to the company D. The company D literally stepped off the line. I'm sure he was laughing his ass off in retrospect, and my platoon D quietly said to him, don't worry about it, this one's mine. I'll take care of him. I have PTSD to this day about that incident, 30 years ago. In Great Lakes around wintertime, the humidity in the room creates a thin layer of ice on the floor in the morning. We did not know this. It's the first couple weeks of boot. We just got to our new home for the next couple months, and we can finally change into uniforms that aren't sweats. One guy in our division starts feeling sick after lunch. We tell him to tell our RDCs, but has too scared to stop everything, just so he can say he has a tummy ache. We didn't know the boot camp cheat codes yet and were still rushing to get ready every morning. When the RDCs would come in, people would be scrambling to get shaved and rest still. It was a nightmare. Sick boy goes to sleep sick that night. Go figure. It's a big day tomorrow, so he tries to get some rest, but just can't fall asleep when his stomach is hurting. It is now 0530 the next morning and the RDCs come bursting into the room screaming at everyone to get the fuck out of your axe now. Sick boy's atop bunk and throws his uniform that he had on the end of the rack onto the floor to put it on, then jumps down from the rack onto the floor. Racks equals beds. This is when it got real. Remember that ice I brought up? Well, oh boy, it was slippery. Sick boy, still feeling sick, lands, slips into a half split and his cheeks hit the ground harder than Fat Man and Little Boy hit Japan. Sick boy immediately sprays hot liquid sheet onto his uniform and the surrounding area like a split and ground slam. It smelled so bad that some of the guys got out of ranks to throw up. Our DCs didn't mind. Our DC takes one look and just sighs, says okay, we need gloves and a laundry bag. Get in the shower, sick boy. Then directs the other guys to clean up the BP oil spill while sick boy rinsed the poop off of his body. At the end of boot camp, while we were waiting for the bus, he said that the only thing that stopped him from laughing out loud in this kid's face was that he would have gotten in trouble, but he assured us that it wasn't the worst thing that happened that training cycle. The other recruits definitely laughed in his face pretty much every night though. Still makes me laugh to this day. Answering from the opposite end of this, where the drill made every damn one of us laugh, but we couldn't. I have 2 stories. TLDR for both will be at the bottom. There was a real sheet bag that was in our company. I don't know how the guy even made it through high school, let alone how he planned on making it through the US Army. He was what we called a sick call ranger. Every damn day, without fail, he would make up some excuse to get out of training by going to sick call. Everything from a sore muscle, from the push-ups, to a hangnail. I wish I was exaggerating. Nobody liked this stacked up pile of sheet, especially the NCOs. He will be called Private Pile, even though it wasn't Marines. Now, there are 2 NCOs in this story. The first was an Army Ranger, born and raised in Dublin. This guy was the second damn scariest drill we had. The first was a medic who could tell you all sorts of horror stories of battle wounds he's dressed. He was maybe 5'6", but yelled louder than any of the others, and had a reputation for going crazy on a private who'd faked up. The second NCO was our first sergeant. We dreaded seeing him come around during PT. Because he would always join us, and we didn't stop till he got tired. This guy had to be about 60, but had a chest like a damn barrel. He would score maximum out PT tests for the 17 to 19-year-old brackets. One of the drills made a comment that the slowest time he had for a 2-mile run was 10:30. He also proudly wore the "This will defend" patch, meaning that he was a drill before he graduated to running a desk. In the last few weeks of our basic, we had a day of training that would bring us back to the barracks late. In other words, after the cafeteria ladies clocked out of work at the DIFOC dining facility, so we had what we called merman meals. I don't know the spelling or where the term came from. They basically cooked everything up, then put them in hot thermoses. I was one of the lucky ones who got KP that day. The menu for the evening was either Texas rice or chicken nuggets. Oh yes, there's a coming. To make sure that nothing went to waste, we were under orders to alternate what we served, and nobody got to choose which one you got. In comes Private Pile. As I said, nobody liked this guy, so one of the guys counted where he was in the line and shifted things up so that the Pile got the rice. Well, Pile didn't like this too much and accused us of rigging the system. We didn't even argue, so we called the drill over, who gladly took the chance to proceed to tear into him. Problem was, there wasn't much the drill could do to him because he had so many medical profiles. They weren't even allowed to make him stand up more than 15 minutes at a time. Once the drill had said his piece and demand Pile to eat what was given, Pile walks over to the table and just plops the plate in a refusal to eat, then turned to leave. He turned around to see the most pissed off Irishman I had ever cared to be that close to. All of us stood in amazement at both Pile's complete stupidity, as well as seeing the drill's face turn bright, faking red. "Hash you," he shouted, and grabbed one of those food thermoses, about to throw it at him, but thinks the better of it and slams it down, splashing us with some of the hot water. We didn't faking budge. The drill proceeds to tear into him even more. Between his ever-thickening brogue and the downright fear of this man past beyond belief makes what he was shouting a bit fuzzy. Suddenly our first sergeant comes in rapidly. As he reaches out to grab the drill, I was standing there thinking, thank God, 1SG is going to save this. I have never been so wrong. 1SG yanks the drill back, still yelling loud enough to give a banshee a complex, and proceeds to start tearing into Pile himself. It was at this point that we really wanted to laugh. 1SG was stern, but in a grandfatherly way. He genuinely did what he did to help us train. It wasn't his job to yell at us anymore. That was the drill's. Finally, 1SG has had enough, so he sent him back up to the barracks with an MRE. Once everything was said and done, the drill approached us to check if we were okay and actually apologized to us about the outburst involving the thermos. He didn't think it would slosh like that when he dropped it. The water that's in them is normally put in either at boiling or damn near. Thankfully it cooled off enough by that point that there was no injury. A name that's pretty well known in the US military is Jody. Jody is the gender neutral name for the person your partner is faking while you're out deployed. It's all too common of a story that I wouldn't be surprised if Jody had existed since humanity started forming armies. Now one of our drills, not the Irishman, was a huge music fan. Particularly Sublime. It was the late 90s. So, we all got in the habit of calling Jody Sancho. RIT. Boot camp for you squid / jarhead / civilians. Cycle was unusual because we got a break halfway through to go home for Christmas. When we return, while we are all telling stories of our break, one of the guys makes the mistake of telling us he came home to find his girl in bed with Sancho. We rag on him, of course, and we all knew that sucks for anyone. But it was all in good nature ribbing to try and cut the hurt from it. Somehow our Sublime loving drill caught wind of this. Now this one drill just knew how to get to a guy. He could be mean enough to make the toughest private cry. But he could also be the funniest and the one we could joke back with. The next morning training starts back up and we are lining up for morning formation and we notice the drill slipping in the ranks along with us. He had a big sheet-eating grin on his face as he slipped through us, swapping spots in the formation until he was next to Private Bradley. Somehow Bradley didn't even notice this happening, and all of a sudden we hear the drill. I don't practice Santeria. I ain't got no crystal ball. We all faking lose it. 8 weeks of training and soldiering went right out the window as we break formation, unable to control our laughter. We all got dropped for it and had to push while drill continued to finish the song. It was totally worth it. TLDR one sheet bag got almost assaulted for refusing to eat, followed by insubordination. Thinking our normally calm 1SG was coming to his rescue, only for him to chew him out himself. TLDR two private catches his wife with Jody. Drill sergeant sings him a song about it. I wasn't a drill instructor, but this event has been seared into my mind because it was so damn funny. This occurred at MCRD San Diego. It was just after lights, so everyone was in bed but still awake. Usually the first hour of fire watch consists of recruits with billets running around doing their chores for the night and getting everything ready for the next training day. On this particular night I can remember there were 3 recruits who were particularly busy, 2 whiskey pig recruits and 1 scribe. The whiskey pigs maintain the whiskey locker, which is basically just a bigger's closet, and the scribe was updating the training board. My rack was the first one when you walked into the squad bay, so I had front row seats to the comedy show. It overlooked the quarter deck, the whiskey locker, and training board. The duty D was Sergeant Robinson. He usually stayed up for an hour after lights before retiring to the D hut. So he's walking around doing the normal nightly D things. Walks up and down the squad bay, double checking the rifles to make sure they're locked, etc. Well, when he made it back to the front of the squad bay, he flashed his flashlight at one of the recruits who was working and said 0. Whenever this flashlight is on you, you freeze, so he would freeze this recruit whenever he walked by. Poor guy couldn't take 2 steps without getting frozen. Next victim was walking to the whiskey locker, where the D tells him see the flashlight beam on the floor? That's hot lava, stay away from it, or I'll quarter deck your ass in morning. So this poor bastard was running in circles trying to stay away from the light, or getting stuck in a corner. And finally the last person got it the worst. He flashes his light and tells the recruit to freeze and tells him you've been working too hard, you need a break, how about a trip to the club? Every time I strobe the light on you, start dancing the robot. So he starts dancing the robot. Sergeant Robinson stops him, tells him he sucks, and then tells him to sing the song while he dances. So if you were a fly on the wall, all you would see is a strobe light and hear someone whispering Domo, Domo. He did all that without missing a beat or losing his composure. Me on the other hand is crying and trying my best to not make a peep in my rack because I'm hysterically laughing and he is 7 feet away. He heard me, walked over and shined his light in my face and tells me, good beach, we want to laugh? I'll see you in the morning. Best part was it wasn't only me getting quarter deck, everyone else from last night was with me doing push-ups and all that because they were faking off during fire watch. Good times. In the BCT, you are issued a rifle that you keep with you at all times. Yes, you even sleep with it. The point is familiarize yourself with your weapon so much that you gain the muscle memory to use it correctly. For example, a rifle should always be in the low ready, muzzle pointed to the ground, and you should never flag someone, intentionally or accidentally point the barrel of the gun at another person that you do not intend to shoot. While our drill sergeant was giving a class on basic first aid, a private, let's call him Private Smith, took a knee to fix his bootlace. As the private bends lower and lower, the rifle, which was harnessed, hanging on his shoulder, and resting on his knee, becomes more and more parallel with the ground. So parallel in fact, that his rifle essentially flagged about half the platoon. The drill sergeant notices this, and uses it as an excuse to make some casualties. He looks at Private Smith, and says, Private Smith, you just shot all your battle buddies to your left, and now you need to perform first aid on each one of them. Everyone just looks at the drill sergeant a bit confused. I said people to the left are faking shot. That's when it clicked that those of us who got flagged needed to be on the ground injured. So Private Smith is frantically trying to perform first aid on each injured person, and with each new casualty there is a new injury which requires a different kind of first aid that Private Smith must administer. So it flowed kind of like this. Drill Sergeant, Otto Smith, looks like you shot Williams in the chest, and he is having trouble breathing. Smith, I need to insert this needle thing into his chest to relieve pressure. Drill Sergeant, oh Seat Smith, you shot Jackson in the head. Smith, he is dead, drill sergeant. I should move on to the next casualty. So basically Smith goes to a person and the drill sergeant makes up an injury, and Smith would then pretend treat it through a combination of talking and using the fake first aid props. Finally, they get to the last person. I will never forget this sheet. The last casualty's last name was Johnson. And I suppose maybe, because the drill sergeant was running out of medical problems for Smith to pretend fix, so when we got to Johnson, the drill sergeant said, "Private Smith, you shot Johnson in the dick. You buddy faker. How are you going to save Private Johnson's Johnson?" Without missing a beat, Smith replies, "Put a tourniquet around his dick, drill sergeant." Everyone in the platoon is quietly giggling and snickering at this point, including the casualties. Drill sergeant responds with a quarter smile. "Put a tourniquet around his dick?" Drill SGT's quarter smile becomes a half smile. "Put a tourniquet around Private Johnson's blown off fun parts?" He said nothing else after that. He left and had another drill sergeant take over. I think he had to get some laughs out. Mandatory notity, but we had a guy in our basic flight who wasn't the brightest chap, to say the least. He got in trouble constantly, broke his knee, because every time he'd go down for push-up, he'd just faking slam onto his knee despite our protests. This dude has a stupid amount of stories, but most of them were just appealing from the sheer lack of reasoning. But anyways, this guy, let's call him Trainee Pile, was standing at attention with the rest of us as we were doing locker inspections. Our MTI comes up to him and asks him if he's ready. At this point, the trainee in question is supposed to say, "Sir, trainee, insert name here, reports as order, my locker is prepared for inspection." Well, Pile here decided to say my locker is ready for instruction. So, with a completely stone-faced expression, the MTI's head shot up, clicked his heels together, and began shouting, "Left face, alright face, about face." So meanwhile, since the bay is divided by a big as wall down the middle, those of us on the other side have no idea what the fuck is going on. So, not certain what the hell is happening, at least half of the bay stopped what they were doing, and just immediately began doing facing movements. Well, back on the other side, our MTI finished grilling the locker and got right up in Pile's face and yelled, "Why is your locker not responding to my instructions, Trainee Pile? You told me that this inanimate object is ready for instruction, and I expect it to be ready for instruction." Now that alone was funny as hell, but in the last week before Airman's Week, we have the sit down day where we all talk like human beings for the first time in 6 weeks. And Trainee Pile had been washed back by week 4, so he was long gone. He gets brought up, and he asks us how our experiences were with him. So we get to talking, and somebody brings up that specific incident. There were plenty, trust me. And he describes his viewpoint from across the wall, and up until this point, our MTI had absolutely no idea that half of his faking flight just randomly started doing facing movements, because of him yelling at a locker at that point. He laughed along with us. Not a D, but I have at least one story from boot camp in the late 90s. During boot camp, all packages received by recruits were inspected for contraband. This included things like cookies and candies as well as alcohol and tobacco. What we didn't know is that they started saving the non-perishable foods in their office. We just assumed they ate them. As graduation was upon us, they had a traditional gong show where recruits, now privates, did little skits and whatnot to parody and make fun of all that happened during the last 3 months. We could do it worry-free, since the Ds were no longer allowed to smoke us. At the end of the show, our senior stood in front of us and told us he had a surprise, and outmarched the other Ds with 4 large boxes overloaded with all sorts of sweets and cookies. He told us that we could have them if we could finish them all without drinking water in 2 minutes. If we failed, there would be repercussions. I voted against the idea, but I was definitely in the minority. The senior called out the diet recruits to the side and started the timer. Snickers bars, Twix, Little Debbie's, etc. flew around like crazy as we all tried to eat as fast as possible. The entire time the diet recruits, as instructed by the senior, were repeating "got milk." Needless to say, we didn't finish the boxes. At the end of 2 minutes we were dispersed from that side of the bay and all standing in front of our bunks as the Ds barked for us to get our canteens and fill them with water. Hydrate. as we all drank our canteens and then held them upside down over our heads to show that they were empty. Then we all ran back, filled up the canteens, and repeated until every single person in the bay had vomited. I distinctly remember one guy vomiting with so much force he splattered the feet of the guy across the bay from him. The entire time the D's were walking up and down, yelling and laughing. USMCRDSD, it must have been second phase. We were having to bring our bolt/inner workings of our M16s. Was standing in line behind all the other recruits to see our kill hat and be told it wasn't clean enough yet and try again. Basic routine. I had figured out that eventually they tell you to fuck off and you're good, but only after enough attempts at claiming it's clean. So I'm just in zombie mode after the first real good cleaning. Recruit clears out and I'm next, so I step up. Even in zombie mode I pay attention, so when I step up I know I'm right on the edge of my D's reach. This D is Puerto Rican, over 6 feet tall, and solidly built. His looks at me, does his math, eyes begin to bulge, and he menacingly growls to me, "Describe, what the fuck is your problem? Do you want to kiss me? Or punch me?" This recruit only desires to have his bolt inspected. Drill Instructor Sergeant Ramirez D. Now louder, then why are you so goddamn close to me? At this point he knife hands me to show that I'm closer than an arm's length to him. However, his fingertips stop a millimeter from my nose. I mean, a fly or mosquito would have trouble passing between. This kill hat was all about composure and beat it into us, so I knew I had to keep mine. He kept his, checked my gear, told me it wasn't clean enough, and told me not to stand so close ever again. Separate note, my buddies and I set up where we could watch the front post fire watch at night, so we could enjoy the show visually as well as hearing it. By this I mean the first hour or two of fire watch would almost always be the fuck ups, so the on-duty D would usually slaughter them and grill them on knowledge for upcoming tests. One night, this kid was listing off officer/NCOs for the platoon up to battalion. Told the just out of D training D that out company first sergeant was a master sergeant or something like that. Not the wrong name. The entirely wrong rank. We lost it for a split second and the D's head cranked around so fast I swear he should have hurt himself. I guess we muffled our laughs enough that he didn't come after us, but I think it may have been that he was having too much fun already. He ended up making that kid yell the correct answer at the wall for 10 minutes or so. Funniest show ever of boot camo. Not a drill instructor, but definitely the victim of one a couple of times. In Marine Corps boot camp, the recruits are often ITD, which stands for intensive training. Basically, like others have mentioned, it's high intensity workout as a means of punishment. Mountain climbers, push-ups, jumping jacks, etc. It actually feels like torture. Anyways, this particular week in boot camp, my platoon was at the rifle range for qualifications. Most of our drill instructors weren't allowed on the firing line with the recruits during this time, so it was mostly free rein on going to the bathroom for once. It was heavenly. However, our platoon's token mess things up recruit, let's call him Johnson, had left the firing line at the range to make a head call. When he arrived at the head, he was caught off guard by our kill hat, the drill instructor who has the job of making your life hell for no reason other than his own satisfaction. Our kill hat was a very mean, angry person 24/7. Never broke character. Maintained his bearings at all times. Always kept his composure. He hated us so much. Well, when our kill hat caught Johnson outside the head, he hit at him with no mercy. He hit at him so hard to where Johnson literally crapped his own pants. Our kill hat had to drive him back to our barracks so he could change and whatnot. We all found out later that day when our heavy had the drill instructor that's responsible for instilling discipline in the recruits walked into our squad bay while we were cleaning our rifles and started giving Johnson a hard time about earlier in the day. At this point, none of us other recruits knew what had happened. Well, our kill hat didn't waste any time with telling all of us that he had pinched a loaf in his pants earlier that day. He ordered all of us, from then on. So it's phase 3 in MCRDSD. Just got back from Camp Pendleton like a week ago, and due to some shit going down before we got there, and during some of my Ds got moved around, I was there the summer after the huge hazing scandal when that kid got put in a dryer, so the general atmosphere was still pretty tense when it came to irregular forms of fuckery. So because of that, one of the Ds from the lead series got transferred to my platoon because one of our Ds was being investigated for hazing for the third time that recruit cycle. Let's call the new one Sergeant Q. Well, Sergeant Q took a liking to one of my friends that I was there on the buddy program with, Rickett Kiefer, who also happened to be a squad leader. So one night Sergeant Q is going through the motions getting everybody through hygiene inspections before lights out go smoothly, because now at this point we've been doing it for 9 weeks. Sergeant Q decides it's too smooth. So about 5 minutes after lights out he walks out of the duty hut and whisper screams, "Kiefer, get your short ass out here." Kiefer is like 5 feet 2. Aye sir. Now normally we would have shrugged this off, but it's not every night a squad leader gets called out like this. Kiefer runs up there, and Sergeant Q says, "Now Kiefer, I have a mission for you. You see all these portholes, windows, and we're on the 3rd floor. Up here are open." "Yes sir." "Alright, now listen real good. I need you to close all of them tonight so all you nasty recruits don't freeze." Now for those that don't know, only the top pane of the windows open, and they pivot in the center of the pane instead of slide down, and are probably at about 6 feet from the ground where they pivot. So Kiefer runs off and tries closing them, but is too short. Sergeant Q hears him struggling and say, "No Kiefer, you're doing wrong. You need to Mario jump." At this point the whole platoon is listening or watching this. "Kiefer, come here and show me your Mario jump." "Aye sir." And he runs back over, stops in front of my rack where myself and another friend of ours on the buddy program are, and proceeds to jump straight up like Mario out of Super Mario World. Sergeant Q decided this isn't good enough. "Kiefer, I can't hear you jump." This recruit does not understand, so you know what Mario sounds like when he jumps, right? "Yes sir." "So why don't I hear you jump?" "Jump Mario." Kiefer jumps up again, makes a Mario woohoo sound, and then stands there. A few of us chuckle a little trying to hold it back, but Sergeant Q hears us and gets a big sheet-eating grin on his face and says, "Go away Kiefer, and I better hear you jump." "Aye sir." So Kiefer runs off to the next window, jumps, woohoo, then you just hear a big slam as the window shuts. Now at this point Sergeant Q can see has struck a chord with us, cause he calls Kiefer over again and says, "Kiefer, you're taking too long, but I'll speed you up. Now face the back of the house." "Aye sir." "Now listen Kiefer, you're a race car and the light's red, but when it turns green you're gonna gas it and close all the portholes as you go." "Aye sir." "I don't hear you Kiefer." Now everybody has their mouths in their pillows watching this, trying to hold back the laughter. Kiefer goes, "This recruit doesn't understand so well. You're a race car, right?" "Yes sir." "So start your engine Kiefer." Then Kiefer gets into it. Vroom badum dum dum dum, vroom dum 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 dum. Sergeant Q now starting to crack a smile too just cuts loose. Red yellow yellow green Kiefer green geo 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 screaming at the top of his lungs. Kiefer goes VROOM vroom and sprints down the squad bay. All you can hear is his flip-flop smacking the concrete, him screaming vroom at the top of his lungs, and the whole squad bay lose their shit laughing. There was no holding it back at that point. Kiefer gets to the first window still racing his heart away, and you hear Boeing thump Boeing thump Boeing thump as Hez going down the windows. At this point Sergeant Q sees Hez got everybody all riled and just walks back to the duty hut, and before he goes in says, "Eyeballs, shut your nasty mouths, you're supposed to be asleep." Gotta be my absolute favorite moment of boot camp. I had a really mean female DS in basic, but she was an absolute unit in a small package. She was the loudest DS, she was a total PT studette, and she was really strong. This was before women were allowed in combat arms, and the infantry drill sergeants used to say, if ever there was a woman who could make it in the infantry, it was her. So, we're in a co-ed battalion. There are 4 companies of 64 soldiers each. We are at the range one day, and all 4 companies are there. She's calling out names for some reason, I can't remember why. She calls out, "Cox." "Which one?" "Drill sergeant." "What do you mean, which one? Where's Cox?" "There's more than one Cox, drill sergeant." "How many Cox are in this unit?" There's a pause. "About 128, drill sergeant." I rarely saw her smile or laugh, but she laughed at that. It was right near the end of our cycle, so I guess she was feeling a bit lighthearted. She made us all do push-ups, which was really difficult because we were laughing so hard. Not a drill sergeant, but one of the more memorable moments from my time in basic. So, this was early on when we were still a rainbow flight and had just purchased some essentials including towels. When we got back to the dorm, we were instructed to put laundry marks on our towels by first dotting the fabric with our sharpies and filling them in so they were legible. As is customary, each of our towels were inspected by the T's to make sure that they were legible and that we could follow simple instructions. But everyone knows there's always at least one or two guys who just can't get their sheet together. So this guy who was the flight dummies had not only put his laundry mark in the wrong spot, but also just put a few dots on his towels. What the fuck is this? Is this faking Braille trainee? Do I faking look like I read Braille? Helen Keller throws the towel into the center aisle. Why don't you teach us all to read Braille, trainee Keller? Get down in the front leaning rest, close your faking eyes and read us the some faking Braille. So trainee Keller had to do push-ups with his eyes closed, reading his laundry mark for about 5 minutes, while all the T's continued to berate him and ask him what each dot meant. Good times. Navy Oxes in Rhode Island. It's February and really faking cold, snow on the ground, but a clear day out. I'm running around base when I spot a group of officer candidates running ahead of me. They stop at a beach because some dumb shit happened, so I decided to stop and enjoy. These kids are getting wet and sandy, and they look faking miserable. One of the people getting beat can't hack it and falls out. The LT beating him shouted everyone, front leaning rest, which is push-up position. Then the LT made the candidate who dropped out fill all their pockets with sand. As this recruit is running around filling his cohort's pockets with sand, LT is shouting everyone, officer candidate Schmuckatelli is dead. The sand is symbolic of the weight of your dead classmate. Your dead classmate is weighing you down. Are you sad? No response. I asked you a question, they didn't know how to respond. Some shouted yes, some shouted no sir. LT shouts, everyone who is sad, stand up. About half the group stands. He then makes the group still at front leaning rest start fake crying until he feels they are sad enough. I was losing it watching these people scream crying in public with sand spilling out of their uniforms. I was laughing so loud that the people standing kept sneaking glances at me, and the LT flashed me a smile. First day we moved from 30th Ag in processing at Fort Benning to our company. We had been given our bunk assignments and were towing the line while being shouted at. We had to dump all of our stuff out on the floor in front of us while the D's did a contraband check. They get to this one kid's pile of stuff and pick up a Costco-sized collection of condoms. Drill sergeant made him stand in the middle of the barracks room and unrolled these things like a cartoon character unrolling the family photos out of their wallet. There had to be 100 of them. What the fuck are you planning on doing with these, Private? Nothing, Drill Sergeant. He then calls up one of the tiny guys. Is this who you are planning on faking, Private? No, Drill Sergeant. I'll bet it was. Look how small he is. I'll bet he can spin around on your dick like a gymnast. I hope you're fast, little Private. You're going to get a stretched out booty hole. Then he sends the small kid back and calls up this fat guy. What about this guy, Private? Do you want to fuck him in the ass? No, Drill Sergeant. I'll bet you do. I'll bet you want to slide your meat stick between his tubby little ass cheeks. Make that slap 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 sound. No, Drill Sergeant. I don't like men. Drill Sergeant. Bullshit. Private, I'll bet you're licking your chops for shower time. None of you privates better drop your soap. Private Rubber here is going to get him a taste. Isn't that right, Private? No, Drill Sergeant. Then why in the hell do you have 1,000 condoms, Private? My friend just got home from basic, Drill Sergeant, and he said he got laid all of the time. Well, I hate to tell you this, Private, but there ain't no girls on Benning. And if there were, I'll bet yours never got a chance to use one of these. Do you even know what it says at the end of the condom after you put it on, Private? No, Drill Sergeant. Of course you don't. You've never had to unroll one all the way, you shrimp dick motherfaker. Now get down and push, one for each rubber. I was too scared to laugh, but that was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. You couldn't script it better. The DS was a 5 minutes and 10 seconds 230-pound black dude from Mississippi, and I hadn't known many black people and zero southerners at this point, so the way he said it, his delivery was absolutely perfect. Not so much a drill sergeant interaction, but when you go through Air Force BMT, a bunch of people in your flight volunteer for various additional duties, such as laundry or latrine crew. One such unfortunate volunteer became the entry control monitor. EC monitor's job was to establish the schedule between all trainees for entry control duties and ensure everyone knew the procedures for a fire/suspicious package/dorm patrol/entry control. To let someone into the dorms, there is a very specific procedure. The individual on the outside had to put their ID badge against the window and the EC on duty had to outline the card with their finger while announcing checking. One white common access card. Verifying. Trainee with chestnuts. Verified. Please step away from the door. If you did this wrong by either faking up the procedure or letting someone in who wasn't on the list, MTIs would descend from all corners of creation to tear you several new ones, and follow up by reaming out the EC monitor for not ensuring the flight knew the proper procedures. Needless to say, this was a lot of extra pressure on a guy who had to deal with all of that on top of the regular BMT stress. His stress and preoccupation with ensuring proper procedure manifested in a way I don't think I've ever seen before or since. However, several nights a week after lights out, while we were all finally managing to switch our brains off from the day and fall asleep, he would, dead asleep, sit bolt upright in his bed and start yelling checking, one white common access card, verifying, and just as suddenly plop right back down. Good times. Marine Corps Boot Camp, Paris Island circa 2012. It was a senior drill instructor inspection, which basically was a day designed for all of the Ds within the company, the 4-5 assigned to your own platoon and the 5 or so other platoons as well, to haze the ever-loving fuck out of every recruit under the guise of an inspection. We were dressed in our service alphas. For those who don't know, just imagine wearing a pickle and were quizzed on a massive amount of information that was only recently presented. Anything from very specific uniform details, how long your belt is allowed to extend past the first loop in each uniform, Marine Corps history, or war fighting tactics, the consequences of getting an answer wrong, or not screaming your answer concisely and confidently, or taking too long to answer, or fidgeting, or breaking your bearing, or answering the question correctly, or breathing, or existing, was the flipping of footlockers, tearing apart of racks, anything you can imagine really. It was comedy in its purest form. I specifically was often targeted because I was the only recruit from New Jersey amongst many more southern guys, so I definitely stuck out, but looking back it made the whole experience a lot more fun. One of the Ds asked me a question, I don't remember what, and I had forgotten the answer, so he proceeded to flip my footlocker, essentially tossing all of my worldly possessions, including letters from home, and poured laundry detergent all over everything. I then had to get inside the footlocker and row myself down the center aisle using two M16 rifles as rows and singing row my boat gently down the stream. Another recruit who told to push the footlocker as I rowed, and we both sang together. Overall, great experience, would do again. This was back in 06, Fort Knox basic training. I was not a drill sergeant, just the good old-fashioned private. This was about halfway through our cycle, and by this time the drill sergeants knew all of us and our personalities. There were about a quarter of us showering, cleaning up, and getting ready for sleep or fire guard/CQ. Drill Sergeant Swole, for me, it is as hard to pronounce as it looks, comes in the shower room/latrine. Most of us naked, doing what we need to get done. Drill Sergeant gets to about the center of the room, has this dumbstruck face on, arms out like what the fuck privates look in his face, because no one gave him the respect or attention as he walked in. Finally another private screams attention. It was more like a scared screeching sound. We all froze. He glared at all of us, slowly turning his head as we all stood at attention with our dicks out. For the most part, we all hear a few plops smack the floor. Maybe something like mud or drenched clothes hitting tile. It was so quiet, but we were all curious of what that noise was. The drill sergeant turned around and glanced at the bottom of this toilet stall. We all see a pair of scrawny tan legs. Drill sergeant yells Washington. Is that you, Private? Washington screams out a war cry. Yes, drill sergeant. For all of us that were in there, we were in tears from laughter because we realized the toilet stall was closed. None of us could see him except for the legs. When the other private yelled at ease, Washington was in the middle of dropping a deuce, but never actually achieved his victory in peaceful silence. He sheet on the floor in the position of attention behind a closed stall. The drill sergeant shook his head with a grin and said as you were as he walked out. German Army. I was something like a DS 20 years ago. I was at large barracks with around men 2000 Air Force and 1000 men Army Aviation. All did basic training there, including female medics. This was before woman in military was a thing for the most part. We got constantly called out to be not sexist and watch language a bit. Another DS marches to lunch with the whole company. 14 days into basic. Barracks commander and company commander are around in close proximity. Also a company Air Force with a female DS. Now there was Flieger, airman, soldier in the flying branch of the Army or Air Force. Meh. Imagine a 2 meters large strong, blonde stereotypical German, but a bit short in the brain branch. He walked in a ramble. Hope this is correct. Imagine right arm the same time forward as the tight leg, instead of right arm left leg. As he was the largest, he ended in the front left, essentially giving the rhythm for the whole thing. Well, that was not working at all. DS stops the company and yells, Fleetjamir, if you don't do correct steps I will tore your legs out and you can roll to the swearing and on your balls. Everyone lost it. Only the squadron commander looked terrified and the barracks commander walked away shaking his head. Nothing ever came from it. Surprisingly. Edit. SRY for bad English edit 2. Corrections. 1992. Feet. Leonard Wood. This Jamaican kid named Private Lois was trying to get a medical discharge and kept trying to fake having asthma. The kid was hilarious as hell most of the time, and I think most of the DSs liked him, but he was frustrating and wanted out, and they just wouldn't let him. He got recycled to my company, and it continued in the same manner. One DS, in particular, I'll call him DS Smith, who knew him from his previous company, loved to randomly show up and fuck with him. We are doing our 2 mile about mid-cycle, and just before hitting 1/2 mile and Lois looks around and lays himself down face first onto the cinder track. A couple of moments pass, and a DS notices and starts screaming man down, and DSs start tearing across the field to where Lois was laying, and out of nowhere, like magically from a berm nearby, DS Smith pops up and screams at all the approaching DSs to DS Smith, stand down, let him faking die. Another DS, what the fuck? He's down. DS Smith, let him be. Let him lie there and die from his fake bullshit. Private Lois clearly heard this and starts laughing, moving around. DS Smith, get your narrow faking ass up. Lois, goddamn, didn't even have the decency to find yourself a nice piece of grass to lay your face in. Private Lois gets up and dusts himself off. DS Smith was then allowed to smoke him to bits, rolling around in the cinder track, and had to spend the rest of the day with that black nasty sheet stuck to his face, and if he didn't have any they run him back out there. I loved that stupid kid. Obligatory not a D. I was the only red-haired, fair-skinned recruit in the entire company. Other than the obvious nicknames, I never really got singled out for anything. Until I met the series Chief D. One day, while the company was forming up for PT, he comes up next to me and says, look at this one. He's a funny looking one. Only ginger in the company. Ginger. Ginger snaps. Those are my favorite cookies. So follows the only way that people in my boot camp platoon remember me by. The 401 steps closer to me and says, hey Ginger, look at me, now. I snap my head to the left. Aye sir. Whenever I say, hit it, Ginger snaps. You will do this, and he snaps his fingers and wiggles his hips in the same manner that you would if you were dancing in a middle school dance. Aye sir was my outward reply. You can only imagine the hilarity that ensued. Every time he saw me, he'd get this giant grin on his face, walk over, and tell me to hit it. Sometimes once, sometimes 5 times in a row, sometimes with the co watching the show. The best time was when he made me hit it in the gas chamber with my mask off. Good times, good times. Air Force BMT, we had a sneaky sob in our flight who snuck over to the younger flight and told one of the guys, hey, when a plane flies on overhead, you gotta double salute it. When an older flight tells you something, you take those words as if God told you them himself. 2 days down the road we are in formation just marching down the bomb run. When our MTI stops us dead in our tracks, when he spots an airman and his buddy both double saluting a plane flying overhead. This MTI stands there floored at what he's seeing. Shit you not, it was the longest minute I've seen my flight dead stop and stare at the MTI and these two airmen back and forth. Plane passes, MTI gallops over to these two airmen like a lion chasing a gazelle. Why the fuck are you two saluting with both hands to a faking plane, sir? Reporting statement, we were told to double salute flying aircraft by your flight. This angry as Puerto Rican guy, fiery red-haired volcano, turned around and then charges our dorm chief 3 inches away from this man's face. He stares right in his eyes for a solid 10 seconds without a single word. We are faking dying over here in the flight, but maintain our bearing. He then gets in position and marches us out of the bomb run. Later that month we had our MTI sit down where we had an open conversation the last night before we left our base. We mentioned this, and he said that was the best faking trick he's ever seen a flight do. End of that story. Left us hanging. I'll have to add mine here. So standard field exercise one company is doing OP4 as usual. We're all in miles gear. Standard jokes on everyone throughout, but eventually they come after us like a real attack for once. Their motor chief decides he's not dead after his gear goes off, keeps going until they gets to our company commander's tent. Except our motor chief is in there with the company commander and top. These two chiefs hate each other. So our chief body slams the OP4 chief and hog ties him. Throws him in a Hummer and drives off to the OP4 camp and throws his ass out of the truck as he drives by. Second one is when I have a battalion duty over the weekend. Sergeant Major Jordan, yes MJ's older little brother, bursts in and snatched me and said take me to the PLDC training area. Grabbed the Hummer and off we go. Jordan's about 5 feet 4 inches or so, and he's a mean as when he wants to be. We get there and they're doing PT and he jumps out and runs up to this drill that's about 6 feet 2 inches and starts cussing, then poor guy up one side and down the other sheet. That would make a Marine blush. Tears the guy a new as whole. Gets back in with me and we go back. Turns out one of our top scoring PT soldiers who went to PLDC failed his PT test. That drill had kept saying 0 even though he was going all the way up and hitting the ground. Basically his whole failed him. This was at a time billets were tight and we were light on NCOs. Guy was back at PLDC an hour later. Jordan can be a mean ass, but he gave me a hook up when I went to Korea and got me in a strategic unit, so I got a break from the field for a year. Have a lot of respect for that man even 20 years out. At boot, I was a squad leader and we practicing drill in one of the old classrooms next to golf company. I heard somebody whistling, so I shouted out as a correction, who the fuck is whistling? Turns out my heavy was the one whistling. 20 minutes into my planking session off to the side, my heavy turns to me and says I'm tired of whistling, start whistling. And I whistle out the marching command for rifle manual while screaming who the fuck is whistling for the next 30 minutes. Afterwards, having soaked the deck with sweat, my heavy tells me to clean up the crime scene wherever you got faked up and there is evidence of it. No towels, no linen, nothing to clean it with, so I think fuck it and jump onto my back and start back crawling to clean it up. The entire platoon busts out laughing and I look back and see my heavy with his campaign cover over his face losing hella bearing. That night after lights out, my heavy comes out of the D-hut and whistles the command again, and I scream at the top of my lungs who the fuck is whistling, and the platoon erupted in laughter. That was my finest moment at boot camp. Not my sorry, but my dad's old boss's, I'll call him Bill. When he was in basic he forgot to take the trash out. It was after curfew, but he and his buddy didn't want to get in trouble the next day. So they snuck out past the T's and bribed a couple people to not rat them out. So here is Bill and his friend walking around trying not to get caught with these huge trash cans. Somehow they made it outside without being caught. They ended up making a bunch of noise and the T heard. He walks up, so Bill and his buddy hide in the shadow behind the dump. The T went around the dump and Bill and his buddy walked around on the other side, so he wouldn't see them. The T had left, but was still close enough for them to get caught. While his back was turned, he and Bill make a run for it. The T heard and started chasing them. Luckily it was too dark for him to make them out. Bill split up with his buddy, and he was not about to get caught. I shit you not. Bill yeeted his trash can at the T, and booked it for the trees. So here's Bill, sitting in the trees trying to escape back to his dorm, before they sound any alarms. Because at this point the T doesn't know if someone is trying to break in or escape, or what. He ended up taking the back way to his room, and quickly gets undressed and jumps in bed. His buddy was back at this point as well. They meet up on the way back. Everyone is asleep. The T busts in, and makes everyone get up. He heads straight for Bill. T, did you leave this room? Bill, no sir. T, look at your damn closet. Bill looks and there is a track of mud going from the door to his closet. He ended up doing extra work at a hospital. But Bill thinks the T rewarded him for having the balls to throw a trash can at him. The nurses gave him candies, and he hardly had to do anything. Not a D. But in basic training, in Denmark, we were out drilling and learning to march in formation properly. It was in the Royal Danish Life Guards, and parading is a pretty important task as a drafted soldier. Anyway, the D for the day, one of the platoon sergeants, was kind of a dick and extremely dumb, as in massive unintelligent. Rumors had it that he had placed last during sergeant school, and he was disliked by pretty much everyone. So this was a sunny and clear day marching around the base among a lot of other platoons doing the same. We had earlier in the day, or perhaps a previous day, gotten a scolding for making a turn ourselves without getting ordered to, because we knew where we were going. This time we decided we didn't want to do this. So when all platoons were to meet up at some gathering, probably to get some generally uninteresting information, the three of us marching in the front row whispered to each other not to turn into the parade ground unless ordered to. It resulted in 3rd platoon marching directly into the wall of one of the barracks right in front of the company commander and the other platoons. Some laughed, others were pretty furious, including our sergeant who was as red as a lobster. Not a drill sergeant, but my friend Pat, who is currently in boot camp, called me yesterday and told me a story of his first day. So Pat had to go take a shit and the new recruits have to use the porta potty instead of the legit bathrooms. While he is taking his sheet, he's reading everything that previous recruits wrote on the door, which say things like "I just want to leave this hell already," etc. There he is, newly arrived, nervous as hell for what's to come. He proceeds to finish wiping and realizes there's no sink, and he feels gross for not being able to wash his hands. So he goes inside and asks one of his friends, who is an older Marine, if he can use the bathroom inside to wash his hands. His friend tells him, "Okay, I'll keep lookout, but if anything you have to say that there was an emergency." What kind of emergency? Oh, I'll tell them I got sheet on my fingers and had to wash it off. Okay, whatever. Pat later comes out of the bathroom and sees his friend's face is all red. What happened? A drill instructor just came. I told him you had sheet on your fingers and he just walked away. A few hours later, when all the recruits were in one setting and the drill instructor was lecturing, he asks, "Hey, who was it that got sheet on his fingers?" Pat stood up, embarrassed, and said it was him. For the next 3 months they would call him Sheet Fingers. MCRD San Diego. Every day in boot camp, the entire platoon was placed into battle stations in the squad bay. This meant that each couple of rackmates pulls out one footlocker, and everyone sits behind their footlocker and faces the front to clean their weapons. Now, while this may seem like it's be relaxing, it actually always meant that the Ds had an excuse for them to pull up all the people they hated and slay the shit out of them on the quarterdeck up next to the drill instructor office. The other part of weapons cleaning was having everyone that wasn't getting faked up repeat and scream out knowledge that one of the drill instructors was reading off to us. One day, after getting off the range, we were all sitting behind our footlockers facing the front of the squad bay, cleaning our weapons, and watched the Ds pull up all the usual suspects to the quarterdeck. As we were all repeating Marine Corps history, I looked up and saw the recruits on the quarterdeck begin to drop down to do burpees and scream out their ep number as usual. However, this time, the D faking them up out of nowhere goes SHHH. They are trying to learn and starts whisper yelling at them as they all begin to whisper yell their reps. I of course laughed, which was followed up with did I say laugh at the faking quarterdeck Matthias 540. But, Gieto Antihi Faki NGQUARTERDCK now. Umika's clubhouse watching Little Beach Boot Camp was 3 months of trying not to laugh. Extremely late to the party, but basic at Benning in 07. Happened the day of graduation. When you get a few days in the DS, sit everyone down and ask if any of us have any VIPs coming to graduation. Officers, high NCO etc. point family. A few people say captain, top CTC point, and it's written down accordingly. We are getting ready at the barracks to do the ceremony when in marches Benning's CG and a bunch of other brass in tow. Captain yells out for a kid to report and they all head off. We wonder what the fuck did he just do for a general, a full bird and some majors to escort him out. Turns out this kid's family is all career military and he didn't tell anyone because his grandfather told him not to and make his own name etc. His grandfather is a retired lieutenant general from the last administration. His uncle is a major and his father is a colonel. All showed up in uniform to his graduation. Oh, did I forget to mention that the old family friend came who just happened to be a former Secretary of Defense? Craziest faking graduation ever. This kid's brother couldn't attend, but he was moving up in ranks too, I heard. Why this kid wasn't at West Point I don't know. He had all the connections, but I guess he didn't want to be an officer right away or something. Trying to remember some stories from my time. Due to being in the Swedish Defense Force, which has a softer approach to the whole basic training, we just laugh at the new soldier, because, well, they wasn't stupid, but having stress levels higher than ever before under longer time, you make stupid shit. But remember, softer doesn't mean lack of discipline, rather the opposite. But now I'm digressing. I remember one story, the first week of basic training, basically learning to walk, talk, dress and act like a soldier. They had made some bad decisions as a group which resulted in tardiness, as they were on the sheet list, which means we were harder and tougher at them. Due to not being a native English speaker some words might be wrong, but I hope you understand anyway. We were training basic drill and formation. It was getting late, and it had been a rough day due to earlier incident, stress levels rising. We had them standing attention, and commanded them doing a turn left march. It involves a snappy left turn, and then start marching. Due to some wonderful magical randomness, the group split in perfect 50/51 starting to march left, the other one right. Me and my colleague was flabbergasted by this, so the soldiers keep on marching away from each other. My colleague had to walk away due to not being able to confine his laughter. Remember, they were on the sheet list. I had to calm myself and then start yelling to them to get back and so on. Other ones are their look. When you do inspection on their living quarters, each corridor has 6 to 8 rooms. Each room has 10 to 16 beds and shared toilets and showering rooms. You inspected the toilet room with the soldier responsible. Go to the urinal, swipes the bottom, licks it, and just say, still tastes salty. New inspection in 5 minutes. They were always stunned. Of course there was some drill instructor magic involved here, but for the new recruits it was very much real. Obligatory not a DS, or in the forces warning. Years ago I worked in an airport and part of my job was coordinating army flights. I was young, skinny, blonde, big boobs, kinda like a short Barbie doll. As such the squaddies thought they could get away with murder. It's 0300 and I have 2 soldiers who think they are being funny and hanging over my desk trying to be Bertie Big Bo locks and telling me how I should fill in a flight report. Suddenly this officer pops up from nowhere, like he's a freaking kraken rising from the depths, screams them out the door, yells them into the car park and sets them doing push-ups in the snow. He comes back and asks me what my favorite animal, llama, is and says to follow him. I go outside, and he says to them both that they have to run laps of the car park, while shouting I'm not as smart as a llama, until I stop laughing. They did a lot of laps. Many years later my sister got a job doing the same thing as I did. She was escorting a troop off the plane when one of them lights a cigarette on the ramp. Whole bucket of stupid right there. The lads are in front of her with their co behind them. The co spots the guy light up before my sister didn't scream's name, number, rank, now. My sister capped herself, jumped about a foot in the air, turned round and yelled, "Ops sister, I can't remember my phone number, and I don't have a rank." The co breaks completely, he's howling laughing, and tells her he didn't mean her. I still have her life about it now. Marine Corps Boot Camp 2004. Platoon had faked up for some dumb reason and our senior drill instructor was pissed. Marched us all back to our barracks, got us online and starts berating us. Got to the point where the senior said he quit and we didn't deserve to have a senior drill instructor, so he took his duty belt off and campaign cover off and placed them on a chair on the quarterdeck. Somehow, the guy next to me did not see or hear this, and when RJ had started giving us directions for the next part of the day, my friend requested permission to speak to the senior drill instructor. There was a slight pause where the J-Hat asked him to repeat himself, and so he did. This was followed by another pause, and then my friend was instructed to go to the quarterdeck and speak to our senior. Dude had to stand there for an hour making conversation with the chair. Meanwhile all the drill instructors were in the duty hut, I'm sure, laughing. One of the other stories came out during that day. We get to chill like a few days before graduation. Every night we'd have inspection to make sure we were clean and ready for the next day. The drill instructor would walk up to you, face you, and you were supposed to put your arms out at a 90-degree to your body, snap your head to the side, and do the proper greeting. Followed by another snap, where you turn your head to the opposite side and answer more questions from him. Apparently, in another platoon, the platoon fac-off decided to do all the steps at once while saying snap, crackle, pop. Normally that would land you on the quarterdeck for a good thrashing, but instead it got a good chuckle from the drill instructor and he just moved on. We all emptied the footlockers and got into them like kayaks, then made to row with imaginary oars while we scooted around the squad bay for a good 30 minutes. Had a fellow recruit named Brickhouse who was forced to sing "She's a Brick House" every time a D pointed at him. Solid 2 months of that. At boot camp for the Marines there weren't doors on the bathroom stalls, so it was common practice during bathroom breaks for a D to stalk up and down the row screaming "Sheet faster recruits," to which everyone would respond in unison, "This recruit is sheeting as fast as he can, sir." Great fun. Everything is third person. It was often better to try holding your bladder than requesting to use the bathroom, so a few guys got smart and would have one of their 2 canteens designated to pee in. I lost count of how many times I'd see a recruit pissing discreetly in a canteen while we were all standing not too, but in line for the chow hall etc. Then they'd just drain it whenever there was an opportunity. Everyone knew and it was just one of those things. Great plan until the day in the squad bay when everyone was lined up and told to fight dehydration by chugging both canteens and hold them upside down as proof. Priceless. Had rotation at basic with big as Nigerian Mofo 6 quote 4-5 some sheet. Scared half the cadre sheetless late night DS bullshit. Come in yelling telling privates to toe the line and whatever. They all in part shorts and one kid got caught with a can of dip 2 nights prior. Well, we start a midnight health and welfare. Find nothing. My first sergeant sees Nigeria and goes blood faking red. What the fuck is that? There was what looked like a cell phone or something tucked into his spandex under his shorts. "'Tis nothing, first sergeant." Bullshit, give me that faking. First sergeant grabbed a big as handful of this mofo's anaconda. I mean, homeboy was faking packing. First sergeant turned white and left. Nigeria smiles and lays down. He's the alpha now, lol. We just left. Didn't say a faking word. But goddamn. First sergeant came back next day and avoided my PLT for about 3 days. Nigeria smirked every time he walked past us. Obligatory, not a drill sergeant, but we had one platoon who apparently didn't know how to properly make a bed, so the DS made them carry mattress and bedding with them everywhere they went. Every time they stopped formation they had to make the bed. Another time, same platoon had to hold the front leaning rest position until someone fetched it. As with all basics, we had fac-ups. One of the fac-ups had to arrange pine cones in formations while we were at the range, while the other had to flip over every rock in the gravel road. One of the sheet bags was getting out processed to leave, and the DS started tossing his sheet out of his wall's locker and found some of the worst skid-marked underwear ever and a condom. One day while we were waiting on buses to pick us up, I made the mistake of going from sitting to laying down to stretch. The DS saw me and said, "Oh, you wanna play the fact down, huh? You gonna just waste all that PT we give you? That's okay, private, we are gonna do some body destroyers." So here I'm thinking I'm about to get smoked till I puke when he tells me to lay flat on the ground, face in the dirt, and starts counting out as if I'm doing push-ups. Turns out body destroyers mean to lay on your face and do nothing. We had one fuck up pick his pants twice on a run in front of the LT, and it wasn't 2 different times, it was during one single run. At Out FTX Out DS set up 3 booby traps fairly close to one another, in plain view of us all. Well, one of our female privates walks up. I see this and immediately tell my buddy she's about to trigger all 3. She steps back, hits one, and there's a small bang. She's confused, she steps back, and there's another bang. She's confused at this point and practically falls into the 3rd. My DS that was watching the whole thing runs off screaming it's a hat trick, she hit all 3. Was a cadet at TAMU. So, while I don't necessarily belong in this thread, it is a funnier story. Every class has to do a class prank. Otherwise you are labeled as pussies. Forever. So, the class before us did 2016 cups of water on the floor. Their pissheads, sophomores, flooded the dorm by kicking them all over in rage. Someone wanted to do something slightly different. Add 1 cup. Then, add 2017 fish. No, not doing that. Being the little fuck that I am, I said, why don't we dump sand in the hallway and have a beach party before PT, physical training? I was joking. That night, we backed one of our trucks up to a window and filled that hallway with sand. Fake palm trees and a kiddie pool and a full-fledged sandcastle. Our pissheads were furious. Our juniors and seniors were pissed/disappointed because there was no alcohol. We took that sand, put it all in 5-gallon buckets, and sprinted all over campus, and filled in cracks. It was the most fun I never want to have again. In my 6th week of basic, the power to our facilities went out, and we couldn't leave unless we had company jobs to do. I was the historian, so I wrote and documented out activities, and had to present it to the CC each night. I walked out to present, and another recruit who was assigned to the job of yeoman, paperwork etc., bumped into my lead CC. The CC screamed at him to about face, and the poor kid turned around with the worst week 1 type movement. The CC called all the other CCs over to watch this kid, and yelled at me to stand at attention, while I witnessed the kid's dance moves. So in a dark hallway it was me, bad recruit, and now 5 CCs staring the kid down. They proceed to tell the kid to do about face in place until told to stop. As he began, the CCs started slamming the wall and stomping their feet and singing Cotton Eye Joe. 3 CCs walked away, and the kid was beat red. I had to pull out the cough move not to laugh. They ended up reverting him a week right there and getting in my face asking if I wanted to square dance with a recruit. I declined and presented my book and got dismissed. There are some good ones here. I only have a couple, and I was never a DS, so this is from the perspective of a private. I was in basic in 2003. We were on one of our FTXs, and one unfortunate soul had his helmet on backwards. It'd have been bad enough if one of the drills had caught him, but the senior saw him first. He made him keep his helmet on the way it was, put all of his gear on backwards, and duck walk around the perimeter quacking like a duck. Another funny one was the last FTX we had, the long one at the end of basic. We'd gone about setting up a perimeter, digging our sleeping positions with overlapping firing sections, the whole deal. We'd gone through the process. If someone approaches the line, you tell them to halt, put down their ID, and take 10 paces back, say the challenge, and when they give the corresponding password, you can let them in. So it's the middle of the night, and we're all wide awake as fuck, because we know they're going to fuck with us and test our perimeter. So the guy about 5 positions down from me is this dude named Perez. Doesn't speak English well, but he was faking hilarious. He was responsible for carrying the SAW squad automatic weapon. It's the only true machine gun in a given squad that you carry. We'd been hearing some faint crunching around out in the woods. All of a sudden, after a particularly loud twig snap, I just hear the saw straight up faking unleash. Like the whole goddamn box of ammo in one trigger squeeze. It's a solid 30 seconds of fire. And then, halt. Every DS in the woods lost their shit laughing, and all of us did too. Not a drill instructor, but we had a recruit in our platoon, who was from Walla Walla, Washington, and was extremely goofy, unintentionally most of the time. Well, they had some Marines who were still in D school come in, and one in particular couldn't handle his extreme awkwardness or the uncomfortable facial expressions he had while sounding off. One night while they were doing hygiene inspection before acting out for the night, he had his balls hanging out of his witty tighties. The soon-to-be D got to him and burst out of his D mode and completely lost his bearing looking at this poor fella and just yelled at him to secure his nutsack while covering his face and ran to hide in the D duty hut. We saw him a week or so later, graduated I assume, since he had the D cover with another company. Every time our platoon crossed paths with him, he had to avoid any interaction with us, which we found odd, but we later found out that he got destroyed for losing his bearing and was immediately moved to another company. Our favorite Walla Walla, Washington recruit washed out shortly afterwards as he became a prime target for all the Ds in our company. Last thing I remember about him is getting brought to the pit to get smoked, and the Ds were yelling at him that they hoped they would find a baby rattlesnake nest during the crucible for him to fall in, because the babies can't control their venom, along with finding him a shallow puddle for him to drown in, since he hardly passed the swim qualification. Good times. Yut. So this is kinda relevant. TLDR at bottom. I did JROTC in high school and we would frequent Paris Island for summer camps. We would be assigned a D, and we slept in barracks on a deck that was not being used actively by recruits. One event in particular occurred that was abundantly hilarious for those not staring a D in the face. We had a cadet who spoke very little English. So little that we had to teach him specific phrases that he would most likely have to scream, mainly "Aye sir" and "Yes sir." Well, the females in our unit got a female D who would take them through their morning and evening routines. This poor fellow was taking out the trash and the female D was coming up the stairs, and they made direct eye contact. She starts screaming, and he starts yelling "Aye sir" on repeat. She just keeps getting angrier and angrier that this kid wouldn't give her the proper greeting of the day and kept calling her sir. Our army instructor had to intervene to get it to stop. I swear the kid was about to piss himself with fear. The rest of us died laughing once the D had left, of course. TLDR Spanish speaking kid didn't know to say "I ma'am" to a female D and went into a battle of the wills on who was going to give up first. It was priceless. Edit typo. When I was 17 I went through a Marine Corps 10-day sleepaway camp called Devil Pups. Basically it's just getting shit on for 10 by Marines. Well, I was the guide during this exercise, meaning that I was leading my platoon of about 60. One day we got on the bus to go to the obstacle course. I was sitting in the 5th seat in the bus, and as we pull into the parking lot I see my sergeant point his finger at me. I immediately knew why. I had my hand out the window like an idiot and knew I had faked up. I started trying to think of something to say when he got in the bus, because I knew he was about to start yelling at me. As we stopped, the doors opened. Everyone was sitting at the position of attention as a sergeant walks on. He points at the first row of seats and say 1. Then he points to the second and says 2. When he gets to the 5th he points at me and says, "You. Why was your hand out the window?" I couldn't come up with a response, so I just said what I had been told all week. "This pup is retarded, sir." I saw him starting to laugh, and he got off the bus, and I sat down. Man, I wish I could go back. Little context. I went to basic training about 6 years ago towards the peak of sharp sexual harassment awareness and assault briefings. Drill sergeants took this wicked seriously because a recruit could basically ruin anyone's military career if they wanted to. To the story. First week of basic training, and we are all still in that fear mode with absolute observation by drill sergeants. During chow you can't look at anything other than your food, but one lunch all I hear is a DS yelling, "You say spoon." I didn't think anything of it until it gets closer and closer. All of a sudden he's in the guy's face across from me because he was eating a banana a banana, and he stood there inches from this private's face until he ate this banana with a spoon. Fast forward to the last week of basic, and we are all more comfortable. My friend, we'll call him Private G, was a quirky kid. He asked me for my banana as I took the last one, so I handed it to him. It was pretty big too. Without missing a step he peels it all the way down, clenching it with a fish, slams it on the table, so it's pointing up, and deep throats this motherfucker in one motion. We're all trying to hide our laughs and we look at the end of the table to our two senior drill sergeants with their jaws on the floor, and we all lost it. Probably hardest we've laughed in front of civilian employees without being smoked like dogs. Not at ES, but went to BCT at Jackson 2 years ago. Got a couple pretty good stories. During our last FTX, we had a female private who just couldn't do anything right. Constantly screwing up was common for her. She had the bright idea to sit up in her foxhole while we were supposed to be pulling 100% security. Anybody caught not pulling security in the prone position would then be dead if caught by a DS. Well, she gets caught and ends up dead. 2 other female PVTs had to carry her on a stretcher to the Kasevik point, which was about 200 yards away. As soon as the 2 female PVTs learned they had to carry Private can't get right 200 yards in less than 2 minimums, one of them snapped and started screaming at the top of her lungs. It went something like, "Oh my god, you stupid faking beach. What the fuck is wrong with you? You faking beach." Her scream started out like a normal scream, but then as she continues to carry Private can't get right, she gradually got more tired, and her screams got more high-pitched and longer, especially with emphasis on the I's in the word beach. Eventually her screams were just high-pitched noises once she got to the Kasevik point. None of the drill sergeants even attempted to hide their laughter and all chuckled at the spectacle. And the DS that was waiting for her at the end just said, "PVTs don't make Private done mad at the rifle qualification range." One private peed her pants while in the prone unsupported position during her last few targets. Lucky me, I was up next to shoot and had to lay down in this fresh urine soaked pit to shoot. At first I just kinda stared at the dark sand spot and thought, am I really going to have to lay in this? DS then yells at me to get DF down and get ready to shoot. Just kicked some sand on top of it, laid down in it, and fired away. Shot expert too, in fact. Something about fresh urine that just dials in the senses. Had a private forget to put a sock on one of his feet before PT and came down to the drill pad with one sock on. Think I have a couple more stories buried in my brain somewhere if anybody wants to hear any more. I had to add another one, but it was more awkward funny. It was the first few days of basic, me a recruit, not a drill sergeant, and we were filling out paperwork. I have no recollection what the paperwork was, but there was a race box, and you had to check something off. Drill sergeant, any questions? Recruit, I don't see my race box. DS, who is African American? You're black. Recruit, no. Drill sergeant, I'm Afro-Asian. DS, no, you are black. This goes back and forth a couple times and the rest of us are watching it like a tennis match. Both individuals are digging in, and it seems to be getting heated. We are waiting for the major smoke session, which we believe is inevitable. Another recruit remembers the speech we got from our first sergeant during 0 week, which stated that it didn't matter where we came from or what race, background, creed, religion, etc. we are all the same now. He says kinda quiet, but loud enough for everyone to hear. I thought we were all green. Original recruit says, well, that box isn't on here either. We all proceed to crack up, but it was like a tension relieving thing. I still remember it like it was yesterday, even though it was 30 years ago. Harmony Church, Feet, Benning, Georgia, June 1988. I was the recruit here, but while I was in basic training for the Air Force, our trash detail was short a man for some reason. I offered to help cause the team was all cool guys. We were also out of trash bags, we took the whole basket down. Important side note, the power was out, and we had been advised that if the fire alarms went off, we were to evacuate to the drill pad as normal. So the alarms went off as we were coming back up to the building and our flight started evacuating only to get caught, screamed at and lined up by a TSGT front CQ. The trash crew knew they had to line up too, and me being about 6'1" and overweight at the time, I stuck out a bit anyways, but then I was also carrying the trash can. A huge metal one. I wasn't sure what to do, so I stood at attention with my arms around it and held it in front of me. The TSGT was baffled and had a good scream at me, asking why I evacuated it and why it was my best friend, so I explained we were out of bags. He cracked a few more lines at me before hurrying off to not lose his bearing. Then two SSGTs came out, FCQ just to see it, and questioned me about my loyalty and how good I was to save my friend. I was trainee trash can for the rest of basic, even to my MTIs. Not a drill sergeant, but went to Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri for basic. Didn't make it sadly due to runtime. I was book smart, but apparently all my common sense went out the window. There are a few scenarios I look back and ask myself just why. However, there was one time I did manage to make a DS laugh. One day we go do grenade training. We are dressed in full battle rattle, bullet, proof vest, helmets, eye goggles for shooting, etc. I think by this point it was obvious I was nerd back in school. They hand me the grenades into large canisters to make sure we don't drop them. Drill sergeant shakes us. Well, he grabs me, starts slamming into the wall. You're not gonna drop these, are you, private? I just need to pretend it's my lunch in high school. Drill sergeant. I think he tried to hide it, but I heard him laugh at that. One of the stupidest things I did while still in registration for few days, where they give you shot gears and shave your head. One drill sergeant noticed when I marched I looked like a toy soldier because I wouldn't bend my arms. I noticed that my group is getting away and I'm gonna get smoked for being alone and falling behind. Drill sergeant finally lets me go. This part actually happened. Yes ma'am, thank you. Still sergeant, I give this biggest cartoonish salute about face and haul as. I later learned the drill sergeant just stood there a moment before looking at the group. Privates, sometimes you do something so stupid we don't even know how to react. So there I was, in the sheet. Fort Sill, Oklahoma for Army basic training. During meal times, we'd often get MREs, meals ready to eat. If you were lucky enough, you got an MRE with candy in it. Either a pack of M&Ms or sometimes Skittles. Most drill SGTs didn't have a problem with you eating the candy. It's there for a reason, soldier. If you got it, eat it, was pretty much the standard attitude. However, you were never supposed to have food on your person or in the sleeping bays if it wasn't mealtime. So fast forward to this particular day. We had just got upstairs to our bay after dinner chow, and the guys were getting a bit rowdy. Drill sergeant kicks in the door. What the fuck is this noise? Oh, you all wanna play? Okay, third platoon, let's play some bedtime games, and proceeds to smoke us through a series of exercises. One exercise in particular is called the leg tuck and twist, in which the soldier sits on the floor, tailbone on the ground, sitting in an upright position with legs elevated, and twists side to side to work the core. While doing this exercise, suddenly we hear a tick 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 sound. I look over at the mortified kid a few bunks over from me, and a stream of Skittles is steadily bouncing out of his pocket onto the tile floor with each additional twist he does. Drill sergeant is at the other end of the bay and doesn't see it yet. However, we all knew certain death was coming. As he walks toward us, he sees a pool of Skittles, can't believe his eyes, and has the kid keep exercising. Pulls his phone out and records the Skittles continuing to bounce out. You've gotta be faking kidding me, third platoon. We got the absolute minimum amount of sleep the army would allow them to give us that night. Spend most of it in pools of sweat next to our bunks. We had a guy in our platoon at Paris Island that I will refer to as Mouse. He was a very skinny kid, average height, just very skinny. Think JP from Grandma's Boy. We had just begun second phase and we were beginning grass week. That particular morning Mouse had been getting it really bad from our heavy, from lights, to chow, to marching to the rifle range. He was not giving Mouse a break. Just constant harassment. It's sessions, the works. We finally get to the range and we are staging our packs. Our heavy asks Mouse, well Mouse, you think you've had enough? I don't know if it was out of exhaustion or confusion, but Mouse let out a very exasperated no sir. I was in the line of sight of our heavy, who visibly recoiled, taken back by the recruit's response. I remember hearing him chuckle to himself and said, very well, drill instructors. Our 2 kill hats came out from behind the platoon and chased him a couple hundred yards across the range to the head, where we could faintly hear him screaming, "Aye sir," as the hats did God knows what to him out of eyesight. Army here. My bay was doing bed check, which is just us standing at attention while the drill sergeants, DS, check and make sure everything is set and do some inspections. One kid was getting looked at and his M4 is on semi. So we are all dead quiet as they grill this dude. Keep in mind it's 2 DS that are almost always attached at the hip. Very good friends. Private, why the fuck is your weapon on semi? Now the kid is faking scared, so he starts babbling. I don't know DS. It did it on its own. It did it on its own. Oh shit. It's alive. The female DS slaps the weapon out of his hand. Now the issue with that is, if you drop your weapon you do push-ups, drop with it, but instead of dropping him, they drop the rest of us. Then the second DS chimes in, pick up your faking weapon, private. You just throw your weapon around and do what you want. He goes to pick it up, and the first DS stops him. Don't touch it. It can fire on its own, it's alive. Pick up your weapon, you piece of shit. Don't faking touch it. Pick it up. From there it just turns into a back and forth of making this kid pick up his weapon only to slap it out of his hands, while all of us are trying to stifle our laughter. In the end the male DS ends up cracking a smile, then bursting into laughter and walking away after telling us to go to bed. Not basic training, but when I was in NASP in Sakala for aircrew school, the officer candidate school was across the street, and every morning both schoolhouses would line up for inspection. In Navy aircrew school there are tons of guys that failed out of buds for SEALs training, so actual Navy SEALs are legends. There was one candidate in Ox that was prior enlisted and a SEAL with his trident. One morning we were lined up outside waiting for our instructors to come out, but the Ox candidates were already out there getting a dress whites inspection. When the Ox gunny came to the SEAL, he was standing with a heavy lean to his left. He had dropped his shoulder down a good 3 to 4 inches. The gunny starts going off on him, telling him how faked up he is. The SEAL looks him right in the eye and points to his chest and just says, "Sorry, my trident is kind of heavy." The gunny just stepped over to the next guy in line without saying a word. That dude's legend status was confirmed that day. In USAF basic training in 2010, we had a guy there who was enlisting in the Yang. This guy was older than most of us, in his early 30s. He had gotten relatively sick 1 week, enough to where he got put on rest orders. Obviously, the T's don't like this, because it impairs their ability to fuck with him. Anyway, I guess he must have written home about being sick, because his mom sent him a huge thing of cookies, enough for the entire flight. The T's lost their minds. For those of you who haven't been through USAF basic, the dorms are structured so that there are 2 large bays, where the beds are connected by the T's office in the middle. RT and his 2T friend calls a sick dude into his office and calls everyone else to gather around the 2 opposite doors to observe. He makes this dude eat as many of the cookies as he can until he pukes, all while wrapped in a blanket and shaking his hips to shaka, as hips don't lie. The whole time they are screaming in his face about how those cookies are gonna go straight to his hips, and we are just watching it all unfold before us. Some of us dumbfounded, some giggling. The dorm chief kept yelling at people laughing because the poor victim was being humiliated. But fuck, everything is hilarious during basic training. This one happened to me as a recruit. Had my watch on for PT. Big mistake. The D saw it and took it from me before the PT I saw. Reported to his office after PT to get the watch back, and he says I can have it back if I sprint to the gym and ask for the time from the sergeant PTI in the office there. So I spring down as fast as possible, and with lungs bursting I report and ask for the time. The PTI laughs. He knows what he has to do. I don't have the time, but here's the date, he says, grabbing the date stamp from the desk. What followed was a good 5 minutes of him stamping the shit out of every bit of exposed skin on my body, face, neck, arms, hands, between the fingers, and on my eyelids even. Ask for permission to carry on, get told to fuck off. I fuck off. Sprint back to the block to find that the D has called the entire class to witness this. I report. Everyone's hysterical. I'm trying not to laugh. Recruit, what is the time? Don't know. Corporal, I don't have my watch. Can see he is about to beast the entire class, but it's definitely the 6th of July. He cracked and laughed. I spent more than an hour scrubbing it all off. I was tinted red for 2 days. Not a DS, but happened to a bloke in my platoon. At RTB we are given bayonets to look after for the duration of your time there, always kept rust free and locked in your cupboard if not in use. One day, just before we headed out to the mess for lunch, we were reminded to lock our cupboards before leaving as to not leave the bayonets insecure. It was already instinctual by this point as we had had it still into us over the previous weeks when we had first got them. Our platoon had left for lunch while our seccers stayed behind to have a bit of fun with finding which recruit had left their lockers unlocked. They previously had a lot of fun with this, swapping bayonets for bananas and plastic knives and such. They had found a locker insecure from the bloke across the hall from me, so as they usually do, they had a bit of fun with it. Except this time it was taken to a way better level. Our platoon had arrived back from lunch and I distinctively remember the look on all 4 seccers' faces, just a huge seedy grin. I had gotten into my room and went to double check that my locker was still closed when all of a sudden from across the hallway, that same bloke who left his locker insecure had just shouted, "What the fuck?" Lo and behold, there was the top half of mannequin sitting at the bottom of his closet. Poor bloke had to dress it every morning, take it to breakfast, lunch and dinner. Wherever he went, the mannequin did too. Had the thing for a month before they took it off him and gave him his bayonet back. Manny Mannequin was our mascot for the rest of our training there and was even there for our grad day. Not a D, but there is this guy called JB in my platoon and have multiple stories. JB is a legend. He is a skinny ass dude who always slouches with birth control glasses. Even the D's wondered how he got in. Anyway, during the field training in boot camp, most of my platoon tried not to cheat in field, so they don't have to dig a hole and covered it, and JB was no different. Once we finished field training, most of the dude rushed to the toilet to take a shower. JB was 2 places in front of me. With a towel around his skeleton body, he started stomping the ground and seemed like he was in distress. Moments later he made some super weird groan, and then I heard a splat on the floor, and it was different from the sound of flops hitting the floor. I looked and realized JB just shit on the floor. You can't imagine the commotion it created for the whole platoon. The toilet Ike was shocked and pissed, not sure how they would have to clean it before the D arrives. People started backing from him, and he was in distress, not sure what to do, and picked up the sheet in the middle of the corridor and standing there with tears in his eyes. At the same time, the D and Co went up to see what is going on. Since people backed from the middle of the corridor, we blockade the way, so they all can't enter and see. Someone told them, JB just shat himself. The D then shouted, "Where is the sheet?" JB ran up to the D with the sheet still warm on his hand. The D was usually the tough macho dude, 5'11", and is normally sheet serious, pun intended. Seeing JB running up to him with the sheet on his hand, the D screamed and shouted, trying to back up, but failed as the other D and Co was blocking the way. JB was then scared by the screaming D and threw the sheet in the air. Funniest moment of my boot camp. Canadian Navy basic training OS equals ordinary seaman. Recruits hold this rank. Manuscript equals master seaman. Me. It's standard practice for our recruits to mark all their kit with little cotton tags they sew on, stating the first 4 letters of their last name and the last 3 digits of their service number. We were at the gas hut one morning, just outside doing gas mask drills, etc. so they were dressed down to combat pants and t-shirts. Anyways, one of the other instructors gave them push-ups for something, and a few reps and I noticed that one of the recruits, let's call him Osbloggins, had his t-shirt tucked right into his underwear. Me, Osbloggins, why the fuck is your shirt tucked into your underwear? He must not have heard me properly. Osbloggins, because we were instructed to tuck our shirts in. Manuscript. I then noticed the kit marking was showing on his tighty witty waistband. The recruit next to him, other recruit, noticed too, and I could see him trying to hold back his laughter. Me, other recruit, what are Osbloggins' last 3 of his service number? Other recruit leans over to read and yells 738, manuscript. Or whatever it was. Me, now how the fuck does he know that off the top of his head? Osbloggins? Osbloggins, I have no idea, manuscript. Me, because it's hanging out the top of your ass. Not a D, but the funniest thing that happened to me. Recruit Dix was standing to my right as we were conducting close order drill in the squad bay. We had a guest D join us from a different company that day, huge black guy with sleeves that cut off the circulation to his massive guns. This motherfucker was intimidating as hell. He was walking up and down our ranks critiquing our form and said something sly to Dix, and I overheard and kinda cracked a smile while keeping eyes front. He then turns to me and says, "Did I say something funny, boy?" I said, "No sir," at a normal tone. He says, "Did I say whisper to me, boy?" I reply, "No sir." He calmly walked in front of me, put his face only a few inches from my face, and said, "You want me to crawl up your asshole and come out your nostrils, boy?" I screamed, "No sir." He then quietly turned and started making his way through the ranks again, and Recruit Dix and I proceeded to lose our shit. It was the kind of stifling side-splitting laughter while trying to not get noticed kinda laughter that only happens a few times in life. I usually just read Reddit posts and remain anonymous. Today, I decided to break my silence. So, I'm not a D or RDC. As a seaman recruit in Navy Basic, I had the crud and wasn't up to being beat. So, we head into our ship after eating chow, and you know you are about to get a beating. We all toe the line and wait for it. As soon as our RDC starts laying into us, I start walking to the front of the ship and I tell the RDC, "I'm sick and I don't want to go to march to sick call." I keep walking and go to the stairwell. I can't remember exactly, but I think this is near what is called the Shark Tank, a place where all of the RDCs hang out away from the recruits. I know it isn't going to be pretty, but he lets me continue on my way. I stand at attention under the stairs awaiting my destiny. A senior RDC sees me there and heads my way. He isn't very happy, as expected. He chews me out, and I tell him I'm sick and couldn't handle the beating. I can't remember all that happened, but eventually, he sends me to do yard work. He tells me to grab some pruning shears and go and trim all of the bushes around the barracks. Still feeling like crap, I knew this was an easy way out. So, I grabbed the shears and got to it. I hacked those bushes up so bad. I removed every stick and twig off of about 10 to 15 bushes, so all that was left was the thickest branches. They had no form at all anymore. When I was finally brought in, the senior RDC had someone go and get me. I reported back to him that Seaman Recruit Budsnuts was finished with trimming the bushes. He sent me back to my division and I never heard from him again. I told all of the other seaman recruits, and the next time we all marched past the bushes we all looked at each other out of the corner of our eyes and laughed. I was in the Marines, so drill instructors. Drill instructor Sergeant Ponds, 6 foot tall, built like a house. We are doing drill practice in our barracks when one of our squad leaders fucks up. He drops the obviously fake angry drill instructor persona because he takes his job seriously. He asks us, "What the fuck do I do with you all? 30-40? You suck ass with drill. You can't follow basic motherfaking instructions." Then he takes his cover off and tells us to do a port arms, and our Vietnamese dude named Nguyen Nguyen does an inspection of his rifle. Then the PTSD our drill instructor had kicked in. He yells so loud that his voice shattered. I mean, he turned into a girl with how angry he got. He got in his face and yelled, "Stupid shit. Holy shit, you deaf recruit. If I wanted you to inspect your rifle I would have another instructor instruct you." I said, "Port arms. Port arms." Then he yells at him to go hang from the pull-up bar, so Wen runs through formation at lightning speed and hangs his rifle on his rack. Ponce just watches him. Then he runs through formation. You're not supposed to. And then Wen tried to jump to the pull-up bar, but he actually can't. He is 4 feet and the pull-up bars are easily 6 feet. So Wen goes and gets the bench chair for bench pressing and uses it to jump up to the bar. Then he starts to do pull-ups. Ponce scratches his head and then the laid back persona comes back and he casually says, "Recruit, I said hang not pull." Then he turned around and pulled his cover over his face, took a few steps and took a deep breath. I got a couple We were required to drink 3 glasses of liquids a day at each meal, Gatorade, or water. In our final week, my battle buddy tries to get away from lunch without drinking them. Proceeds to get destroyed verbally and made to drink them. He started crying into his cup and choking down the water. Drill instructor, why are you crying? Trainee, I don't like the taste. Hiccup sir. RD clearly tried to hold it together, called over 2 of his coworkers and ran off, assumedly to crack up. We had a guy who joined at 23 years old having never shaved before. Long black curly hair. D had him shave, and all he had to use was a cheap disposable razor. After about half an hour, someone goes to check on him, and he was so bloody, they made another trainee shave the rest of his face. During Beast Week everyone stays in big deployment style tents and goes rifle training etc. We had 5 tents of guys, 1 tent of girls. The girl element leaders decided they wanted to stop getting in trouble for shit we were doing, so at 3 AM our 3rd or 4th night, they busted into our tent, yelling at us for how messy our tent was, and for them getting in trouble. Note that any genders going into their other's tent was a huge no-no, as was waking us up to scream at us lol. D gets caught, and lots of paperwork was handed out the next day. The rank of 48 men living in extremely close quarters is, wow. Had a guy who never caught on to marching, and on our graduation, tripped and fell, and dropped a flag. In front of his whole family after the ceremony, he got destroyed by RD. He definition faked up, but in front of the family? Brutal. Basic training is faking crazy, and these are even crazier, for good reason. After multiple unsatisfactory performances, I instructed 2 recruits to the showers. The open shower had 4 prison-style shower heads in a square 10x 10-foot tile room with a large window above the tile. One way to reprimand recruits was to make it rain. This was the recruits working out until the room filled with heat and humidity to build up in the room. Once the window fogged up and a single drop fell down the window, this was satisfactory for me. It would take approximately 30 to 45 minutes, depending on how many recruits were working out, time of day, and how in shape they were. Fat bodies would sweat fast and make it rain faster. Before the rainmaker began, I asked Tweedledee and Tweedledum to give their best joke to receive immunity. Recruit Tweedledee gave a blonde joke that was respectable, but not original. 2 blondes walk in the forest and stumble upon some tracks. The first blonde says those are bear tracks. The second blonde says, you idiot, those are deer tracks. Then the train hits them. Tweedledum looks me dead in the eye and shouts, sir, I'm just a big corn-fed country boy from Arkansas. I'm not good at telling jokes. I'm just a big dumb vanilla gorilla from the south. Maybe it wasn't the funniest, but it was the perfect delivery at the moment. It left an impression, and I still picture a big white guy as a vanilla gorilla. Not a D, but rather something that happened to me in boot camp. This is the story of how I received the nickname Recruit Hippity Hop. I was a scribe in boot camp. Basically that meant that I made the fire watch list and kept records for the platoon. Once a week the other scribe and I would go to each platoon, gather their logbooks, and take them down to the company office. We thought it was great, and it started as 10 to 15 minutes of relatively unsupervised time. Unbelievable in boot camp. After a few weeks of scribing, the drill instructor for the platoon above us decided that he didn't like us skating around once a week unsupervised, and took it on himself to make sure this wasn't some sort of privilege. One week I bang on the hatch to their squad bay, announce myself, and request permission to enter. Pretty standard stuff at this point. The D says come on in, recruit hippity hop. As I walk in I see the entire platoon, about 100 recruits, is at attention by their axe. The D takes the logbook, flings it to the far end of the squad bay and says fetch. I have no idea why he called me that, or why he threw the logbook, but I run after it. After I collect it, I start to leave. He calls out, wait a second, recruit hippity hop, why were you running? He walks up, takes the logbook, and flings it to the far end of the squad bay again. He looks at a random recruit, and asks recruit so-and-so, how do bunnies travel? The recruit replies they hop, sir. And the D looks back at me, and says bunnies hop, recruit hippity hop. Go fetch my faking logbook. I squat down in front of all the recruits who are now stifling giggles, and bunny hop miles all the way across the squad bay, pick up the logbook, and bunny hop back. By the end my thighs are burning. I stand up and start to leave when again the D calls out, "Wait a second, recruit hippity hop. I've never seen a bunny carry something in his hands before." Recruit zone, "So, how do bunnies carry things?" Without missing a beat, recruit zone so replies with their mouths, "Sir, you know where this is going." He took the logbook, threw it across the squad bay again, and told me to go get it. I hopped back out, picked up the logbook, and stuck it in my mouth, then hopped back, and was finally allowed to leave. Every week when we entered that squad bay I had to announce myself as recruit hippity hop, then bunny hop the length of a squad bay with 100 people giggling, pick up a logbook with my mouth, then hop out. He kept it up all of boot camp. Also, as I alluded to at the beginning, the name stuck. 134. Not D/DS, but I have to share what I thought were a few short amusing stories from my father, who was a sergeant. Engineers, I think, Australian Army in the early 80s, so times would have been rather different I guess. My father explained they had a sort of drill/exercise where some US troops came to Australia and they had to evade the Aus Army for approximate 2 days and the Aussies had to track them. My father, trying not to laugh, explained to me that a few soldiers had let the Americans down after they found them approximate 8 hours into the 2 days by following the smell of cologne, chocolate bar wrappers, a boot, and even saw someone smoking a cigarette in pitch black which apparently lights up like a beacon. I have so many, but I will make this my last, so it is not too long. Another incident involved my father not making his bed properly in training, and the DS/D threw his mattress, bedding, belongings and the bed frame itself out of the 3rd story window and my father had to carry everything back upstairs and make it properly, or he would face the same consequences. Fortunately he said he got it right the second time and now was running late for drinks his friends had organized at the boozer pub. My father was rushing and arrived to open the door and was met with a swift punch directly in the face and was floored by what he described as a faking giant. Before his friends even made it to help, 3 large blokes lean over and one of the guys who did not throw the punch goes, "Shit, it's the wrong bloke." Needless to say my father accepted their apology and accepted their offer of shouting beers for him all night. He and his friends spent the night feeling sorry for whoever walked through that door that deserved it. I have had my fair share of special soldiers, but Private G was special. We were doing reflexive shooting training. It's not difficult. Private G struggled. The idea is to raise your rifle as quick as possible, hit your target with 2 shots. He took this to mean that as you raised your rifle, you shot. During the first round myself, the other instructors, and range safeties noticed he was literally shooting into the ground about a foot in front of him. This is after about 12 weeks of training. We did OSAD, which means the privates were blessed with my presence for BCT and 8. We quickly pulled him aside and explained to him that the goal wasn't to shoot as fast as possible, it was to acquire the enemy, raise your rifle, acquire your target, and shoot twice as quickly as possible when you know it hits your target. After this he said he understood. At this point all we can do is stand back and hope he understands. Sure enough, first attempt it's even worse, and he almost shoots himself in the foot. I call a ceasefire on the line and explain about how he literally almost shot his foot off. I walk through multiple times on how this drill is supposed to work. No reason to be stressed and hurried. I even do the drill in front of him to make sure he understands. To me it looked like a light clicked for him, so we have him do it again. At this point all of my attention is on this kid. Either it's going to click, or he is going to start waving his rifle around and end up shooting someone. Range goes green, and he squares up and gets ready to shoot, and shoots himself in the damn foot. I spoke to him afterwards in the hospital to make sure he was alright. Turns out he was so anxious about the drill that he kept getting the instructions backwards in his head. Instead of raise and fire, he kept thinking fire and raise. I'm not sure if this is some kind of dyslexia or not, but it caused the kid to shoot himself. Haha, so, I'm young. Yes, I'm a high schooler who is in Afjrotk. So it was basic training, way less crazy than all of this, and we were all little freshmen wide-eyed, staring at the big scary junior officers who had been yelling at us the past few minutes the second we got into the door for training. We didn't have a hell of a clue what we were doing, but she just continued to yell until we learned. Well, we are all sitting there at attention, looking up front at C/CMS duty, who was the only guy on the officer team, when a kid comes in late, with his backpack. We had training during the freaking summer, carrying an entire box of KFC chicken. He awkwardly stared at everyone who was dead silent, trying so hard not to laugh for the sake of what might happen when we did laugh. Now backstory on this kid, God bless his heart. In middle school, we used to tease him behind his back. He was a rude kid, what can I say? His last name was long, and he talked with such a weirdly cookie voice, so we'd make fun of him. Well, lucky for me, all three of us, my best friends who lived in my neighborhood, down the street at the time, were in training together, so the second he walks in you can already feel the atmosphere around us. We are on edge from laughing hysterically at this kid. Anyways, so C/Cap2 was hawking down the aisles of seats, stops in her tracks. You could hear her boots just kinda stop, and watches the kid sit down, set his things down, and reach into the bucket to eat a piece of chicken. You just hear about a solid crunch before she yells, "What the hell are you doing?" And the entire flight starts just dying of laughter. Long story short, the kid had to throw away the chicken and we all had to hold plank for 5 minutes. The timer would restart anytime someone made a noise or dropped. I'm sorry for my irrelevance. I know I'm like only a kiddo, but I do have aspirations to continue ROTC in college. I know my story isn't that funny, or really as great as some of these actual veteran stories. It just happened to be on my mind from reading the comments. God bless. Honestly don't know what the T reaction was, but the story is hilarious. So we had this goofy ass kid on our flight. We'll call him trainee Grantley. So Grantley ends up getting in trouble for a couple dumb things and compounds his mistakes by lying to the T about what he did. Basically this kid had 2 strikes on him, and he was in danger of getting booted from the flight and sent back a week, recycled. So he is sitting at chow next to this kid named Ford. Now Ford is the opposite of Grantley. He is like the teacher's pet type kid, goody 2 shoes. Now the number 1 rule of chow is that you shut the hell up and you quickly eat your food. Talking at chow is hard to get away with and just a terrible idea in general. Unless another trainee is choking and you need to call for help, there ain't nothing important enough to open your mouth about. So Grantley being Grantley picks up his peach and says, "I'm about to tear into this peach like a fat booty." Somehow straight man Ford lets out a laugh that catches the attention of a nearby T who tells the 2 of them to go to the snake pit and explain what happened. The snake pit is where all the T's sit at chow. So the whole flight sees them up at the snake pit, and I know we all had to have been thinking, this doesn't look good for Grantley. We finish up chow and return to our dorm. Our T's aren't back to the dorm yet, and we all notice that Grantley is nowhere to be found. This must be the end of line for him. So we gather around Ford and ask what the hell happened. Ford, I laughed because Grantley said back quote, "I'm about to tear into this peach like a fat booty," and we got sent to the snake pit. A T asked us why we were talking and laughing, and Grantley said, back quote, "I dropped some food on the floor," and Ford laughed. So then the T asked me what happened. Rest of flight, so what did you tell them? Ford, I said trainee Grantley said he was going to tear into his peach like it was a fat booty. So we were like, dude, what the fuck, he's gonna get recycled. Somehow he didn't and made it through with us to graduation. Not a drill instructor, but I've got 2 stories from Navy Basic. One recruit made the mistake of calling the RDC by name, Petty Officer Lopez, instead of just Petty Officer. Recruit, did you just call me Lopez? Yes, Petty Officer. On your 6-pack, and go. He starts doing push-ups. 1 Petty Officer, 2 Petty Officer, no. We are friends, right? Say my name. 1 Lopez, 2 Lopez, 3 Lopez, no. We are good friends. My name is Steve. 1 Steve, 2 Steve, 50 Steve, nah man. We are homies now. Call me homie. 1 homie, 2 homie, 3 homie. That went on for a good 30 minutes. We were having field day, cleaning, and this one recruit was showing people pictures of his dogs that he got from a letter. The same petty officer shows up behind him and says, "Oh my god, how cute are these doggies. Everyone on your 6-pack." He beats us for a while by making us say daggy after the count. No, this is missing something. He pulls out his phone and starts playing Hound Dog by Elvis while he continues to beat us. It took him everything in his soul to not crack a smile throughout the hour, or so we were being beat. The good old days. Stories from various male Ds I knew. Gunny A. Sometimes they make you dump out your footlocker and then scramble to find your own gear to get it back. One day when my gunny was SDI, he comes back to see his Ds made all the recruits dump their gear in the middle of the squad bay and reenact the flag raising at Iwo Jima. No, that's not right. Further to the left, etc. Everyone's laughing but also crying inside because their gear is in an unidentifiable heap. A story about SSGTF told by Gunny A. Notes about SSGTF. I heard he went to the brig twice, once for waterboarding a recruit and another time for setting a recruit on fire. He made the recruits put all their MRE fire starters in a pit and the recruit fell in, so he should have retired as guns, but got out as a SSGT. He had a stack of ribbons and other SNCOs would accuse him of stolen valor, but no, he was just demoted. Gunny A. So we're at the chow hall, you line up in formation and wait to get in to eat, and I see F yelling at this recruit. I said scream. Oh, you don't wanna scream? F squirts aftershave on hapless recruit and uses a lighter to set him on fire. Recruit is definitely screaming now. Okay motherfucker, so now you want to faking scream. AHHH. Yo mama. Gunny A was dying laughing inside and also just boggled at the whole recruit on fire thing. SSGTF swore he never did such a thing when I asked him, but probably not in his best interests, to admit to literally roasting any more recruits than what he already went to the brig for. When I was in basic, I was one of the older recruits, 23. There was a female and a male who was also around my age, and we'd hang out a little. Everyone else was 17 and between years in high school. The three of us weren't bothered much because of the invisibility cloak of 150 or so 17-year-olds who could not behave if you begged them to. One afternoon, I get pulled aside by a DS. "Tell me the truth," he says gravely, "which one of these yahoos is picking up our sunflower seed shells and eating them?" I thought this was a joke or prank or something on us because we more or less stayed out of trouble. So I calmly responded, "I don't think anyone would do that, DS. That sounds like something off PNN, private news network, DS." That was that, but then eventually the rumor spread to me that this 17-years-old soldier, Smith, is eating the shells. I decide I'm just going to tell her so that this rumor will end. I say, "Smith, people are saying you eat the chewed sunflower seed shells after the DS spits them out." She responds, "Well, I used to eat the shells after my brother spits them out. And they are dried anyways when I pick them up off the ground." Y'all, she was eating pre-chewed food off the ground. I'm not a D, but I was in army boot camp at the event when this happened. So this must have been in the later half of BCT when the DS, drill sergeants, decided that we were gonna do a pugil sticks tournament. Basically, the DS were gonna call 2 people from their platoon to come up, put on the gear, and start going at it. First one to the 3 points wins. The only part that sucked is that our equipment was really old and worn down. The stick was missing padding, and the helmets were broken, etc. This is where the funny part happens. At the time, we were the only company doing this. So, the post commanding general, 1 star, came down to check up on it. He gets there and is greeted by our head DS and head DS explaining what they are doing. My head DS says it's going very well, sir. No one is getting hurt and we are keeping the fighting controlled. As soon as he said that, a trainee runs up with a huge gash in his head and blood running down his face and says, "DS, I need to go to the hospital." Like I said before, the equipment was old. When the opponent swung his pugil, the foam slipped off and struck this guy right in the forehead. You can imagine the DS face standing in front of a 1 star after just saying everything is fine. Then, to make it worse, 2 trainees run up to the 1 star, not realizing he's a 1 star, and say, "Drill sergeant, where's the latrine at?" Not at parade rest or anything. Just talking like they are buddies that go drinking on the weekend. After that whole incident, more people came out with dislocated fingers and minor injuries. Needless to say, it was shut down quick, and no more pupils for the rest of the time there. And let's just say shit rolls downhill, so if DS got in trouble by higher ups, you can imagine what happened to us. Basic training. We had to have one personal item out for inspections, a picture frame with a picture of someone. It didn't matter whom, so long as it was tasteful and serious. It's just another thing to cheat on people for. Frame miselegant, funny picture in frame, etc. One guy, a short 18 years old kid of Irish descent, printed out a picture of his girlfriend to put in the frame. One inspection, we overheard this beautiful exchange. "How are you this morning, Private McWhatever? You don't have to look at me to talk to me. Is this your girlfriend? Why is she yellow? She's half Asian, Master Corporal." All the other instructors had to go laugh, and a bunch of us recruits had broken the silence over it. So here's what happened. The instructor was a short French Canadian. He tried his best, but would frequently blunder some words. Why did he ask why the Asian girl was yellow? Because when PT McWhatever printed it out, his printer was low on blue ink, which meant the entire picture came out yellow. That's what the MCPL was getting at. It's probably a you had to be there moment, as it's a situation you might not be able to picture yourself in, but it is still pretty funny to me. Not from the US, but still good. During our advanced training we had several navigation weeks, each of them in a different biome place. Every exercise was between 16 to 32 kilometers every night, and we walked in pairs. So in the woodland week, me and my pair were walking, and we were almost finished, about 2 kilometers left, when my pair found a squash, so he picked it up, and we finished the exercise with it. We named it Dali, so RDS decided that my pair needs to take Dali everywhere he goes until the end of the week, and if it's harmed he's not going to get his next leave. At first he was very protective of Dali, even sleeping with it, but as days passed his guard was loosened, one thing led to another, and in the evening, before we were supposed to go home, another private threw Dali on his balls during free time. My pair was horrified, as if wasn't even hit in the balls. He faking sprinted to the company head medic screaming for a medical emergency. The medic helped him patch Dali up, and the DS was so impressed that he even allowed the leave. AFC Dali had a proper burial that the whole company attended. I posted this story on r/malicious compliance a couple months ago. Short version: honesty is an army value drilled into your head from day one of basic. During military police school I got into a fight, turned myself in, because I wanted to do the right thing by the army values. I hit the other kid with a rake hard enough to put him in a sling for a month. First sergeant was on his first cycle as a training comic, and on a power trip, didn't yet grasp that fights happen in training almost daily, and while it is a big deal, it's not career ending, but because I used a weapon he believed I was unsuited to be an MP. Kept telling me I wasn't gonna graduate, but my drill sergeants were telling me the opposite. I didn't know what to tell my family back home. Finally my dad calls him up to get a straight answer, so he knew if he should or shouldn't drive 400 miles to attend graduation, and this made FS mad. He pulled me in front of the sergeant major for questioning his authority. In an attempt to defuse the situation before FS lost his temper in front of his superior NCO, my DS asked me if I thought the FS was a liar. In a moment of teenage stupidity I responded, "Yes, drill sergeant." My DS disappeared around the corner so fast I barely saw him leave. I didn't see him again that day. Found out years later, small army, that none of the cadre much liked FS, and my DS disappeared like that because he didn't want to be seen in front of the FS and the SGM, laughing his ass off. Obligatory, not a RDC, but during Navy boot camp you learn how to properly turn over a pistol. The whole division has their little strap to go around your chest and clip to the pistol and your holster to put the pistol in. A part of the process is to pull the slide back and deposit the round into your hand to show the RDC. It's the last step and the one most people seem to mess up due to how shitty these pistols are and how sweaty they get when you have 20 plus nervous recruits handling them. During the course of the last practice of the turnover before inspection day we are going through, and most of the division had gotten the hang of it. All except this one dude named Henshaw. Now Henshaw was always that weird dude, the one who just looked like he wasn't all there and was constantly being yelled at for something. He even answered the question of where he was from America. But with me being on the tall side, I'm near the back of the ranks, and I'm behind Henshaw as he goes through his turnover. He gets through most of it, but when it comes time to pull the slide back, the round gets stuck and jams the slide. He fumbles with it for a little bit, but it's clear that it isn't happening. Chief sees it and walks over and grabs the pistol out of Henshaw's hand and racks the pistol on his first try. Henshaw, after seeing this, gets his face all scrunched up and a look of pure bewilderment on his face. Chief hands him back his pistol, knife hands him, and says, "Goddammit Henshaw, you wear your emotions on your goddamn sleeve." And I'm all seriousness, this man turns his head down and looks for something on his blouse, then panics and looks up to Chief and goes, "I can't find them, Chief, that had me," and of the rest of the division plus RDCs crying with laughter. Not a drill instructor, but back in basic the instructors were ultra strict this one morning as the petty officer 01 was making inspections with them. PO was a massive intimidating beast of a human who would crank out one-handed push-ups with us solely so he could use his free arm to point and boom at lowly recruits that couldn't keep up with two arms. He also would make a point of crouching down with a hand on his knee to see eye to eye with recruits under 6 feet. He was not to be faked with by accident or any other reason. This morning inspection, after loads of shouting, recruits getting torn up one side and down the other, things changed. Nearing the end of recruits being destroyed, I heard strange, intense sounding questioning from the instructors and PO to a recruit. It soon erupted in explosive scream laughing and incredulous shouting from them in French. Kept hearing "Cretines, cretines," shouted between violent fits of laughter. This went on for an agonizing minute or two. We found out immediately after one of the guys, who was a bit of a goof, had immediately before inspection sneezed out the mother of all budgers onto the floor. An epic, glistening giant, solid ice-sized round lump of greens and brownish work of art he'd accidentally launched on the immaculately spotless floor for them to discover. Their questioning of him only made them die further with laughter as they'd asked him why he didn't pick it up. He had comically thick glasses and he'd earnestly let it be known he'd failed every vision test along the recruitment process. He said, "I didn't see it." That made them blow up with laughter even further. We survived that day without the usual group punishment because the instructors were too exhausted from laughing to dole it out on us. It was a good day. Navy. Great Mistakes Training Facility in Illinois. There comes a day for some when all the recruits are packed into a small trailer-like room to get gassed. At this point, everyone has masks on and standing nut to butt in rank. Sardines. By this phase of training, about a month and a half in, everyone is well acquainted with the movements of training and each other. I was a recruit chief petty officer at the time, and I stood with the RDCs, Navy drill instructors, and I was tasked with fanning the gas towards my shipmates. The procedure is for the first row to remove their masks, hold them up, cup your other hand under your mouth, in case you're parked / like it would make a difference, take a breath, and give your name / rank / serial. There was a recruit manning the door to cycle the newly gassed recruits out. When gas hits you, it burns. Especially if you have any wounds, raw skin, or you just shaved. Normal everyday state, so we were all burning a bit. When you breath in the gas, it affects people differently. Some have violent reactions, they snot and puke and freak out. Some like it. I liked it. It had a nice burn, like an itch was being scratched. Mind you, we all were sick with something known as the crud, something acquired from living in close quarters with your best friends in the world. Gas is a wonderful expectorant. Some guys came out of that shed with green snot and puke all over their dungarees. Funny thing though, we weren't sick after that day. Now, to the story. There was a huge Nigerian guy in our sister division, and he was always viewed as someone you'd never want to get on the bad side of. He had a really low voice and spoke with a thick accent. So there I am, enjoying the show as each row went through the motions. When the big guy took his mask off and breathed in the gas, he let out this low-pitched moan. Still standing at attention, his big eyes rolled toward the door and fixated. One of the RDCs saw him and knew what was to come. He started yelling at the door guy, "You hold that door shut. Don't let him out that faking door." Well, the Nigerian moaned again, started saying "no" in that thick accent, and broke rank for the door. The poor guy in front of him didn't stand a chance and the big guy busted that door wide open and the door guy flew out with it. The Nigerian was gone, and the RDC's yelling morphed into labored guffaws mixed with futile commands. I was dying. Door wide open, door guy picking himself off the ground to shut it, and the rest of us laughing ours off. Even the RDC's. Not a drill sergeant, and these aren't as funny as some of the other stories on here, and are more just funny nicknames they came up with. I remember we had these twin brothers that somehow got put in the same basic training company but different platoons. To give you a sense of size, there are usually 4 platoons in the company, and probably 35 to 40 people in a platoon. To tell the brothers apart, the drill SGTS nicknamed them Marco and Polo. Randomly throughout the cycle, the drill SGTS would tell one of them to find his brother. He then had to run yelling as loud as possible the other brother's name, until he found him. Marco, Marco. The other brother would respond Polo, until they finally found each other. It was so stupid, but definitely made me laugh the first few weeks. Another one I remember, when you were sick or injured you would go to sick hall to see the medic. Depending on the injury, they would make you take crutches. An example would be, if some kid got a real bad ingrown toenail, and they had to pull it out or something. They would put him on a soft shoe profile, meaning he wore running shoes with his uniform instead of leather boots, and would give him crutches for a week or 2 because the injury had to do with his feet. Usually people didn't need or want the crutches, and we are just another thing to carry. The drill SGTS nicknamed them Tink Tinks due to the sound crutches make when you use them. There were many ruck marches where the rhythmic sound of those Tink Tinks helped me zombie out and keep my feet moving, haha. Not a D, but a story from my time. Also note, while this story is going on, the sewage line broke and it smells like shit outside. We had a guy, different flight than ours, come from mess hall without his cover on, and we were all in formation waiting for RDS to come out of lunch. Trying to not make much noise as we see RD making his way to us. Then he sees the recruit and makes a beeline to him. The recruit at the last minute realizes what we were trying to tell him and puts on his hat. The D immediately snatched the hat from his head and tosses it about 4 feet away. He turns to the recruit and says, "Where's your cover, recruit?" The recruit pauses, then reports and says, "It's where you threw it, sir." D says, "Go find it then." So the recruit makes a line right for it. D says, "No son, come back here. I want you to really look for it. Give it a name. I want you to look for it like you were looking for your dog." So the recruit starts walking in a zigzag line calling out a pet's name, whistling, really acting like he's looking for it. Meanwhile our whole flight is trying not to laugh at this scene. Well, he finally puts it on and walks back to the D, so who goes from this almost soft voice to the one we are all used to hearing and says, "Next time I see you walk out a door without your cover, I'm gonna throw it down in the basement so you can wade through 3 feet of sheet to find it again." We all busted out laughing and of course did several sets of push-up for it, but it was worth it. The D was chuckling the whole time he was zigzagging for the hat too. Was not a drill, but was an instructor at SWC, Green Beret School, for a time. Had a candidate, what we called soldiers trying out for SF, who was born in China, moved to Canada when he was very young, and then went to UNC at Chapel Hill and got a couple of degrees. Super smart, but also super awkward guy. He was in my office signing an appointment book for accountability purposes, and one of my student SGTs looked over at him and said, "Hey candidate name, you lived in Canada for a while, right?" He responds with a nod. Then sergeant says, "Parles Vaux Francaise." Candidate responds, "Sergeant, I do not speak Spanish." Everyone in my office stops for a second and eyeballs the kid, hoping he's faking with us. He wasn't. Sergeant replies, "No man, that was French." Candidate replies, "Sergeant, do you think I speak French because I'm Chinese?" Again, dead serious. The room erupts into laughter, and it takes some serious convincing to explain to him that French is spoken predominantly in some parts of Canada. Needless to say, he didn't make it very far in the course. Not a D, but when I was in boot camp in San Diego, I got a package from my grandma one Sunday and my D had me open it in front of him. Naturally, since it was my grandma, I knew it would be full of sweets, which they let us eat, as long as they were gone by the time our Sunday worship time was over. This time there was a lot. He goes, what the hell is in the box, Webb? Name off everything or something like that, and I named out what follows. 3 Gatorade protein bars, 3 chocolate Cliff bars, a bag of Cheez-Its, a bag of bite-sized blueberry muffins, and a Pop-Tart. What kind of Pop-Tart is it, Webb? He asked. I'm assuming if it was something he liked he was gonna take it. This recruit thinks it's probably s'mores, sir. It better not be s'mores, Webb. Open it up and take a bite. It was s'mores. As soon as he saw it, he started screaming, s'mores, Webb, stuff it all, stuff your face, and he kicked my canteen away from me so I couldn't drink. Half the platoon gathered around to watch me stuff my face with junk and almost throw up while he laughed maniacally. You're gonna be sheeting hard tonight, Webb, I bet it. I was sheeting hard that night and he walked in to do some laundry. BC in Camp Pendleton, the laundry stuff was in the sheeter room. He saw me sheeting and he started laughing again, saying, I told you, faker and sheet like that. Easily the best and worst day of boot camp I ever had. So I was one of the fire team leaders for boot camp, USMC basic training. This fat ass recruit decides to steal a freaking protein bars the drill instructors would give us if we were good every night. The senior drill instructor caught it, called him while we got in a school circle to learn navigation on a compass and map. You hear him yelling in the background, so all I hear is, who is your fire team leader? I was like, fuck. So he screams my name. I sprint to him and is like, since he wants to be a faking individual and steal protein bars, you are gonna pay for it. No, you know what? Actually the whole fire team is going to. So I had to give out names of my team, and while he called them over, he made us strip, and he got 3-foot lockers stacked up. He then told the fat recruit to sit and started eating the fuck out of us, planking with sweat coming out and raining on the deck. While he comes back and gives him even more protein bars, our senior drill instructor is like, here, have it. The mofo feels guilty and doesn't want to take it, so he's like, ate tight. He doesn't want it, keeps faking us up. He finally takes it and is like, MHM, it's good, right? And he nods his head while eating it. He finishes it, gives him more, says it again. Then he starts making him go MHM while violently shaking his head up and down while making us scream and cheat. I don't really remember after that. I just went internal. I'm not a troll sergeant, but this happened in my basic training. It was a night lesson on learning and singing our national anthem. One of our comrades had such a bad voice and we all would laugh as soon as we got to a high-pitched note. Our drill sergeant and his 2 assistants, I don't know what's their rank in English, had enough, and so they put us on a push-up marathon. I was fine with it, since I do lots of push-ups. I was right in front of the platoon and facing our drill sergeant while doing it. I was 23 and cocky at the time, and I noticed he started to show weakness around 60 push-ups, and I actually said, is that all you got? He got up and told everyone to head to the dorms but me. I felt intimidated for the first time in my life. I went to the showers 3h later, and I learned a valuable lesson that night. Never make fun of your drill sergeant in front of the whole platoon. We were young recruits for special ops, lined up in the hot sun in front of a drill sergeant with sadistic tendencies. Need I say more on that? Eerie Jake was just about to approach the line when I caught the whiff of a god-awful smell. I thought it was a Thatched from Shocker, stood by my left. The drill sergeant, small case, nearly always picked on Shocker cause he'd seen him in the shower. I will elaborate. Shocker was just about at the limit for size of personal member. Halfway down his thigh. When drunk he would get the thing out to show us the tattoo. The word running down the wrinkled shaft read LENGTHENS. Carcass Humper asked Shocker what happened to the tattoo when he got erect. He replied, apart from my blood pressure dropping and feeling dizzy. The tattoo then reads, long English typos, enjoys nice stretch. We did believe him, as he seemed genuinely bored by answering the question. I shall get back to the recruits lineup. The sergeant fixed his gaze upon Shocker's boots. They were not shiny. They were streaked with brown stuff. We had a stash of homebrewed alcohol we had drank the night before. The stuff caused Shocker to have a prompt splash, thus wetting the bottom of his combats and running down further to his nicely polished boots. Shocker wasn't punished. He was sent to the site hospital for a few days, where there were nurses quite eager to check out if all the tales of his tattoo were true. All these years later, we still have a laugh, and Shocker told me that the tattoo is still readable. He is married to a German lady, and they have 3 children. He said she could not read English when they first met. She can now. Love, peace and free speech. S. In Air Force Basic I got slotted as a sole chow runner for our flight. I had to report the flight for all 3 meals every day for roughly 7 out of our 8 weeks in BMT. I got pretty good at it, even to the point where I received a compliment from a T from a different flight. However, no amount of composure, practice, or military bearing can prepare you to watch a man in uniform do ballet in the middle of the chow hall. For context, trainees had to always be marching or doing facing movements drill at all times. The only 2 exceptions to this were inside the flight barracks or during meals with a food tray in your hand. Mainly just so you didn't whip around and unexpectedly smash some poor sod with a tray full of food. One kid didn't get the memo and started doing facing movements while holding his food and was immediately called out for it. Kid got super flustered and started trying to backtrack to where he started still using facing movements to try and make his corrections. This pissed off the T even more, and he started utterly laying into the poor kid. His tirade culminated in something to the effect of, if you love spinning around so much, why don't you join the faking ballet? As a matter of fact, that's what we are going to do. Set down your tray and show me Swan Lake, trainee. The kid immediately started twirling around. Badly. It was like watching a toddler during their first dance recital, where you're supposed to clap and AWW a lot, even though half the kids are crying and the other half have forgotten where they are in the dance. Meanwhile, I'm standing at the end of a row of tables trying to direct trainees to their seats to eat. I'm in full perfect view of the whole fiasco going down. I'm biting my tongue nearly to the point of bleeding and literally shaking while doing my very best to keep my composure and not let a T see me utterly losing my sheet. I failed. One T, ironically the same one that had complimented me on my chow running, pointed me out to my actual T, who proceeded to drag me by my shirt over into a hallway. What the fuck are you doing, Osiris? Sir, trainee Osiris reports as ordered. I couldn't help myself. He was doing ballet. You're a stupid motherfucker, you know that? Yes sir. Now, while this may not quite match up with the original prompt, I know for a fact that my own T was doing his damnedest to keep his composure as well. There were 2 giveaways. First was that he didn't anything else to me afterwards, and second was the fact he deliberately stayed out of my eyesight. My T towered over 6 feet tall, and he was notorious for getting up in your face if you did something wrong. The fact that he basically let me slide and that he went completely out of character with talking to me tells me that he found the whole situation equally as funny as I did, but he had to play mean tough guy and not let it show. I'm also fairly certain that, in the small glimpse I was able to catch, I saw him biting his tongue and trying not to smile. Not a drill sergeant, but when I went through basic we had a few special people in our platoon. This particular thing was not funny, but the shredding the guy got later was extremely difficult to not laugh at. So, we are out in the field, stripping down our rifles, and being taught how to do a basic field strip in the dark. We are told to remove the barrel and lay it across our feet, so we know exactly where it is. This moron decides instead of bending over to pick it like a normal person, he will just kick it up into his hands, drops the barrel in the dirt. What makes this better is that our section was transitioning between section commanders. The first half of the course, one section commander was on a promotion course, then he came back, transitioned for a few days, and the other guy went on his promotion course. All the section commanders in our platoon were infantry, except the first one we had. Can't remember what he did, but he was pissed because this made him look bad. Like after 3 weeks he's handing these recruits over to an experienced infantry soldier and they are still treating rifles like toys. When we go back to barracks, the whole platoon was lined up outside their rooms, and he got called down the end of the hall and the 2 section commanders basically tag team roasted him for about 15 minutes with everyone listening. There was lots of suppressed laughter in that hall. The line that stands out most in my head was recruit XXXXX. You are a fuckhead. Ever since day dot, you have stood out as being a fuckhead. I only have 3 days left with this platoon, but I intend to see you out of my army. Not a D, but one of the only times I didn't get blasted for smirking at Slash with my senior D. Also apologies for the shitty grammar, I'm a marine after all. On Paris Island during the Crucible 3-day event that's pretty much a culmination of everything you did there. We had an event where we did a bunch of maneuvers and finished it off with a spring across a long field. Only problem with that was that throughout the whole event our senior D decided to kill us off and have the dead be carried to the finish. In my fire team we had this kid I'll call A. He was roughly 5'7", weighed probably 230 I shall BS. He was a short big boy and was easily the dumbest person in our fire team, quite possibly in the whole platoon as well. The Ds loved to fuck with him any chance that they'd get. So, my senior D picks up a pine cone and throws it as hard as he could at A, smacks him right on his Kevlar. D, you're dead, get on the ground. A, yes sir. Proceeds to lay on the ground as if he's dead. D, no dumb as you died with your dick in the dirt, basically telling A lay on your stomach not your back. So at this point we needed somebody to carry dude. In comes my 6'2", 160 pounds lanky self. D, bar toast, come grab A and drag him. So there I go in the middle of this field. It is also worth noting that it had rained the night prior, so there were mud puddles and a bunch of bullshit everywhere throughout. Grab A by the wrists as I was instructed and started dragging him. I approached a gigantic mud puddle and thought I don't want to drag this dude through the mud, but as soon as I started to veer away from it my senior D just stared me down and pointed at the puddle. I gave him the "are you for real right now" look, and he just gave me a simple nod with the biggest shit-eating grin I've ever seen. I had a huge smile on my face and audibly chuckled, two big no-nos in boot camp, and proceeded through the puddle hall while A was throwing a huge fit about the ordeal. Not a D, but in recruit training, Marines, we were out on the range finishing up our day of shooting. The Ds and officers are standing in a circle talking amongst themselves. Us recruits are cleaning our gear when my buddy starts cracking jokes about our D who has the thickest Puerto Rican accent on the planet. We were mocking his accent and the way he calls cadence for us marching. He had the funniest faking accent, and every day was a struggle not to laugh. When our Puerto Rican D calls inspection arms he screams "inspection arms." With the Ds 200 yards away from us, my buddy calls out "inspection arms," and we faking die laughing. Sure enough, our other D was hidden behind the porta potty. He knows exactly who the fuck this recruit was mocking and drags this recruit in front of 200 plus recruits, Ds and officers. Calls all of us recruits to attention. Then he says, faking say it again. Silence. D repeats himself and says he better faking scream it again so everybody can hear. Recruit knows he is faked, composes himself, opens his mouth and screams "inspection arms" in front of everybody. I had never seen our Ds/officers fight the faking urge to laugh. Some had to walk away with their head down laughing. Recruits' shoulders are faking shaking so hard trying to hold it in. Intermittent bursts of laughter in the crowd. I'm in the back in tears. Immediately Puerto Rican D gets in his face and lights him up. For the next 2 months his life every single day was infinitely worse. Totally worth it. Every platoon has at one male and one female who constantly mess up. One day private female decided it was a good idea to not lock her duffel bag when instructed to do so many field exercises before. The DS then proceeded to take out all of her gear from the duffel bag and throw it around in the dirt like a madman. When I say throw it around like a madman, imagine a very well-built man picking up feathers from a pile and tossing them around an area. Just watching his attempt to catapult the gear was funny in itself. He then tells private female to low crawl to every piece of gear, put the gear in her mouth, and low crawl to put it back in the duffel bag. All the DS's had fun with this one, taking gear out of the bag that she returned it to and launching it as far as they could. This went on pretty much the rest of the exercise in an Oklahoma summer. I remember thinking I'm so glad I'm not a dumbass. Not a drill sergeant, but a cadet officer. My school has a big cadet program, and a number of teachers who were former soldiers as well as one who had never been in the forces, but was way too into the lifestyle, and talked like he had served 2 tours. Basically he was a bit of a wanker and the kids, we were 15 to 18, and former soldiers all thought he was a prick. So one day a kid had turned up to parade with UN polished boots and was generally looking scruffy, so one officer slash teacher slash former squaddy pulled him out of line, gave him a bow, locking and had him do press ups in front of the squad. Douchebag not a soldier officer arrives and decides to be a dick by stamping a nearby puddle full of scummy water in the car park where we had parade to soak the kid, only to cry out as he foot sunk 2 foot into a pothole filled with water and end up with him flat on his back, soaked and injured. Of course everyone starts laughing with the threat of punishment from the other teachers doing nothing to halt us. Our real officer, who had been a para and was discharged with a spinal fracture, made no effort to lower his voice when calling him a tit.